Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures red to start the morning over here with the NQ down 0.25%. Likewise with the ES down 0.14. The Dow down 0.5%, but the Russell 2000 up here to start the morning 0.25%. All eyes, though, on oil as the Trump administration looks to put more sanctions on Russian oil companies. Oil back above $61 a barrel and about 5% here to start the morning. Bitcoin as well, trying to work its way back into that $110,000 level. Lots of earning names to talk about. Of course, Tesla in focus. EPS missed, but a revenue beat, down almost 4% here to start the morning. Likewise with IBM, down 7.33%. But all eyes in equities will be on quantum as the Trump administration looks to take possible stakes in the group. They're all trending higher, as well as BYND giving back substantial gains, down 20% here to start the morning. Adara.
Yeah, the Beyond Meat move, certainly something potentially for a continuation play. Absolutely going to be on watch there. In addition to quantum and oil, we also have some other earnings names tonight that are going to be on watch here. Intel, of course, Mobileye, which they've invested heavily in. Mobileye reported this morning. Intel, though, they report after the bell, along with Deckers and Ford. Then there's also other names here on earnings day one watch as well. We had LRCX, MOH, Molina Healthcare, which is down 18%. So tons of names to watch in the earnings space and also beyond that.
All right, guys, American Airlines as well, nicely up here in the pre-market, 4.25%. Good report for them. Good morning, boys.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, good for them. Not so much for Tesla, though. It wasn't all bad for Tesla, but costs going up and price wars keeping prices down. It's not going to be the best. They had good revenues, ultimately down 4% today. Because why not? After earnings day, you got to test 420, right? Seems like it's almost inevitable that we'd see that price. So look, there's going to be a lot to watch here today. We'll have Intel after the bell, but those quantum stocks, looking at you, Rigetti, could this be the temporary bottom? I don't know. Usually when Trump administration says we're looking to take a stake or interested in a stake or some kind of a deal with a sector or a company, you want to be involved. So looking for some Rigetti longs here today. Yeah, not good for Tesla, but there's always something which is looking pretty strong. Looks like it's quantum space today.
Yeah, it's kind of looking at the NASDAQ here this morning. It's, it's not great. So when I woke up, I was like, okay, the market's flattish, and now it's down. So I'm going to resume shorting today. May start with Intel at some point. 37 looks pretty good to me. Upside here for INTC reporting tonight. Mobileye and Intel, of course. Intel has a stake in Mobileye, and Mobileye yesterday with the report as well. So we'll see. Not doing too much here volume-wise, so I'm not expecting that to be too big of a check. NVIDIA underneath 180 again right now to start. I was saying to Neil, he wasn't here yesterday. I know it's a name that he has, and I wanted to buy some, and then I know I still can, but the thing is this went to 530. Like GE Vernova yesterday, same with Vertiv. Like that's actually happened here. So it got waxed real good, but it only got back into July. So there's many stocks right now that are like, you know, we have Netflix, which we called that play. We didn't wind up taking anything, but that probably has 1,000 handle in it for sure, but that's April's low. So, you know, we still have, if the market's going to fall back in, we still do have a hell of a long way to go.
That's what I'm saying, like if you,
and then
I don't
SMR.
care what the stock is. If it goes that parabolic, you have to trim. You have to trim. People say don't sell at all-time highs. But like if a stock is not normally a parabolic stock, goes parabolic, you know things are. I mean,
I'm always selling at all-time highs, at least 5 or 10%.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think there's any reason. I mean, that's why we raise
people
capital.
Say it. I don't say it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's a perfect example with SMR. We sold this literally at all-time highs, and now I'm getting an opportunity to buy it back almost 50% better. You know, back down into here. So if I like the stock, this is another great opportunity to maybe pick something up. So I think that there is an opportunity, you know, to get involved with many of these names as they come. I don't want to say crashing down, but you know, in a case like an SMR, a Rigetti. I mean, yesterday I liked the story that Sharif was talking about there in the quantum space. You know, with the U.S. government looking to again take a stake, I guess, somewhere else, and that's, you know, we saw what that did to Intel, MP, all the metals names as well. So if they're going to go now quantum, that makes sense. But for me, You know, if it's going to be a quantum, I think all the other names are great to play with. You know, great opportunities, but I think Google, you know, is going to eventually be the name that everyone's going to be looking at for quantum. The thing is that the Rigetti, the QBTSs of the world, and you'd want to talk about selling at all-time highs. If as long as you were in this name at any point, basically in the last year, I would say you're going to be doing fine. I mean, that was a huge bump up there. We did go parabolic over the last 2 weeks. Came back in yesterday. Wow, like even into $26 is very, very, like this was a dollar stock. You know, so anything up here is still reasonable. You're still above the 50-period moving average. So, yeah, I think there's a lot to trade today. We didn't even look at IBM. I mean, I was going to look over those numbers, and I was thinking if they have a watershed moment like Vertiv did, like GEV did yesterday, this is probably one.
I'd be more careful because IBM
Just another AI
has been doing this, selling off on.
It has a roller coaster.
It did the same thing last earning, but it wasn't like a 2 or 3 day event. Like it actually sold off for a couple of weeks, and then it was a great bottom. And then after that bottom, it went to all-time highs. If you just bought it like a couple of weeks after, it went right back.
The thing is, I'm not smart enough to pick bottoms. Like it's. I'm just trying to think about like.
We got to the 200 last time.
Right. Yeah. So if it's company, that's what I mean. If this can go for a run today and get down into here, then I feel like then you know I'm buying back at the beginning of the year again. So this is January. So if we get an opportunity to do that, then we get another name that we like. But my portfolio is just littered with. Tech names, so that's why I'm cheering on in the open, not in the dark. You know, stocks like Lululemon. Wow, okay, good. Back up to 180, so that's had a ride as well. Down yesterday, was up to 182. I'm cheering on names like Target as well that we recently bought. I think at a depressed price down there at $88. So hopefully that continues to work out. And then I still like the bank stocks, which got hit yesterday as well. But you know, back. I don't know if it's back up yet. I didn't look today, but we know we like the SoFi $28 level, so we could see if that breaks higher today on SoFi. Down. Sorry, I thought SoFi was up about 1% or so, but they're down. Does that mean that Robinhood is down too? Here, I'm just
Probably
sort of
closer to flat.
Yeah, we're just spitballing some names here because. You know, I wanted to go over like all the different sectors a little bit here just to see what was potentially popping and dropping. And I mean, that's another example right here. You're now down $25 on 150, right? So, I mean, you're down like 13, 14% on Robinhood. Some of these names are getting to be bear territory. But again, I think that more applies to the market because in this day and age, Neil, stocks are not moving a percent or two a day. Like a stock can go bullish to bearish in a week. You know, so you got to be specific on your pullbacks.
Yeah, I feel like the whole like for bullish and bearish on individual names.
They need to rewrite that.
Yeah, it's just a totally different ball game because these stocks have all like you have like I was saying, you have stocks that don't normally do double and triple ups on the year, and you don't expect them to be that. There's one stock that I'm disappointed in Lumen. Before we go back to the desk for a quick second, because when I saw this story that they announced like a Palantir, they already had the thing going with Palantir, but they also announced further partnership, I suppose, a $200 million deal between Palantir and Lumen. And I looked over, like, okay, I remember this stock. Maybe it's got a second salvo, looking like it was going to break out. But somebody is holding it down. It's only done 1 million shares volume, but someone's holding it under VWAP here. This could be a breakout today. Just don't know if I like the volume on it, but I'm gonna keep it on the back burner because the last time they announced a partnership with Palantir, it did get a bit of more than 2%.
Randy, the plums yesterday were not a hit, so let's replace them.
It's not my fault.
Let's replace them.
I will be eating this one. I promise you that.
What's wrong with them?
I don't know, nothing. Neil said it was out. You guys didn't like the plums. I said, oh my God, we didn't even think about the plums. I'd rather drink a coffee though.
Very adamant about.
If you eat your plum, you'll get a
Guess I'll have to get my coffee.
There's conditions on it now.
I mean, the plums are.
I don't know.
Look, Randy. Look. I'm eating it.
I'm having my banana first.
We made a deal, I thought.
There was a deal.
They're actually pretty good.
Hmm?
Try not to eat too much like
Can't go wrong with that.
on the air, though.
I do.
Nothing hamster. I love plums. This is yesterday. Honestly, he brought them there. I think Opie and I were like, "Oh, good plums." We just never got talking about it. Mark showed up yesterday in the afternoon with a bunch of cookies and donuts and the usual stuff, and
Donuts.
was super impressed with everything that's happening behind us.
What's up, Joe? He's chilling. Is his computer's getting repaired?
Go eat. Yeah. Wilson Capital trying to get a little closer over here. The merger is on. Thing is, his company's more valuable than mine, so we gotta negotiate.
Oh, he's dressing up every.
I know. I don't know what he's doing.
You got the hoodie going on. It is cold in here, but yeah.
Today's got the better look going on.
Well, let's mosey on up to the desk and.
Yeah, well, we don't have to.
See what we got. I thought we had maybe Luis today, but I don't.
Do we have Luis today? Is it Thursday yet?
It's Thursday. Okay, so maybe we don't have Luis, but
what?
We
Come on, Luis. Like, what else is going on in Barcelona? Beautiful weather, beautiful women, beautiful food.
All right, we got Sharif in there.
Come on, Luis.
Let's get to more of these Tesla earnings here, as I'm sure a lot of our viewers want to know exactly how it all went down. So the earnings call was really interesting yesterday. Very little was given by Elon Musk in terms of a timeline for the new products, other than to say we're expecting a lot more Q1, Q2 next year. Let's talk about how their revenue did. So they beat on the top line, missed on the bottom line. Revenue grew 12% year over year, up to $28.1 billion, but a lot of that has to be attributed to the pull forward of the $7,500 EV tax, as well as discounts on several models. As I mentioned, EPS came in at 50 pennies. The street wanted 54, and net income as well, falling 37% year over year on the quarter, down to $1.37 billion, really pressured again by price cuts. But this is what caught my attention, boys. A 50% jump in R&D spending, really tied to AI and robotics projects. They're also selling less regulatory credits, which dropped 44% year over year. Regulatory credits was one of the reasons they were even profitable to begin with. EV price reductions, as I mentioned, and the expiration of the U.S. federal EV tax credit had a pull forward effect. They still continue to face headwinds in Europe, Adara, but he did comment excessively about the Cybercab, Optimus, and the expansion of the robotaxi fleet in Austin and the Bay Area.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about those comments, actually. So Elon Musk saying that Tesla's robotaxi could actually be going driverless in Austin by the end of this year, though the amount of cities he now sees them targeting immediately a little bit lower than some of his previous projections. And he made a lot of comments about Optimus. He did talk about the struggles here with production for Optimus 2, specifically saying that it's a little bit more difficult than it looks. And then with regards to the Cybercab, as Sharif mentioned there, they're actually saying, or he's saying that he wants them to go into production. He thinks they're going to go into production for that Cybercab by Q2 2026. So within actually less than a year from now. So good look here. Let's see if those production goals are met.
All right, guys. So right now they're just in Austin and the Bay Area. Of course, we're talking about the robotaxi, but he made comments that he wants to actually have robotaxis on the ground in 8 to 10 metro areas by the end of the year. It's only a couple of months left.
Yeah, so like in Elon speak, does that mean like 4 to 5 we'll actually get? Like, because usually like the expectations or the targets that get set in terms of timelines and whatnot let's be real, they tend to be a little bit enthusiastic from Elon Musk. So look, it's at the end of the day, he even said it himself last quarter that this could be a little bit rough. So I feel like it's one of those, it was already priced on a double.
Thank you
Thank you very much. Randy. Like this is doubled up. We said you'd almost be foolish not to take some profit up here when it goes 220 to the 440 level. And ultimately, anything went wrong and you were going to get a little bit of a dump. The real question, or pullback, I should say, I think the real question is, okay, well, long term, what do you see it as? And if you're like most people that are invested in it and are like, okay, car business, fine, it wasn't as expected, but they're pushing to invest in the areas where they believe the future growth is going to be. When you're able to bring XAI into the vehicles, when you're talking about autonomous, when you're talking about when you're talking about robotaxi, when you're talking about Optimus, those are the things that most of us are more interested in as long-term holders. I don't think that helps us in the short term. I just don't see it. Like up here, all anyone's going to care about is this number. So I'm kind of feeling like this is a bit of a fade back into, we're already at 420, so I'm looking at the 430 level, which is a prior support. It just has me thinking, if the army comes in to buy this up, I think it has to take the prior low yesterday and then maybe ramp from there. But as long as you're somewhere in that gap or at the 25, I'd play the fade down into, I believe 412 is the recent support. So all the things that I love about Tesla, I don't see why that matters as much in the short term, but I think it could be due for a little bit of a pullback.
Look at this. I tweeted this out yesterday. This is wild. Like this is a robot. Like, oh my God, the music is pretty jamming. I'm gonna turn that music off. Yeah, so like this? Are you kidding me? Like, look at the feet, like the movement here. That Optimus, like I saw this in the mall on last weekend, and yeah, there was one at Sherway. Yeah, there's one of these guys at Sherway Gardens. Yeah, it's this to me is what it is. It's not anything else. Like this is better moves. I mean, this could dance me out of the club. That's for sure. Like, look at this.
Have you seen the Olympics for robots? Like
the Olympics?
Yeah, they have.
No, that's gonna be sick.
They have actual like Olympics. They already do this stuff. Like it's crazy.
So I don't know, man. I mean, that's something that I was thinking about there. But see, Tesla's expected move was 7%. You know, right here, we tweeted that out yesterday. Thanks to Adara for that. It's just, it's only down 4%, and it's down. You know, it's not catching bids. I don't think today. I hope it does. I mean, I'm a holder of Tesla stock. But like, if this can get anywhere near 430, I think that's a short. Again, I mean, I'm just going, like, whenever there's this gap, we say play to VWAP, but not on Tesla, man. I mean, VWAP right here is now $1 away, so we're not worried about that. It's been very consistent, with its price movements here in the morning. It hasn't really given us too many ranges to worry about, other than, again, sort of this, where the 200 period moving average is, which is at 430. I'm favoring short today in the market, so I gotta look short in Tesla. So I think, you know, a break rate here, like 410. You know, yesterday we called 1115 for Netflix, and that was when it was at 1170. So that fell down, you know, another $60, $70 from where we opened, and that's an $1,100 stock. So chop the price in half, and let's think about, can this drop another $20 or $30? Yes, it can, and if it does, then you're going to be looking at that 400 or so zone. So I'm just going to wait to see what kind of a move Tesla has today. You know, we've already, Sharif and Adara went through the numbers there. It's not horrible. Like, as I said, the market is where it is. My big worry about all these guys is like Waymo. Google's not moving at all, but there's over 800 Waymo cars, I think, in San Francisco or something already. So just the footprint that's already there, and then you're going to add robo-taxis. It's not like he's first mover on this anymore. It's just going to be, it'll be a changer for the needle a little bit for Tesla's earnings, but I think it's going to take a minute to adapt and adopt that technology in order to compete with other options that are already out there. So I don't know. I mean, I'm excited to get, you know, full self-drive and all that kind of stuff here in Canada with the cabs and everything, but that's still ways away. And I think it has a little bit of ways to go down right now. So I'm going to wait for it. The market's volatile now, and this is a big stock. So like you said, if the buyers, and it's a cult stock, so if they come in and want to take this name up, great.
Can't fight it forever.
That's going to be great. So I'm only going to fight it. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm only going to fight it to 430. So I'm going to wait 428, 429, 430, something like that, if we can short into there. And then we'll probably just, if it continues to tank, it's not tanking, but if it continues to go down, then I think we can play a bounce back to VWAP. So if it gets down to like 417 or 418, then bounces back to 422 or wherever VWAP is at that time, then I think that's a short. So again, I like the stock. It's just, it's not great, right? It's down 4%, and it's doing decent volume, 2 million shares. I think it's going to be an interesting name to look at there today. And remember yesterday, Neil, we had, I think it was, I don't know, 2,000 votes. And I said, is Tesla going to be red or green? Right?
Well,
and it was
60% red?
50-50. It was, I was saying it was like the US election. It was literally, we were going 700, 50-50, 50-50. I think it wound up being a little bit more to the green side. I think it might have been 51-49 or 52-48 by the time it was over with.
Surprised by that.
But Ramin put a red car on our video. So that was maybe potentially Ramin is the oracle of SoCal here, but there it goes. Nice move down for Tesla today. So if you picked green, you're wrong, like I did. If you picked red, like Obi did, then you are right. So yeah, downside move right there for Tesla today. Let's see if it holds.
Guys, let's talk a little Viking Therapeutics. They reported after the bell yesterday, up nicely to start the morning here, 7 and almost 7.33%. So look, they missed on Q3 profit estimates, but there was a lot to like about this report. Not really the financials. It was more about the product pipeline. Their venture study results. I have a phase 2 venture study for their drug titled VK2735, which achieved primary and secondary endpoints with about 12.2% weight loss. They also have a phase 3 trial, which is on schedule. And today they got the nod from several different rating agencies, not the least of which Morgan Stanley, bumping up their price target from $98 to $102. Guys, this thing's trading at $34, and we saw this sell off aggressively when they missed their earning, or they missed in their phase, I think, 2 study back in November of last year, and it has been on a downward move. Also reporting earnings back in August, Adara dropped significantly down to $25, but these rating agencies like it for over $100.
Yeah, and it makes sense too here with, as you go through that pipeline, they've got quite a few things coming down the line here. They also reported a quarter-end cash position of $715 million. Not a bad look. Now, as you mentioned, they're larger than expected loss per share, and it's worth noting as well, this is significantly larger than their loss of 22 cents per share on a year-over-year basis. So the loss is expanded. Now, in terms of more details here, 25.25% short float. So roughly a quarter of the float is sold short, $3.5 billion market cap for VKTX.
All right, guys, we're closing in on 9% here to start the morning on Viking.
Look, my thing on Viking is I still think they need to get bought out. That being said, it has been good to play off the 50 period for the stock, just with a huge caveat. When they have a trial result, this candle, like if you were long off the, and I'm saying this like with a laugh and a smile because I happened to get filled. I'm like, well, that was pretty lucky. When it did this crazy move, and I wish I could tell you that I was long off the 50 period moving average, that I covered the entire thing on that crazy wake up. I didn't. And so it ended up trailing me out on the way back at like some horrific price at the 200 period moving through the 200 period moving average. So I was like break even on the way out. It was insanity because it just did a crazy move up and then it immediately slammed it down so quickly on Viking. So I think if you're playing this stock, like you have to know when the results are going to happen, make sure you take profit because as quickly as, and it's not the first time it did it. Like it made a high in November in a similar circumstance. So to me, like this is the ultimate like sell the positive news on a trial result, not necessarily when you're talking about the earnings here. But it does look like, and give it the old 3-day rule, like they just reported, right? It's looking pretty solid. Just understand, as long as it holds that 50 to 200 period, great. But I'd always be looking for a place to exit it in the short term. I'm actually considering myself jumping back into this stock because I think if a deal gets announced while you're in it, great. You get a little bit of a bump that way. It's ridden this 50 period before and then done a bit of a ramp up. And ultimately, as I said, they don't necessarily have the capital that even if things go swimmingly for their oral, to be able to roll it out in terms of manufacturing capacity. They just don't have the capital right now, so they'd have to raise, or they need some kind of a deal, which I think is possible because there's been a lot more deal making in this particular space. So yeah, I kind of like this. I give it a couple of days to make sure it holds on to this 30 area and the 50 and 200 period moving averages. I'd slap a buy. I might jump back into this myself, maybe Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, look, the only biopharma name basically that I have is Eli Lilly here. I mean, I also have AbbVie, which I really love that stock as well, but this has been a great name. And I mean, any kind of dip buy opportunities in Eli Lilly, we talked about this yesterday. You know, what is the next in the pipeline? So that's really what I'm focusing on here with Eli Lilly. But if you like them all, then I was reviewing the account yesterday and I actually I'll talk about it, I put some buy orders on a few things, hopefully that hit in the next couple of days. But the XBI has really been motoring to the upside. So you can pick individual names and you know, hope that something happens, like I was saying, a new drug, a buyout, or whatever. Or you can just, you know, play some of these indexes. And I think XBI and the other one is XBI and what's the other biotech one? It's bigger than XBI. It's I something. For some reason I can't remember what it is. But there's many different things. IBB, duh. Thank you, who that was in the chat there, Star Glazer, sorry about that. But yeah, there's just another one that you can trade with here. So I mean, I like all of these plays. And honestly, I think that as AI kicks in, for many of these companies, it makes the production. I mean, you can see Moderna down again here today, but just how fast they were able to come up with, the vaccine, and how fast some of these models are going through the different stages and whatnot. I just think that it's a good win, for this space as far as technology is concerned. So that's why I continue to like the XBI here. And we saw a big move, ISRG, Intuitive Surgical, the other day, really ripped off earnings, and that was up 20 or something % there, as well as robotics hits the space. Obviously, ISRG is not a new name. Then yesterday we had INTU, Intuitive. That was another one. That's Intuit. That's obviously has nothing to do with Biotech, but ISRG is a big one there. So I like that one up to 560. We'll see if this can hold as well. But yeah, I mean, Vertex, everything, Viking, everything here. I still like talking about the space. I was just thinking when I said that, I thought about Vertiv there too. I really like Vertiv, and that's a data center play. But there's so many different things that you can talk about here. We don't even really talk about Microsoft anymore, Meta, or anything anymore.
I feel like the single
I sold out of some Marvell.
That gets the least. It's weird. It's Microsoft. Meta, at least we'll discuss Meta sometimes, maybe a couple of times a week. We like this about Meta, but it's Microsoft. And if we're just sort of like spitballing here, that seems like it's the most forgotten stock in the Mag 7 right now. And part of it is when the stock isn't doing anything, like you just like, oh, well, what's happening with Microsoft? There's a lot of bad. Here, I just want to show the 15 minutes so you get the idea that you couldn't have bought $500 yesterday. You couldn't have bought $500 back on the 7th and 8th. Those are just bad wicks. So really, the stock has been riding the 50-period moving average in a very tight consolidation. But that also means accumulation. And the longer the accumulation, sometimes the more excitement when it breaks out. And this Microsoft had a buy program from this prior high at the end of last year, just buy program right until they reported on the 30th, and then it was almost like that great jump up is, then it just pulled back and everything stopped, and now it's accumulation again. Maybe we had another one of those hips rallies. I think it's the longer this happens on Microsoft, the more interested I am when it breaks this pattern of hugging the 50 period. Like once it starts multiple closes away, I think getting involved in softy again, just from a pure momentum standpoint, is going to make some sense. But anyways, we could talk all day long about chart patterns and Mag 7 names. Let's get back on up to this. It's almost 9 o'clock already.
And we will speak all day about all those things.
Well, we do. It's just, yeah. I mean, Microsoft has 0 catalysts today, so it probably won't get traded. But it is like, give me a break. It can't hold like this for 2 months or now 3 months without something fun happening. I hope it's to the upside, because it's the kind of thing where even if it breaks down under the 50, you probably just start shorting it to the 200-period moving average. But yeah, it can't hold this pattern forever.
Talk a little American Airlines here, up nicely actually to start the morning, 6%. I saw it a little bit of 7 a moment ago. So let's talk about this, because it was a mixed report. They had a smaller than expected Q3 loss, so they're still losing money. Adjusted loss of 17 pennies per share, but far better than the negative 28 pennies per share expected by the street on revenue of 13.69 billion, narrowly beating the 13.63%. Investors really here focused on the company's upbeat Q4 full year guidance, which they expect now to be about 45 to 75 pennies per share, well ahead of the 31 expected by the street. And here's what the company said. They're projecting their Q4 capacity to grow 3 to 5% year over year, which is, signaling confidence in continued travel demand. But they are seeing a shift in travel patterns. They're seeing fewer peaks, fewer summer peak season bookings, and they're saying the shift is encouraging them to adjust their flight schedules. The summer boom, as I mentioned, was a little bit less profitable, with a glut of domestic air supply keeping prices down. But the carrier does continue, Adair, to face margin pressure from rising fuel costs as well as labor expenses.
Yeah, and I think it's also worth noting here, keep an eye on these other airline earnings as well coming out. We had LUV, supposed to be this morning, actually came out last night. Tonight we get ALK. American Airlines also announcing a new Chief Commercial Officer, or CCO, by the name of Nathaniel Pieper. But yeah, this is a solid report, better than expected guidance for AAPL. Certainly going to be one to watch, and again, see how this one and these other airlines react, because it's not the only one earnings play in the airline space. I want to mention as well, Rivian, just seeing here, Wall Street Journal reporting that the company's laying off 600 employees, which is only roughly 4% of its workforce. Apparently, it's part of another round of cost cutting.
All right, guys, AAL up nicely here in the pre. You looking at it?
You know what? I don't like.
I'm gonna be honest. No,
I don't like owning airlines. I'm not a fan of them. I just think somehow they could be utilities in some way. It's an incredibly hard business. They constantly need help from the government and constantly in need of like bailouts or maybe like a merger here. So a failing airline merges with another. It's just there always needs to be something. Unfortunately, because it's a very, very difficult business. But it seems like it's AAL seems like it's in a bit of an upswing. And the last time it broke the 200-period moving average here in September, it was an abject fail. The difference is it's had some time to consolidate. Now you get a good report. I think there might be a trade if it closes here, and then you can get maybe something into the 14, maybe even breaking out into 15, 16. I don't know if these have it in them when there's still some concern about the consumer, when there's concern about global trade war and all that, and I don't know if it can do what it did last year. Last year's rally was fantastic for AAL and for the airlines in general. It was a straight shot to the upside. I remember even having this trend line, look at when the trend broke. I don't know if it has that in them, but certainly another opportunity for a short-term trade, I think, is going to be there in AAL, a swing or something to get 15% after earnings. I think that's more realistic on AAL. I just don't know if it has a 2024 move in any of them.
The only thing I always tell everybody when we talk about this, and it's a broken record, is the same thing always. This is the top 5 airlines. So UAL, Delta, Southwest, American, and something else. Did I say Delta? But yeah, the jets. So I don't know. It's not really moving too much, but it is well nicely off the bottom. The only problem that I have with all of this is right now oil is Rip City, as China also introduces sanctions right now on Russian oil. So what the CL? Isn't it? It's not January already. That wouldn't make sense. March, April, May. I don't know. I thought it was X. X is November, but that's not giving me anything right now. So I'm going to have to get the next one. But if you go into OIH or anything like that, you're going to see right now some oil starting to run upside a little bit now. So there it is, up another 3%. This doesn't have the volume. I'm going to get the contract in a second. I just can't type in that /Z contract. Okay, so CL, thank you, everybody. I need to do better at that and know my contract letters. But there it is right here for oil. So there, here it goes. There's the story right now. So we were already upside there on U.S. sanctions into Russia, and China right now doing the exact same thing. So that's President Trump is supposed to be speaking, with Chinese officials, and obviously some of that is now, being discussed. So there it goes. Nice move up there for oil. So I was just going to say for airlines, it's not doing anything right now. I mean, to these, this ETF, but as oil prices go up, and I know they're hedged, but just something to consider there, as oil was at a nice little bottom there. Now it looks like it's getting back up. Yeah. So $55 was the low there for crude, and now up to 62 on that news. So there it goes. Nice move there. Halliburton up as well. We're hearing in our ear. We saw yesterday. We saw Valero as well as the refiners. I know Sharif. We were talking about refiners the other day, and Canada not known for any. But Valero yesterday got a nice little push right at the end of the day when those announcements were made. So we'll wait to see if Valero can get going again. Nice little stock, just bouncing off the 50-period moving average. Energy, again, in play here today.
Guys, 67.36. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. Look, the overnight high is the same area we were actually looking for as support, 67.50. That's the overnight high. That's going to be our first level of resistance. If we clear it, if we start trending up, we're looking at 67.75 as resistance level 2. If we sell off the overnight low, 67.17, but we're going to be looking to that 100-point area as support, 6,700. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every day. Adara prepared prepares it and we all use it. No good morning routine is complete without a good watch list that helps you organize your day, lets you know what's running. And if you want a bit more of a nuanced view, make sure to hit the join button under the video for my morning note, available to subscribers only. Let's start with Tesla. TSLA reporting earnings after the bell yesterday. As we mentioned earlier on, Q3 revenue beating, but EPS missing about 50 cents. The street was looking for 54, really pressured by a 50% jump in R&D spending, as well as less regulatory credits, which the company's been using for the last decade to remain profitable. They did have a bit of a pull forward in terms of sales as a result of the expiration of the $7,500 EV tax credit on the 30th of September. They continue to have headwinds in Europe, but they did have a good schedule Adair for new products.
Yeah, they have a whole slate of things they're ready to get into production there. The Cybercab set for production here Q2 2026. We also have robo-taxis. They're looking to have driverless features there in Austin by the end of this year. Elon Musk did mention that they're going to be expanding to other cities, though maybe not as many cities as people had initially hoped. Talked a lot here as well about this AI5 chip. Apparently both TSMC and Samsung are going to be working on this one. He also did address here several proxy advisory firms opposing his $1 trillion pay package. So after this earnings report, the next big event for Tesla is going to be that shareholder meeting on November 6th when this pay package will be voted on.
All right, guys, and another area of Tesla we've been talking about lately is the energy generation and storage business, growing and eye-watering 44% year over year on the quarter, now accounting for 1/4 of total revenue growth, driven by Megapack sales, boys.
So before we get to that or talk about Tesla again, SMCI has provided a fiscal 2026 business update, and it's not being met favorably, down 7.5% right now. Yikes. Not looking good for them. I'm sure we'll get some details from Adair, but SMCI flying to the downside on the full year 2026 fiscal update. Yeah, not looking very good at all for them. That stock wasn't doing that well the last couple of days, but it's a bit of a flat bottom breakthrough.
You never want to guide lower, whatever they just did there.
Yeah, just got to watch out for that 50. I'm just looking at that 50 level, because if we open underneath, holding underneath 50, that's a sizable flat bottom break that can hold down to 47 for sure there on SMCI. So you got to have this one on watch. And we'll get to, just to jump back over to Tesla. Look, I'm still feeling pretty bearish on Tesla. And we mentioned this before. I think all the stuff that I love about it for the long term, when we're talking about the robotaxi, we're talking about Optimus and automated driving. I think ultimately that's something that might not help it in the short term. So I like that as a fade to 430. But yeah, there you go. SMCI probably vaulting near the top of some list for volatility today after that business update. And it's a little bit long-winded, but they're reporting estimated revenue of $5 billion, and that is below the previous range of $6 to $7 billion. That is a huge revision. If you're expecting $6 to $7 billion, you come to $5. The midpoint was 6.5. That is a huge change for SMCI. I cannot see any way. I'm not thinking short on this. I have to go even pay for some locates as well, because I don't know if we can short this one for free. It wasn't on the radar before, but I'm going to go pay for those locates now. Tesla, as I said, I'm looking short into the 430 level, but the SMCI now all of a sudden becomes in play for us.
I want to mention SILO Pharma coming out here with, it's not really moving aggressively. It's still down just 1/3%, but they're updating the lead on their PSTD drug candidate, SPCE 15, which is obviously a very noble cause, highlighting the safety and toxicology results. Silo Pharma, guys, SILO, not doing a whole lot, just coming on my news blotter at the moment. Let's take a look at quantum names, though. As we mentioned to start the top of the show, the U.S. government is eyeing a stake in quantum as a national security priority. So, as I mentioned, the Trump administration is in talks with several quantum computing companies to give the Commerce Department equity stakes in exchange, of course, for federal funding. Each firm could receive a minimum of $10 million in federal funding in return for partial government ownership. This reflects, the new era of economic doctrine emphasizing national interest over free market purity. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the U.S. must be careful not to overreach, his words, clarifying that investments would be limited to strategic industries like AI, chips, and quantum. What do you make of this, Adara?
Yeah, I think it's certainly a pretty interesting look. So all four of the major quantum companies that we look at were mentioned in this report, though. As we just said, they're IONQ, D-Wave, or QBTS, and Rigetti seem to be the three that are in the closest talks here with the government. Now, it is worth noting, Trump is set to make an announcement at 3 p.m. I've seen a little bit of speculation this announcement could be related, but we'll have to wait and see with regards to that. Either way, be very careful with these names today, gapping to the upside, but there could be a little bit of volatility if there is a firm announcement made.
All right, boys, we're up double digits here in the pre. What are your levels?
Yeah, I like Rigetti. I'm looking at Rigetti in particular. You always have to pick. And I feel like if the story is about the entirety of the group, then I just choose to trade Rigetti. If there's specific news on one and not all, then that would be a bit of a different story. We'll look at it, trade either one. But I just like what could be forming. It's still the pre-market. We'll get that out of the way because you had what looks like a potential liquidity grab day under 40, and then you get some positive news, and then the prior day support, which the bottom of this is like 39, so it's a 39 to 40 range that I like on Rigetti. You've seen it fall significantly, like 57 all the way down into the 30s, like yesterday's low. So it's done a hefty pullback. Like we said, you can joke about a lot of things that went into bear territory, but when they go up that fast, they go down as just as fast. I'm looking at this, the prior highs and VWAP, and just looking for continuation longs. If we lose the support just underneath the volume weighted average price, I'm not fighting this. Ultimately, this is just the whole play the momentum because it's a squeezable name and because we've seen these runs, because of the stake before, regardless of what you think about the government taking stakes in companies. I tend to think it's a kind of a weird move, but that doesn't matter. It's given a bump to stocks before, so that's all I'm looking for.
Oh man, I don't think Beyond Meat's going to get me up to $4 again. Okay, so the name that I would choose is IonQ. I mean, you just bounced off the 50-period moving average, so we got down into there. Some of the other names aren't quite there yet, so I feel like this might have already been rinsed, and now it's starting to go back up to the upside. This is up 10% right here today. This has a 17% short float, and they're reporting in 2 weeks. So you got 13 days from now, IonQ is going to give their report, and then we'll see, again, probably not great. If you're an investor, you might not want to see the report, but it's a momentum play, and we saw Intel once they got money from the government. We saw the metal names once they got money from the government. And if this is what's going to happen, there is an announcement at 3 p.m. today. Maybe there is something there. And I could see President Trump getting a little ahead of his skis here and just saying hey, look, quantum computing is going to be a thing. The U.S. government needs to be invested here. And this name shoots up and rockets up. So yeah, I think it's technically better than the rest because we have that out that we've already seen down here. And you might not feel good buying it up 9%, that's for sure, especially when the low yesterday was $53. And now today you may have to pay $63 on this break. But I think it's going to be something that you're going to want to do. We've just seen continued plays here. So if that announcement does come at 3 o'clock, what is that going to do, right? I mean, sure, we can all front run it, and maybe it goes down on that announcement. But at the end of the day, traders are looking to put money into stocks. And this has just fallen like $80 down to 60. Pretty clean move down. I think it can get back up. I'm not really worried about this name until it's 71 or 72. So you got another 15% until you get back to there. So I like the name. I like IonQ, and I think this is a buy. And so let's look at $59. See if it can hold that pre-market base there. So a name that I'm going to look at in the quantum space today is IonQ, and they're all there too. I mean, like Neil said, there's Rigetti, there's QBTS, QUTM. There's a lot of different opportunities here, but I like IonQ up 9%, and I think it works. 17% short, reporting in 2 weeks, and we have that bottom of the 50-period moving average. So you guys let me know, but I like it. The crude is still going higher, and SMCI bouncing off a little bit. I think the low is 47, sorry, right there, bouncing right back to 50. So again, giving a little bit of an update there, but making its way back up. So nice move there, gaining $3 from the bottom now is SMCI. Potentially a name that's getting hit with this might be Dell, but again, so there it goes. So Dell down. Dell's down more than SMCI. Like Dell's down $3. SMCI is only now down, and I know it's percentage-wise, obviously SMCI is going to win, but SMCI is only now down $2. So this is just like a sneeze here for SMCI. So good job anybody that caught that bottom there. All right, oil hitting 62.60 right now and rising on China now getting involved here. They suspend their seaborne Russian oil purchase. So we're going to go find out more about that one, and we go to the desk with Darren Shreve.
Yeah, we're going to get to that one in a sec, Sean, but we just want to go over SMCI numbers over here. Here's the deal, guys. So they're reporting estimated revenue of $5 billion for the period ending on the 30th of September. That is well below the previous range. They were guiding $6 to $7 billion, with the company noting that some revenue is expected in Q1 of 26. So they're pushing that forward. They're also highlighting their recent design wins exceeding $12 billion, with deliveries requested in the second fiscal quarter of 2026. They're reiterating their full year outlook for $33 billion in 2026, citing strong customer demand. But in the short term, there are some headwinds.
Yeah, and I think that the issue is here, because of these design wins, which obviously that's going to be a good look, over $12 billion. That's really apparently why they had to basically have this guidance a little bit lower, because they're going to, hopefully, I would guess, have better earnings there for Q2, because these wins in the design space are actually shifting these orders over by a quarter. So that could be a bit of an optimistic look on that. We also have November 4th slated as the day for their earnings call. So we have earnings for SMCI in about 2 weeks now, guys.
All right, let's cover oil. It's moving aggressively here in the pre-market as President Donald Trump sanctioned Russia's top oil firms, Rosneft and Lukoil, marking a sharp U-turn after recently signaling, of course, plans with a peace summit with President Putin. We're, I think, up more than 5% here. The move targets over 5% of global oil output, which sent prices higher. Of course, that is Russia's contribution. Trump said he canceled a planned Budapest summit, claiming talks with Putin we're getting to the place we have to get, his words. Analysts see this as Trump's most severe measure yet to pressure Moscow to make peace. And we know Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said sanctions aim to cripple Russia's war funding with potential for further action needed. Here's the deal, though. U.S. allies are being urged to join the restrictions. We know Germany has basically held out for years now. We've seen former President Biden refuse to take this step, being taken now by President Trump.
And we're also hearing reports even that Chinese state oil majors are suspending their seaborne Russian oil purchases due to concerns about these Western sanctions. Now, I want to talk about a name outside of oil plays that you guys can look at here, and it's going to be potash. We had NTR and MOS. They both moved yesterday when this was initially reported.
All right, guys, oil in focus. What's your move?
Well, I can tell you, like, first of all, like the thing is, there might even be a second battle when it comes to stockpiling. Like China has significantly larger oil reserves. They've been stockpiling for the last few months in anticipation of this. Right, the U.S. is like at 800. And I think they're at 1.3, so 50% larger reserves in China than in the U.S. So if we're finally on the right end of, and really oil has been, energy price, it's stunk. Realistically, it's been in a downward trend, and it looks like it's breaking out that trend. So I think some of these might become more tradable. One of them that I'm looking at least in particular, because it's held to 50 in the 2, is like XOM trying to break out here. But I think this is more of a let it settle for this day. You're right back into a resistance spot. So like let it either settle down, buy dip, or wait for it to make more of a significant breakout. It's the 120 level that looks excitable for me here. But there's one thing I wanted to quickly show you guys, and it's not that being like an impromptu shout out to eSignal or anybody that looks at like shorter time frame charts. Have a look. This is a 5-second chart of SMCI. And if you look at that bottom at 47, on a 5-second chart, this actually shows you, and this is why I've started pulling this kind of a chart up for like IPOs at the open, where you know it's just going to be absolute chaos. And I think also after like news, like right when news hits, when you know things are going nuts, having a really short duration time frame chart, if you're looking for scalp trading, can be advantageous. I just happened to see this and it's like, oh, you probably could have taken a little something off the 5-second chart, off that 47 level, that makes it a little bit more, you just get a little more conviction on price.
Yeah, I was just thinking SMCI too. I was going to talk about the bounce back up. So you can look at a name like Valero. I mean, Adara dropped some names as well, but that continues to go higher here. So I think, you know, these sanctions are going to be for real, and they're probably going to last a little while. I don't think Russia's backing away from Ukraine or anything like that. And if they do, then it's going to come back down, and hopefully you can get out of it when that winds up happening. But I still like Valero. They're bouncing beautifully off that 50-period moving average, and now you get some reason to like this. I think it's a 4 or 5% dividend. It's a name that I used to own. I like Valero, and I think it's definitely a buy. But CL, I mean, this is if you're looking to get some more. We talked about this already with crude, as it's really starting to get higher now, 62, 62.20. This is probably a good breakout again. Like down into the 50s was low. We talked about that. I was actually talking about it the other day. I was like, wow, prices at the pump are pretty cheap. And now they're going to be a little bit more expensive as we continue to climb here right now to oil, but back up to the 200-period moving average. I think it breaks higher. I think you want to get long energy right now. It's there's not too many spaces right here that sectors that there's a lot of excitement around. Obviously, quantum's come down, nuclear's come down. So now let's go into another play that might, you know, help global recovery too. I mean, all these stock markets, most of them are tipping down just a little bit now. Maybe oil helps China and helps some of these markets get back to the upside, including in Alibaba. Alibaba has its own news today, but I really like that name. It's too bad it almost got into my 150. I was still bidding 152, hoping to get a magical fill there. That did not happen because it came down to 157 only right there. And then the other name was TCEHY. We're not talking, okay, good, we're not talking about China. But Tencent got into 78, 79. I did not pull the trigger here, although 80 was my look for Tencent, and it's right into here right now. I was just thinking about it. If we're building America again and make America great again and all this kind of stuff, and all we ever talk about is American dominance, especially with the current president, that's what he wants to do. It makes sense to me. Maybe it's not right to get into China. So I'm gonna hold off on that theory now. If we can get Alibaba, maybe a little bit different, but Tencent is right here right now. I'm probably gonna look back in a month or two and say that was a good buy, but hey, even if it gets back up to the top, it's 10%. So I'll feel fine if I miss that. So let's just wait. I still like Baba and Tencent down here. I just a little iffy on the China talk right now. So Beyond Meat approaching $3 again. All right, IBM beats. So let's go find out why and how.
Yeah, they beat Katina, and they beat estimates, and they lifted their 2025 guidance, but the shares dropped anyway, and they're close to going SSR if they drop below 10% at the bell. So they reported adjusted EPS of $2.65, topping the estimates of $2.45 on revenue of $16.33 billion ahead of the $16.09 expected by the street. Revenue did drop though 9% year over year, or excuse me, revenue climbed 9% year over year, up from $15 billion, with net income hitting $1.75 billion. That's up from the $330 million loss that they had last year on the quarter. Should mention, though, that included a $2.7 billion one-off charge for pensions, which is a non-recurring item. Let's talk about their segment breakdown here, with software revenue rising 10% year over year, up to $7.25 billion. Consulting revenue 5.33, Adara slightly above the 5.25, and their infrastructure revenue jumping the most here, 17% year over year to $3.6 billion. Robust enterprise demand being credited for that. But we got to look at their AI business, $9.5 billion, up from $7.5 last year.
Yeah, the AI business growth is really impressive, especially with where the market investors are going right now. With the software revenue, despite that 10% year-over-year increase, it was in line with analyst estimates, and this follows the previous quarter where it actually missed analyst estimates despite growing year-over-year. So software revenue is certainly, I think, an area to be aware of here. For IBM, their transaction processing within their software segment also dropped by 1% year over year. Now, the guidance, pretty strong, only slightly higher than previous estimates, but still a good look. Analysts raising their price targets. It's a little hard to find a clear negative in this report because even, again, that software revenue being in line, still up 10% year over year.
All right, boys, 8.5 in the red. What's the move?
There's a saying that, like, it's like sometimes, you know, history doesn't always repeat itself, but it rhymes. But other times, the history just repeats itself. Like, if I read Sharif, and check out Sharif's note every single morning by becoming a member, everybody, and you can get this note every single day. IBM tops Q3 estimates, lists 2025 guidance, but shares drop. Now, if you go back to the prior quarter on July 23rd, not only is that the exact same headline for those earnings, they beat top and bottom, they lifted their guidance, and the stock dropped anyways. Not only that, but it was also at pretty much the exact same price. It was $282 like this is sort of like insane. Like 282 was like pretty much the spot where it was hanging around the last couple of days. That's exactly where it was on the last report. And it proceeded to drop for a couple of days in a row, small bounce, and then trended down. So I don't know, like just kind of expect the same thing to happen. Like let it drop for a couple of days, initial bounce. Kind of feels like either the 252 area or just the 200 period moving average. Look for maybe a little support there, and then the big support's down at the 240 level. So this is exactly what IBM did before. So as someone who owns IBM shares, I'm just going to be patiently waiting to catch a dip, just not necessarily in the first couple of days. Maybe wait it out. I know 240 looks like a really good support level. So it's not always about, oh, look at this company beat. Why are they going down? It doesn't matter. The price action has told you this exact same story before, and if you were patient enough to maybe gobble it up when it found some support, then you got a quick little 20% move and a nice upward trend. I think it has the power to do the same thing. Again, I think we already talked about quantum, and these guys are another opportunity to play quantum in a safer way.
Yeah, I was just looking at IonQ, not doing much. Yeah, so we already talked about this sort of in the pre there about an hour, about 45 minutes ago or so. So we'll just refresh. Like I still think 250 has a magnet, so we'll wait to see if it gets into there. I mean, 257 at the 200 period. We want to buy good companies down there. So, you know, obviously it is an AI play and it's a quantum play and it's all that. But at the end of the day, I want to buy strong companies, the strong American name. Want to buy it near lows, and if we can do that, then I think it's worth it. But it's a day 3 play, right? I mean, it's right now, it's day 1. So let this settle down. We did the same thing with Lululemon. We did the same thing with Marvell. We're able to get names super low and watch them pop. So maybe we could do that. I mean, Marvell went to $98, $95, $97, and we picked them up at 60 and change off their off their miss, right? So Marvell's coming back down. That was another good sell that we made a week ago today. We sold a lot of things a week ago today. And Marvell was one of those names as well. We got it in here, like 88, 89. But I tweeted it all out. We can go back and look at that. But, you know, there's Marvell. Whoops, they missed, you know, and then we waited, was pretty much price agnostic. I didn't really care what price we wound up getting after the third day because I knew it was in a level that I liked. We had bought it, then whoops, right there back up to the upside. So, you know, names that go up can easily come back in, and Marvell's doing that as well. I'm not looking to pick up more of this, but this is also at an interesting spot if you're not in yet, as we're going to get some sort of a death cross happening right here. But $78, $77 for Marvell might be a decent pickup. I'm not selling any more of this. I've already sold it at the top there. If it comes back in, this is how you generate wealth and build up your portfolios. You sell things higher and buy them lower. It's that simple, you know. I mean, that's if you're trading, that's what you're doing. And this is in my long-term account. It's just when things get frothy, we get out. This shouldn't have gone from $60 to $95 like that in 2 weeks, but it did, and we took advantage a little bit of that. You never sell enough, but you got to sell something. And now we look to, like I said, I got some orders in to put some more money into work here. So if I can dump my Marvell 89s right there, take 10% off of that stock, put that into IBM. So I sell Marvell near the highs, buy IBM near the lows. For me, that works. I just got to make sure I figure that out, how to do that on day trading here. So, all right, 927 I thought that said BTC, but BYND. It's on the note one more time here today. Let's go find out what they think, and then I'll tell you what I think.
Yeah, there's really not much to say, Sean. I mean, there's really no fundamentals here. I'll give you a little bit of a history on the company. Once valued at $14 billion, it's had years of declines, down from the peak price, guys, of almost $240 a share. The company's core issue really does remain weak demand for expensive plant-based meat amid inflation, of course, and consumer health shifts. They've never actually posted an annual profit in their history, and sales have been declining year over year, essentially since 2022. Now, here's the important part for trading: the short interest and the change thereof. So have a look over here at the August 2025 short interest. Was about 37% of the float, accounting for about 27.3 million shares. That increased in September from 37 to 42%, accounting for 31.1 million. And then the eye-watering percentage right now between 63 to 82% short, accounting for almost, Adara, 40 million shares board chart.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty significant here. Now, a lot of these names, we even had this yesterday with Krispy Kreme or DNUT, they'll have a pre-market release of some kind of news. Beyond Meat here this morning around 9:05 a.m. or actually 9:15 a.m. announcing that their Beyond Burger and Beyond Beef are now available at Erewhon, which is a grocery chain. So interesting look there for BYND. But as Sharif mentioned, this is going to be all about the short float and the retail interest. Yesterday's move, certainly pretty parabolic. We know one person who was short this, according to his X account, is Pharma Bro Martin Shkreli.
All right, boys, what is the move? BYND, Katina, man, you said you had some levels.
You showed it?
Yeah, yesterday. So yesterday, this is the only, we went 4-1 yesterday. So it was a great day, obviously, and our only red stock was Beyond Meat. And we had tried that yesterday in here at 7, thinking that it was going to break higher. We were able to get out of it. Obi had the short, to his own admittance there. Didn't hold it enough, obviously. But I'm looking at 4, Sharif. So I think if we can get back up into yesterday's sort of top area there in the afternoon, I'm going to be short. So short Beyond Meat around $4. Long Ion Q on a breakthrough 62 is what I'm going to look at. I think that's probably the first name that triggers for me. And then we also have TQQs looking to get filled as well. Right now, I like the short here, but maybe not anymore. We're above the 200 period moving average. We might have to wait for 105, 106 as the future is starting to get back up. So, yeah. I don't know, only 20 seconds left.
QBTS is a 1.3 million buy imbalance. It's the only significant buy imbalance that I see up here. So just watch out for that. Quantum space going to be in play. I kind of like we'll talk about it at the open here, but we got the opening bell, second last one of the week, brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. Check them out as we get this Thursday started. I'll give an earlier shot on Beyond Meat to about 360 to 365. That's the only thing I'm different. I like 4, but like 350 to 365, also a level. Tesla already?
Yeah, I got short already here.
No, Tesla broke 420. No, down,
Tesla.
down, not up. Yeah, down, sir.
There it is right there, man. We hit the runners right there. We have Intel, 3675. We just made a little bit of a trade there on INTC. I was like, what? That popped in already? So right there, back in. I just pushed bid, enter, got that fill. So we're short the TQs right here. I'm going to try to give this to basically 104.70s. I feel like that's a reasonable spot. We'll average in up here near 65 or, yeah, maybe near 60s. And then we'll see if it wants to go. We had a great, huge monster yesterday on that trade for the TQQs. So let's see if we could do it again. Looking at 37 for an out on Intel, Ion Q just hovering around. So it's 2 positions for me, man. We've got the future short, which is a freaking monster yesterday. That was easily, well, Google was my number 1, but that was good. And then we'll see if Intel can go upside. If it does, it does, man. I mean, what are we supposed to do? There it goes. Nice downside play here for TQQ. So we're already in this. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely great. Look, actually, we didn't mention AMD. I like AMD to the short side today, continuation from yesterday, but it is going to be at the 232 to 233 area if it does try to get up there. Tesla, forget about the bounce higher to short 430. That just broke 420 and continues to cascade to the downside. The quantum names are also giving back pretty heavily, and as mentioned, Beyond Meat is not bouncing. Beyond Meat tried to get through $3 and now already heading to the downside. I want to be short this name.
Oh boy.
But if it's going to be the $3 level, that was the breakout price on Tuesday afternoon, I believe.
All right, so far so good here. The futures did make a move down. We did cover some at VWAP there. Pretty typical plays for me right now. Let's just wait. I mean, I told you we're going to wait for 104.80 to break. So just early days right now. We've got Intel short. We've got TQQs short. We've got Tesla on our mind. Let's have a quick look. There's 418. What I said 410 maybe might be a spot, so that's the sort of that breaking level there. TQ starting to head up. The market's trying to bounce here higher, so that's good. Now the Nasdaq's about to go green there. And a quick check. We got to go to there in a second. Quick check on Ion Q. So as Neil had said, downside. I'm actually going to cancel now that 62 break. It just didn't happen. So Ion Q downside, and there we go. Now we're loaded up on the TQQs. What's up, Adara?
Be aware here. I just have the market up here, but you can keep an eye maybe on Meta or Snapchat. I'm seeing a report here from The Information suggesting that TikTok is implementing leadership changes. Now, it's unclear if this is going to be the new U.S. entity or ByteDance own TikTok. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way, some TikTok news potentially on watch here, guys. See you.
All right.
TikTok news. That's been
a while.
I feel like it's literally been a while for that name. Now, we don't really care too much about TikTok, lately, it seems. All right, here Tesla might be making a bit of a bottoming tail here. Let's see what happens at that 420 level. I don't make it up. 420 just seems to be some kind of a level for Tesla every single day. And if it can, I like liquidity grabs like this generally for long, but my thought is short Tesla today. So the first look is going to be if I can get a short off of this. The other thing I'm watching closely is the $3 level on Beyond Meat. So I'm just going to go over to BYND. I'm trying to pick something up right in front and then just give it to the local high because it has a bit of a topping tail candle through the pre-market high on Beyond Meat. Tons of volume on this stock, by the way. So worth a watch. I think this is going to be worth multiple shots here today. It's already done 100 million. You're going to get, again, hundreds of millions in volume. There is a small cap penny stock I wanted to get to at some point today, but that'll be after the open. There's a reverse split happening, and that stock's going to do hundreds of millions. YYAI.
Yeah.
But I want that to settle.
They did it yesterday. No, they did 2 billion shares yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like so you're right. That stock is in play, but I'm kind of waiting for the opening range to set on it.
That's funny about that NBA probe. These guys faking injuries, Rozier, Billups, all that stuff. Crazy right now.
But are you surprised?
Yeah. I mean, these guys make millions and hundreds of millions of dollars.
I wouldn't do it, but I can't say that I'm surprised.
Okay, yeah, surprised. Yeah, I mean, we had Ohtani gambling. We had Pete Rose. I mean, it's in the history of sports.
Two guys on Cleveland. They're like
never
literally
stops.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Nothing to trade on that news, unless you want to maybe trade DraftKings or something and bet how long they're going to be in prison. Okay, yeah, Raptors put up 138 points yesterday. I think record forever for.
It is a record. It was opening day.
Yeah, exactly. And Darko was going.
I actually think they're going to be better than we thought.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they have a decent
healthy
team. RJ looks pretty good there. Scotty Barnes. Then we got Brendan Ingram as well. So I should have worn my Raptors hat maybe. Okay, but we'll wear Blue Jays anyways, right? Neil, you're supposed to wear Blue Jays every week. What are you wearing Blue Jays today?
Yeah, I forgot this morning.
Okay, no problem.
At least I have the towel. Trust me, I'll be in Jay's gear tomorrow because we're going to the game.
Many wouldn't, but I do. No, just playing around. Of course we do. Okay, so right here, we are ready to go. We've got TQs, man. I mean, we are still short this name. Let's see, we've just covered a little bit. We're trying to do it again with this name, but yesterday we had a crazy short in the TQs, like right up here. And we covered it down into here for like $1.50, $2, and then it like tanked. Now, I don't think the market's necessarily set up to do anything like that today, but I didn't think that yesterday either. So we'll wait to see if it does make some moves lower. And my next bid on this thing, I don't actually even have one right now, but I think view up isn't horrible if we can get into the 20s there, or we get taken out, right? And here it comes in. So if we get blown out the top here, we'll give back what we made, and we'll turn ourselves slightly red on this name. But 104.80 is the top look for me right here on the market. Like, you can trade it, but don't hold it. Like, if news comes out or something happens, we can really rip upside right now. Just looking over our watch list here. Today, number-wise,
very quickly,
nothing.
Speaking of rip, anything that's a short flow as big as Beyond Meat can also do the same. I got the short underneath 3. I got 92s. I was trying to get 95s. I got 92s. Got filled in the low 80s, and then got a 77 print. Or sorry, a 76 print, and then immediately after it printed off the 3/4 level, we're right back up to 3. So I'm tightening the stop to 3. I don't want this going. If all it can do is go from 3 to the pre-market low, we have to remember I liked it a little bit better if we were playing off of a squeeze up and then a bit of a fade. So scalp trade so far on Beyond Meat, and we'll see if this one can hold that $3. But if it takes it out, I'm jumping out of the last bit of this trade and then looking for a place to re-enter. AMD is... It's starting to get up there. Like, it's not there yet, but AMD just broke 230, heading to 231. I'm looking to short it off of this prior high. It's not yesterday's high, but it would be the 11 o'clock bounce when the market bounced. It got up to about 233. That's what I'm waiting for the fade on AMD. Adara, news?
Yep. Keep an eye here on Boeing. BA getting a little bit of a pop, as you can see, a bit of volume coming in for BA as well. I'm seeing, according to an official publication, China's civil aviation regulator, or the leader of that regulator, has met with Airbus CEO in Beijing. So keep an eye here. Again, an official publication saying that China's civil aviation regulator leader has met here with Airbus CEO in Beijing. Now, Boeing actually moving higher on this. Either way, keep an eye on BA. Back to you.
Stock still hasn't broken 218. What the hell's wrong with
some of these stocks are still in the zone
it's like,
here.
There's a lot of selling up here on Boeing. It's like it just keeps on getting into this without actually breaking. So I said I would get out of. I mean, that maybe that Boeing is almost like a breakout today, to be honest with you. but I said I would get out, move the stop right to 3. That's why you do it, right? So like, make sure you don't give it all back. I like Beyond Meat 350 to 360 as a previous resistance spot as well, like a first shot or a second shot here because I try it off the pre-market high, and then we'll give it a second shot if we get another 15% higher, and then the $4 level is going to look there as well. AMD doesn't seem to want to get there, and now that we've settled down a little bit, 2 things. Rigetti is trying to hold on to 39, so it's a bit of a wide range, but like, I just want to see if it holds this level here. Like, it's a bit of a wipeout yesterday, and then hold this area, close above on a 15-minute basis, and then look for the long. And then it was YYAI. That's the stock. YYAI, and did tons of volume yesterday, and then announced I think it's a 1-to-50 reverse split. I'd have to double check, but they announced they're going to do a reverse split to regain compliance.
Yeah.
Probably 50 because they want to make sure they're good to go. But yeah, it's done 350 million shares worth of volume already. All I'm looking for is when I saw this yesterday, I'm like, well, if it respects the volume weighted average price in either direction, I just think it's playable as a trade based on volume alone. So I will have this one up on the side burner. Not usually the kind of thing that we would talk too much about on a normal day. Although we will always talk about something like Tesla, which is still trying to get back to 420. It's not there yet, but it's at 420 level that I'm eyeballing. If it rejects, I look short. Kind of hesitant to go long on Tesla today.
413.
But yeah, it's coming into that 420 level pretty quickly.
Okay, so, we thankfully got stopped out where we said we would on the TQQ. So we'll slap a fail on that initial try right there. We won't lose. Well, we'll lose. We'll lose about like a third or so or maybe a little bit more, 40% or so of what we wound up doing yesterday. But actually, that's on that take, but we actually made money there, so not that bad. I got to watch what I'm saying. And then right here, too, Intel. It was a short that we liked, and I'm in it again right now. I don't, Mobileye, well, that was kind of the story. They are reporting tonight. So I was just sort of thinking about Intel. It's like, it didn't go up because of anything good that they're doing, right? It went up because you had investments in the name, right? Trump wanted to get this thing boosted up there, made a deal there with NVIDIA. They also put some money into this. And I think that tonight when they show their earnings, you may think it deserves to be down here, but I don't know. Maybe Intel is doing something good, and I could be wrong. So if this breaks through 30, there we go. We just take another short right there, and that's it. We're now done. If this breaks $38, which it looks like it's trying to 37, sorry, that looks like it's trying to do right now, then we'll go for 2 to start with, trying to short this market. And I mean, I said I was short bias today. And yeah, not paying off right now. We were also under 25,000, which I didn't even really discuss with everybody, but that was sort of where we started the short, up into VWAP, and then got out when VWAP wound up breaking. So that was an issue there, right? And so, all right, I'm gonna give Intel, I'm not really giving it that much room through $38. Like, I think my stop is actually at 37. It's actually at 37.01. So if we do break higher, I'm just going to stop out of this. I'm not going to try to get too cute with it. I'm not going to revenge trade this thing, get angry, and get back in if it breaks. If it breaks higher, we're wrong, and it goes. I don't know. We're not really looking at too much quantum here yet.
On that stock?
But locates on SMCI, yeah.
No. YYAI.
Oh, probably. I mean, it's just
a penny stock.
Little baby stock there.
It does a billion shares. There should be locates on it.
IonQ just got back up into VWAP again, like $60, and that was a decent short. So maybe we watch out for this and see if this wants to retrace just a little bit. The market is so hot though right now. Let's see what Google's doing. And this is despite Tesla, despite Google's doing really nothing right now. Just that's not a chart.
Tesla's bouncing pretty nicely.
Tesla, okay, so maybe that's helping with this market.
Outside of just paying for these silly locates.
Okay, so we can quickly look at Tesla.
I was going to mention SMCI. Remember, if you're just tuning in now, SMCI didn't report earnings. What they did is they gave an update on their guidance, and their revenue guidance came in at $5 billion when the expectation was $6 to $7 billion. So they guided significantly lower, obviously putting them in play. The level I was interested in was to let it settle down, because obviously it goes nuts on that report, and see what happens at the $50 level at the open. So far, I mean, so good, I guess, because it's holding the top end. But I'm looking for this one to the south side. We had to pay for the ability to short SMCI here at Real Trading, but it was very, very cheap. So that one's on the radar. I just got locates on YYAI. It's starting to respect VWAP to the downside. So on YYAI, I actually don't even know the name of the company.
I saw you, AWA.
Okay.
AirWA? Something like
AirWA.
that. Yeah, me and...
It's going to do a boatload of shit.
One guess where it's located.
China.
No, wrong. Delaware. I mean,
Oh, come on.
The only reason,
you set me up.
yes, I did.
That wouldn't.
Because yesterday, Obi and I were both like, this has to be Chinese, and then we looked it up, and it was Delaware.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Yeah, so gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well
right
played,
now,
well played.
look at Tesla, man. Tesla just
I probably
bounces
would've bet
completely off the 50-period moving average. So, like, that was a good look. So shout out to anybody that had a look there. As we had talked about that right there. So that's a nice little move to the downside right there for that. I wanted to actually look at SoFi. Up to 27.70 right now, so that's starting to go a little bit higher now as well. That's a good little look there, as not all stock are heading to the downside. Like the market just did. It's a nice look at SoFi getting going one more time. Does that mean that Robinhood is also flying to the upside right now? The NASDAQ just went green. No, Robinhood's not. The NASDAQ just went green and the ES been green. So that's nice right now. Both up 0.2 as the market just takes out highs again right there. So we got into flat and actually got in the money a little bit there on, on Intel. But I didn't have a bid. So now I'm going to put a bid there. I'm bidding 73s. It just stopped at 75, which is, we're short at 78. I don't want to take 5 cents on this, but I'll take out 5% if it does make that move one more time, because the market right now, just a little tipsy-turvy. AMD, I like that short around 230. It's now through 231. So, I don't know. Right now, just
even
didn't have bias
is
long.
bouncing too. Like I didn't have bias long, so I'm not really long anything. And SMCI does not break down under 50, so there's going to be no trade there, at least for now on SMCI. I wonder if this is just, oh my goodness, what would this do to shorts if it actually squeezes through 53? Because a lot of people would have, I mean myself included, would have thought, like, how can this stock possibly go green after that guidance? So we'll see what happens there. I am in that YYAI, but it didn't quite get all the way to the volume-weighted average price. So I have orders going into VWAP to then just give it to this prior wick high. Actually just realized it's just a slight adjustment. The annoying thing about penny stocks is, like it's the extra decimal places that you have to make sure you deal with here. So it's more like 12 1/3 to 12 1/2. That is the bottom side. But this market is incredibly strong. And AMD, Sean, like, thank you.
Thank you, Sharif, for that.
You can't say, if you say anything, Sharif, trust me, Sharif's got, like, you say AMD, he's like, AMD, China. AMD is starting to scream back into that resistance spot. This is the area that I was waiting for the fade. But it's not there yet, so I guess I have to be a little bit patient with it. And one name that we did not mention this morning that just broke back through 220, and I just saw, at least I heard somebody mention just now, Amazon. Amazon could, I want to stress the could try to fill in the rest of this gap if it can break to 223 today. I like Amazon long off of the 200-period moving average, which is way down here, but this is a stock that, if it gets through 223, it's got some juice to it. So I'm only in, oddly enough, this penny stock and looking for AMD to get to 233 to fade, looking for, I just typed open when I meant to go to Beyond Meat, looking for Beyond Meat to get to about 350 to 360 to try a fade, and then YYAI. And it's weird, I just accidentally looked at Open Door and it's actually having a strong.
Yeah, 350. Yeah, that's a good level there for Beyond Meat. Okay, yeah, Open Door. I mean, it's funny you were talking about that because I was just going to look at Open Door as well. I mean, Open Door right there, nice rip, man, up 5% right now and starting to go. I mean, Open Door was actually pretty good yesterday, considering that we did get a wash in Beyond Meat. We can look at Donut, Krispy Kreme again. Maybe that's doing something. We had a good trade on Donut yesterday at $4. But yeah, Open Door. I mean, we had kept talking about 7. Okay. Here we go. Let's go, Intel. We got our 73s there as well. So here comes Intel. We're obviously in the money on this one now, but we got to wait for just a couple seconds here to see how low it wants to go. I'm going to bid another. Okay, we get that? Not get 75. I made the 75 level there. Oh no, that sucks. Okay, I just made 75 and. Look, I didn't put a big amount of shares there. I don't think I stopped the move, but that kind of sucked. Tried to cover some there down in the 75 area because I want to take advantage of that little dip down. The market's not necessarily going down here, so that's another look there. But I did want to look at DNUT until Intel started to go. Okay, so still $4. So that was a good little level there yesterday. I think this was the bottom yesterday because it did break 4 on DNUT. Okay, yeah, but it got to 388, and that's basically today's low, 375. So nice move there. We'll see. If you want to go short DNUT, I think it's a valid take if it does break this 375 area. Obviously, you're going to run into a little bit of problems there, but if the market wants to bring this thing down, it's not going to have a problem. Then you can use $4
What was the news on that
as your stop. Nothing. Yeah, just the
sympathy
name.
to Beyond Meat, maybe?
Yeah, the name of DNUT there, and it was 28 or 29% short float. But it's Open Door that's running there today, so that's really nice. IonQ up 5% is Open Door. IonQ not doing as much as I thought. We could check the other ones, QBTS as well for this. Nothing going on there. We did hear something about nanonuclear earlier on today, but I'll just check in on SMR. SMR is a name that I'm thinking about buying again, but a little bit lower is where I would like it. Let's see maybe what happens on their earnings play. And then a quick check. We will do a market recap in a little bit, but JP Morgan right now in the banks still trying to hold a little bit higher. I want to check on these guys because we saw SoFi making a move higher as well there. Then I was just looking at Bitcoin, like IBIT, that's nice. Look, I bought 108, so we did it live on the show again. Sold some Oracle that day, sold some Marvell, sold some AMD, bought Bitcoin. At least Bitcoin's holding up a little bit. And it's nice, man, up 1.58%.
Yeah, I got it.
So good move for Bitcoin today. Tonight's earnings reports, I think, is Ford.
Intel and Ford.
Yeah, oops, that's Ford in Canada.
The two best companies in the...
Yeah, the two best companies.
I can't even finish
but Ford is okay, actually. Ford has been okay. There's been nothing wrong with that over the last little while, right? So Ford's been doing nice. Gets that GM bump. So the GM bump is what's helping Ford, and we'll see if they can get a bump for themselves later tonight.
Speaking about getting a bump, there's a bump in opportunity for sophisticated traders in Canada, and that's because Beta Pro by Globex Canada, the largest provider of leverage inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. In Better, they're offering a special fee rebate where they're dropping management fees to just 65 basis points till end of the year, December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for purer performance and exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. And while you're doing that, keep an eye on the screen. And remember to do what I'm about to tell you when you're typing in those symbols. And great job, everybody, of doing this today, because I don't think I've seen many people fail to use the $sign. If you are in the chat, then when you're typing a symbol that you want us to look at or that's fun to you or that's interesting to you, go $sign and then whatever that symbol is. So like maybe $sign SMCI, which I'm going to throw in there. And if you're not in the chat, jump in the chat right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. Ask questions, join the discussion. Talk about the Open Army or Beyond Meat.
What do you feel about Apple?
Open up 5%. Absolutely flying. So we'll check back in on that a little bit later. Oh, there goes Beyond Meat. It didn't
really?
quite. It didn't. No, not down. It didn't get up to this. That kind of resistance spot I was looking 50 to 66, but it's now back underneath the volume weighted average price. I might just try the 3 again if we don't get anything else. I am in that YYAI, but I did want to. I can't show you that Open Door is the big one that everyone's interested in the chat and not point out that Open Door might just be breaking this downtrend. $7 a key price. Like 7 has been a prior support level, and all it did is liquidity grab underneath and try to break it out. It's a good, I love the setup of liquidity grabs underneath specific price and then regain. So while everyone's looking at Beyond Meat, it might just be the Open Army that's deciding that they're going to get the big win here today. So I have scalped some of this. You know what? I'm not going to bother with the name of the company. I'll just YYAI. I was going to try and say the name of the company, but it doesn't really matter. It's going like 11 to 11.5 down to 10 with a low at 9. So I'm just going to try and get fills above 11 instead of at 11 because that's the volume weighted average price at 11.5 cents. I'm just looking to short underneath VWAP, kind of give it to the local high, and then try to sit in this one for the majority of the day, as long as it holds that pattern. But this market, Sean, it's looking pretty strong. Like I went back over to AMD because as the NASDAQ is breaking out overnight highs, potentially getting into where things sold off at the open yesterday, like that would be the price, call it 25.2 and change on the NASDAQ, where okay, start looking for the curl. And the stock that I wanted was Advanced Micro Devices. So this is the one. It's pretty much effectively at that 233 now. I mean, not exactly, but it's effectively at the 233 now. So I'm looking for this trend break to jump in for the first time.
All right, one more move down. We're going to get another 76 here on, look, man, it's only 10 cents, but we've been shorting, and I want to be able to, there we go. Oh, we just missed a 76 there. We are bidding 76s, of course, but we're on ARCA, so let's see if it runs right through us. Maybe I should have been on something that actually pays, what I have to pay for. I would have got the fill down there, but that's okay. Intel's still trying to make moves lower, so we'll see. We only had 2 shorts written down on our system today, and it was the TQs, and that was a loss, so there that goes to the downside, to the upside, sorry, as we were downside on that, and we got in and out of that one real quick, man. I thought we were doing it again on the TQs with the flush there, but then we got away from it, and I'm like really, the way I've sort of changed how I trade now is like, it's much less stress, and like we just make the calls, and if we're wrong, we get out and we don't worry about it, and we just move off of it, right? And so like Intel, we're still trying to harvest this trade. And again, I take this serious with you guys. I mean, I see all the time, some of you want these little bit, trades that can actually last more than a couple seconds, but obviously Neil and I have our outs, and if they get triggered, like if this rips through 37 now, I'm stopping out. And then if it tanks the rest of the day, like that's the trader's dilemma, is you got to have your stops in there, you just got to pick them. I'm using a little bit wider stops because, again, the volatility in the market is obviously at the highest spot it's been in a long time. So VIX was up 17 or 18% yesterday.
I was going to say, speaking of.
Right away there. Sharif was yelling at Apple because I guess he wasn't doing anything. Right there, 258 and change. Yeah, like a lot of these mag names right now.
See, that's weird because with all the strength that we're seeing.
That's what I mean. So like, I mean, Apple's still up. It's fine. And I think Google was another name.
Bouncing nicely.
Yeah. Oh, Google actually wound up going up there. I didn't have a play on Google today, but this was my #1 P&L name yesterday. Was Google, but we'll have to look to see if it does anything here today. Just kind of bouncing around. I really love this top break right there, 250, 750. Like we're not going to get to that today, but I really think this is a super strong name. I don't have to think that, I can see that. So I really like Google, like as opposed like Google's at the highs and Amazon right there. Now it's back to 220. Okay, so that was at 218 today. That would have been good. I was going to say like Google at the highs, Amazon nowhere near it. So I did want to pick up some Amazon if we got even lower than where we are right now. But okay, so here goes Intel. So the market's going higher. So some of those covers were good. And I just said like, hey, if it rips up here and we get stopped out, we get stopped out. But we're doing a good job of sort of getting in and out of this name. So it'll be a hit, but it will be a small one at this point for Intel. So let's just see, not really gonna average into it. If it does go up, we've already averaged in a couple times. I mean, I could put on a little bit of a position right here at 96. Oh, well, there it goes, it just ripped through me. So we'll put on another little small spot. Why? Because it's a 5-cent stop. If this breaks 38, we're out. So 5-cent stop, even if you have 1,000, even if I just put 1,000 shares on there, it's be $50. Like this is a completely fine risk to reward, but it's going to rip through it.
Oh, this market's not fair.
The market is just rip city.
Like, so last time IBM gave you a great buying opportunity, like if you just waited for weeks after earnings, not today. Today they're like, nah, just whatever. They'll just start buying it up at the open. It was so different at the same price. Like it fell down like $50, man. And then you were able to get like 240s on a dip, or if you were early, like 250s, it didn't matter. IBM, it's not going green, but it's certainly filled in a good portion of the gap back into support. So remember, they beat top and bottom and raised their guidance. It was a good report from IBM. It's just, they went to the downside because sometimes that's what stocks do when they're priced well and maybe they're not considered the most exciting names out there. Tesla didn't have a perfect report. They did miss, they beat on revenue and then missed on EPS. But it is trending back to the upside. What it hasn't done, like a lot of other things, is break out the top just yet. So I'm still waiting for 230. That was going to be the go zone. But I'd be inclined, if we fail to 425, to also look for a trend break there. At this point, without having, because I didn't have like long ideas that I was a fan of, I guess have to wait for like a trend break down on something like a Tesla that I was thinking short, or on an AMD that I was thinking short. I've got to hit save on this line. Because right now the trend is just straight to the upside. So it's requiring patience as we go back into resistance. Like it's just allow it to go. I'm not going to chase so long. I got to wait for my shot to try the short. And the other name that came in late was that updated guidance on SMCI. So SMCI ends up holding the 50 level, but just like the other two names I mentioned, Tesla and AMD, I just want to see it break trend. This can actually break trend, okay, right about here. We had free locates on SMCI, by the way. So when people, a lot of times they're like, well, how do you go short on that stock? It's possible your broker might be charging you or not available to short SMCI. Here at Real Trading, if it's not free to short, which is 99 point whatever % of all stocks in the US market, then sometimes we can pay a very small amount. Probably, I think this was like less than 1 cent per share.
Yeah, no, they're not.
I didn't even, it was small enough that I didn't bother to check.
Oracle is really starting to go here. So Oracle, I mean, 270 bottom up to 278. So that got going with the market here a little bit as well. So probably, you know, hitting, come on, throat. Probably hitting some resistance up there in and around that 280 marker. So we'll see what happens here with Oracle. Nice move up, man. I mean, you can't, honestly, like it's easy to get more short into Oracle, but I don't want to do that. No, I was saying you could get short.
Sell more.
No, I'm not talking, I'm long term, I'm long, but I just mean like right into here. I just wonder if this 280, that's what I was going to say. It's like it's at a key level. We're not quite there yet, but I was going to say if you're going to get short Oracle, you got to watch out for that 280 level.
I thought you were so long term.
Yeah. No. I sold. I was lucky enough to get out of Oracle.
I know that's yeah.
Yeah, and so lucky to get out of it. But maybe it's time to buy this back. That's kind of what I've been saying. Like if we're able to get back into Oracle and into SMR and into Marvell and all that for cheaper prices, fine. But I did want to look at that IBM, and that's obviously not hitting there either. So. Okay, there goes Intel, 37. I don't know why my 01 didn't trigger there. It should have. All right, 3706 then? That's weird. Okay, so we just busted up higher there through $37. We have shares on board here, and it's basically near a spot where we got to tap this thing out. So another breakthrough 37. We're at 37.05 right there for Intel. It's a very strong stock, and there it goes now today, upside. There was really no pullback. We tried this short again right there. So we had short TQQs. There it goes, which was not right, and there goes short Intel, not right either. So okay, 0 for 2 there today, as we said yesterday was a good day. Today we're giving a little bit of that back with our first 2 trades. So let's continue on the look for better opportunities. We got one there on Beyond Meat, but it just didn't. It already broke through those levels, and I wrote down $4, so I thought maybe it was trying to get going there. I still like to short Intel, but again, on earnings, maybe it's a little bit of a problem. We saw, we got to go to Adair in a minute, but we saw Tesla
after the bell
make that move there into yesterday's close and then whoosh to the downside. So sometimes stocks will trade a little differently there. We do have existing home sales. I didn't even see that on our board, but let's go over to Adair and talk about those numbers.
Yeah, I wasn't, I wasn't seeing this one either, but existing home sales does look like it's out. I'm just waiting for this number to populate. 4.06 million, exactly in line here with estimates of 4.06 million. So exactly in line here for existing home sales. One of the biggest stories on watch today for this market, we had quite a few, of course. We'll get into earnings in a second, but oil sanctions here coming from the U.S. Treasury against Russia, so that's leading to some moves in some of these oil names, as well as potash-related names like MOS and NTR. Let's talk here about TSLA, one of the biggest earnings names tonight, IBM, another day one earnings name on watch that reported yesterday after the close. Tesla did miss on EPS, but strong sales, and with Tesla, as always, the call was really in focus. Lots of production and updates in general here scheduled for or by Elon Musk. They're expecting Cybercab production by Q2 26. Airlines here also reported earnings, among them American Airlines with a double beat and stronger than expected guidance. Last but not least, all of these names in this quantum space are pretty strong here. Wall Street Journal reporting that the Trump administration is in talks to take equity stakes in some of these quantum computing firms, including Rigetti, D-Wave, so QBTS, and IONQ. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Silo. At the intersection of science and crypto innovation, Silo Pharma, trading on the NASDAQ as SILO, is rewriting the playbook. Their lead drug, SPC15, is advancing towards FDA submission, a potential first-in-class intranasal treatment for PTSD and anxiety, with data already showing strong safety results. At the same time, Silo is expanding its digital assets model, investing in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, while securing cutting-edge technology designed to strengthen and future-proof its crypto strategy. From lab to ledger, Silo Pharma is where breakthrough science meets blockchain innovation. Learn more at silopharma.com. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And see, not just a fantastic show. Silo is also a company you can take a look at on the NASDAQ. So SMCI, all right, there's my non-saved trend line, which is now saved. Actually, I don't even need it anymore because whatever. It broke the trend. I actually, what was weird is I should have been shorted on this candle, like right in here when it closed, but oddly enough, I thought I had paid for locates, I didn't. And then it took me 2 seconds to go get them again. I want this to hold under VWAP. There's a potential to add to this underneath $50 if it holds under VWAP on that guidance miss, but I just took the trend break short. I actually didn't get, I didn't get everything trying to short under 51. I'm just gonna cancel that order now. So we took some out at the volume weighted average price. I'm not looking to cover at 50. I'm looking for another place to add to this position, whether it's back in front of the 51 on a bounce or underneath 50 as we fade back on in. That YYAI, this thing, so it's like 500 million shares. Announced the reverse split, still trying to get more shares under VWAP and then play it down to the low. If it breaks the bottom, it was at on Tuesday, about 8 cents at the close. So I think that would be the target for me if it gets down to that 8 cent level. So watching that one pretty closely. And then this market rally, still unabated. Like look at the first 2 candles on the NASDAQ, same thing on the ES. Like it's just being bought right back up. You saw Tesla bounce, saw IBM bounce that were down on earnings, and then now we're trending back into the overnight, yesterday's overnight support level in here to 25.2. That's the spot to me to look for some kind of a pullback. Like if I was long, that's where I would be trimming, but I'm not long anything, so I'm looking for the short entry. That trend on AMD that I'm looking to go short on, it's starting, it just triple topped here on a 3-minute, so if it breaks trend, I jump into it, and as always, I just give it to the prior bar high, but it's still trending higher. And as long as that's the case, do not want to fight this. SMCI working, that YYI probably doesn't care what's going on in the market, and still waiting on AMD to give me a sign. The stock is nuts.
I'm trying to wait for some signs too here, man. I mean, I'm just still in the same name again. I'm back into Intel again here. Sorry, off that wicked top. I mean, it's just, we got stopped out there, and I have a water here. I don't know why I'm not.
Wicked frog. I don't know why they call it a frog in the throat.
Because of the ribbit sound, I think it's like a.
Is that like a ribbit?
Well, have you ever heard like a bullfrog? Like, it probably has nothing to do with that. It probably has to do something with frog. I don't know. People. Did you see this? So wasn't there a robbery at the Louvre?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't.
Did you guys talk about that?
No, I didn't even see any highlights. I saw someone tweet something. There's now like a video of these guys. What was it? What's the story there?
Oh, I just know they jacked some jewels worth hundreds of billions or something. Or millions, sorry, but hundreds of, like 100 million or some nonsense. Like there's going to be a really good movie. Like for sure there'll be a really good movie.
How'd that even happen?
Yeah, Jack the Louvre.
I don't know. You'd think that would be a little harder than that, but it's obviously an inside
That's some Ocean's 11 type stuff.
Yeah, it has to be some inside.
You know what I mean? Like, wow.
Napoleon's jewels. Okay,
is that what it was?
Someone in the chat said that. All right. Okay. Intel. Look, we just got a nice move, man. We just got 9. Like it just went back into here into 91, 92. So I do have another bid now at 95. Maybe we can get that fill if it does come back in here. But if the market does give it up, maybe this is time to go short. Now we have our areas there. Yesterday we absolutely cranked lower. Around this time is when we were building our short yesterday on the TQs. We actually had it early. We actually had it a couple times yesterday on the TQs, but this is sort of like, what time is this, 10:30? Well, it's a little bit, but this is right here, 9:57, 10 o'clock, where we sort of started to make those pops, and then the drop came in. So like, I could see, getting short there, holding it, maybe getting stopped out, and looking for that back end. So, that's what happened to the futures there. I'm hoping that something happens like that with Intel, but I don't know. Disney. Oh, let's check out day 2 play Netflix there. I'm a buyer at 1,000, just because of the number there. Nice move down for Netflix, man. Yesterday we called that 115. Like we called this $1,015 at 8:30. And it came right back in. The low was 1,013 or 1,012, 1,112 yesterday for Netflix. And now we're taking that down and now starting to get lower here. Netflix, a little bit of a quadunk move to the downside there. I would think the long is coming soon on this stock. I mean, they did have some tax worries there in Brazil, and that's what their epic loss was based on. They're expecting like they almost lost $1 per share more than they thought. Like they were looking for 650 or something. They got 550.
It was all tax based though.
Yeah, so right into there, man. 111.07 or so is a good level. We already made that in May.
Yes,
maybe there's something there. Okay, finally we're getting a crank now to the downside. So here comes probably IBM. Here comes Intel. We just got our 95 there. We did not get 90s, so we still got 95. So a good little take there from that high. Let's see if Intel continues to work for us.
Oh no, I lost. Shoot, where'd that page? That page where I can show what's in the chat and put up comments. In front. I've lost that page. I got to find it where it's bookmarked. So I'm just gonna do it this way.
Oh, we got a super chat.
I wanted to, but I'll do it this way. And just go to the chat here. We had a super chat here from Trader Gibby. Worked 46 days in a row, 3 for. Awesome.
Yeah, man.
First of all, shout out to working hard. 3 for 3 on Boeing, Nike, and DraftKings. Taking my daughter to SeaWorld today. Thank you for everything. Hope you have a good day. Best show, hands down. Sean is a sniper with entries, exits. So thank you so much to Trader Gibby. We also had a couple of comments I wanted to. There we go. Beyond is breaking VWAP. And Go Bills, I promise we'll talk about, I almost said Go EV, GE Vernova a little bit later, because I do have some thoughts on that one. I was looking back and I did not, I'm stink bidding the stock and was kind of mad that I didn't get filled yesterday because I was just a little bit too low and it was a bit of a miss. And if I'd been following the market, I was at an appointment and then I saw after the fact, I'm like, oh man, I just missed the dip buy on it. Anyways, we'll get to it in a bit. AMD did break that trend line. Someone asked me in the chat, what time frame am I looking at for the trend break? I use a 3-minute chart. My intraday chart's a 3-minute, and then I have a 15-minute up, and I look at a daily chart. Sometimes when we're talking about higher time frame stuff, I'll look at like a weekly or a monthly, but 3, 15, and then daily. So there's the trend break. It went down to the prior support at 33.25, took a fill there, looking for about 232 in here as I'll zoom this out a little bit further. Probably might even wait for the volume weighted average price. So AMD starting to reverse finally. SMCI continues its move to the downside. So that also broke trend, broke the 50 level, no consolidation under VWAP. This bottomed pretty nicely at 47, but if the bulk of these, like the bulk of that support was closer to like 48.25, like in here. Like if you have wicks down there, but there was a lot more support above 48 and then just bottoming tails. So I'd look at 48 as more of a target here on SMCI.
What up, Randy? How's your day going? Yeah, you can say less. Yeah, here's Tesla.
Always coffee time.
Here's Tesla right now. It's up to you. Yeah, I mean, I could take one, but yeah, Tesla right now. I was going to talk about Tesla and Randy left, but that's okay. Flat right here on the open. They did a flush. Now the buyers are trying to come back in, but the implied move yesterday, Randy, was 7% or 5 to 7%. So we only got half of that. So you know they don't mind it. I actually don't have anything written down for Tesla today. I mean, this has been the daily chart. So right now we're very consolidating, right? So it's just bouncing around right now. You know, a good friend of ours who potentially, you know, we were just Ford, you know, we were talking about this. This is down right now, down another 1%. And some of our friends like Ford and some don't, but there goes Ford right now. Randy, they report tonight. So
at some point, Ford will be a free stock.
Will be a which? Free? Yeah. Oh, okay. Randy's saying Ford will be free soon. So I don't know exactly what that means. That means other than it going to zero. I guess. I don't think. I mean, I was talking about it, man. I really like their Mustang E there, the Mach E. I like the cars right now. I like
Randy calling Ford bankruptcy effectively.
I like the yeah. I don't know. I like the Bronco. I don't know. Look, I did look at my account. I do own Ford. So yeah, almost stopped out, coffee trader there with your trade on Tesla. What did you get there? After watching go down and not taking profits, I'm still with the demons of greed. Yeah, so I think that's part of it, and that's what's kind of changed for me a little bit is that I just kind of wait for the stocks to do what I think they're supposed to do, and if they don't, I get stopped out, and if they do, then we got the bangers, right? I mean, that's why I wanted to thank that super chat because I think that's, first of all, the most important thing about that super chat is the fact that you're taking your daughter to SeaWorld. I mean, I think that's a great thing to do today. My daughter, unfortunately, I was taking today off, but she hurt her knee a little bit in hockey and chose not to do cross country.
Well, that's smart.
So it's just, she didn't really like cross country. She actually hates cross country and running. So
well, the thing is, if you've got any issues with like knee, ankle, cross country running, because it's like the uneven ground. If you do other sports, like
you go up and down hills and stuff like that.
Coaches won't want you doing that.
Yeah. So whatever. She didn't really. So I came in today. Otherwise, it was going to be Obi here. So sorry about that, everybody. You get me instead of the Obi. So another move that we had down today was Oscar, because we had that Molina Healthcare today that was down, and they were bad. So I feel like I got to figure out what exactly Molina Health is. I assume that they're similar to Oscar. So nice move downside there for Oscar. Maybe at a buying spot again. Another name that we did trim a little bit, but not nearly enough. I really like Oscar. We had Michael on Monday, and he was like, "Oh, Oscar Health looks like it's breaking out." I don't know if that was the kiss of death there or not, but since Michael's been on, we've had quite a nice move down there, but the market's also reacted. So this is another name that does have a high short float. So I'm not going to be woe is me on this one. You know what you're getting into when you get into these names. So
or you could just follow the crowd to all-time highs.
Yeah, we like CrowdStrike. Well, that's a good one. CrowdStrike. I mean, we had that huge dip in July of 2024. Adara, CrowdStrike dip.
Friday, July 19th, 2024.
See?
All right, finally. I've listened to Adara a lot, so that was one that I remember. That's what I remembered. Molina's a Medicaid provider.
Oh, is that what they are?
I believe I was wearing red, though. I can't promise I was wearing red. I know it was Obi's birthday. He came in, he was wearing like a ponytail, and that shirt that you guys have matching.
Obi had a ponytail?
Sharif and I, Oreo birthday cake.
It was a man bun.
I think it's called. It is called like more of a man bun.
It's called man bun. No, but Obi it was a ponytail. See, this is what I'm saying.
Well, like an actual Obi had a full ponytail.
Okay.
Okay.
Shout out to Obi with a ponytail. I don't know. I have to ask him.
I don't know. Did you show Molina's chart?
No, I didn't. But I was talking about it with respect to maybe UNH. Oh, it's down 20%.
No, I was going to, because Molina on that report is right down into its low. Like its 52-week low is down here at 151, which is trying to bounce off of. And then if you're like myself and you're in UNH, then I want to see how bad it gets off of sympathy, and it's not too bad. UNH is down 0.78%, like less than 1% to the downside and bouncing. So for myself, it's always good to know, like if this has been breaking down, and maybe I consider, okay, if Molina completely falls apart, then maybe this is something that I wanted to trim. Who knows? But either way, it's not doing too bad off of that sympathy play. So I like to see that. Unfortunately for Molina Health, it is at 52-week lows, but maybe it provides buying opportunity. I just like UNH better. So AMD got to 33 and then bounced to 34. I opted not to reload, mostly because the market is looking strong and holding, when I say the market, the NASDAQ, holding the overnight high. So it did top out a little bit, but for now you're holding the overnight highs. So it could end up in like a bull flag and break out higher, in which case, you could take what you can in the shorts. I'm actually looking to get out of AMD. I think SMCI is probably going to be a better short. And if this bounces, I can look to the volume weighted average price. But I now have a trailing stop on SMCI. I'm going to sneeze again. On SMCI back through 49.5. I'm looking for 48, but trailing it out at 49.5 and looking for another reentry point into this name, as it wasn't on the plan of action to trade SMCI, but didn't again, you don't know that they're going right in the middle of the pre-market as we came onto air, that they were going to drop an updated guide and that it would be disappointing. So AMD just hit target, which is not VWAP anymore. No, but I moved it up. Like I moved it from I wanted to grab $2 to
target acquired.
And I think SMCI is just going to be a better short. And then I still have this YYAI thing, which every time I'm like, oh, I'll just move it down the offer in front of VWAP, it doesn't bounce to get me filled at the volume weighted average price. So it's hugging the lows. These guys did tons of volume yesterday. I don't remember if there was a catalyst, but this morning they announced a reverse split. So did what it usually does when they announce a reverse split. If you got it early, great. Just shorting it under VWAP and seeing if we can stay in it all day.
708. Okay, yeah, good look there. I'm still just waiting for Intel to do something. I was looking at IonQ. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot either right now. So this name not doing much. I mean, if we check out the trade rate right now, it's a lot of the names that we've been talking about. Neil just talked about AMD right there, Beyond Meat, again with a nice move today, up and down. Like, you know, there's that huge move. Not huge. Well, I guess pretty huge actually. Opens in and around 280 or so, makes that move to 350, comes back in now looking like it wants to get a little lower. You're now underneath view up, underneath the 200 period moving average. This is a short. I wrote it down at $4 based on where we were yesterday, but not much going on there. SMCI really did have a nice go of it. They tried to get back up into that 52 area, and they did right there off open again. They came out with a story there about their forward guide. So a nice downside play there, made it all the way back. And then despite, it's too bad that I'm short Intel right now because I really should be short the market. We talked about that up here. So that should be about 30 or 40 handles in the money now, and I'm not there. So I'm a little bit upset about that. But there comes SMCI also stair-stepping. This looks like stairs almost exactly. Stairs to the downside right there, little platform, and then stairs. So if you're going to go short, look for that platform around $50. That's where VWAP is. So SMCI continuously moving lower right now. Damn it, Intel, you need to get lower, man, or I'm not going to do anything here today. All right, VTYX, I don't even know what that is. That's up 83%. They just made 52-week high. VTYX. So this is, again, brought to you by eSignal, right? We were out with these guys there on Monday or Tuesday. What day is it today? Tuesday. And yeah, they were talking all about, you know, Reddit and going through some of the scans and whatnot and making sure you find the hot names. So here's VTYX. Another name today that's hitting on the scanners. 67 million shares, so relative volume obviously through the roof. Nice move up there, but that's 850 now for that high as we. Okay, finally maybe now Intel's trying to get lower. Oh, that's the 50-period moving average. Okay, I need to take something out right now. We'll put a bid right there, see if we get it. Yes, we did get it there again. So I'm not sitting on ARCA or NAT. This is maybe a little bit higher level than what most of you are talking about, unless you're on a prop floor, but I'm using like BYX, or Edge A is now a paid one actually, so I'd actually change my Edge A key. Something, or a dark pool or something like that, that gets filled first before the lit market. So I can talk more about that as we go, but for
that 24X.
You know, for rate. Oh no!
You seen that?
Yeah, I saw some X thing. What is that?
It's a 24X exchange.
That's going open 24 hours.
That was the one I saw on Beyond Meat the other day.
Obi said he saw something with an X or something on it yesterday. I think it was Beyond Meat. Oh, maybe it was
on
you.
Beyond Meat.
Maybe
It was showing up a bunch with big orders anyways.
Yeah. Obi or yourself pointed that out. So yeah, good look there. I'm just mad that I know we're going to Adara, but these TQs, man, we had literally, when it was up here, remember I was like the time? I was like, wow, it's 10 o'clock. Yesterday's move didn't really happen until 10:30. Yeah, this move happened, and it was fabulous to the short side. So hopefully some of you have that. I, unfortunately, do not. But you're coming into view up right now with the market, so that could be also a play. Did Randy wind up bringing us a coffee?
Nope.
Or?
Well, we got
no.
one. We did get one earlier.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to message him. Maybe he's a little bit busy over there.
We could be breaking this.
Good. I mean, I hope the market breaks lower just for my position.
Well, we're at VWAP is all I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're going to go to there in a quick little segment. The market's at the volume-weighted average price. If it bounces, just like look to enter short when it was at the top. If we end up bouncing, I just tighten up my trail again on this little trend here. So I think it's about 49.15. If SMCI breaks 49.15, I just realized that I did not have it correct, so I'm just going to correct it now. Then I'm going to jump out. If we break this prior bar, jumping out of SMCI, if the market continues to flush down, I think I'm also looking at Tesla as well, as Tesla's finally breaking trend. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Time for our small cap recap, starting with the name that was on our watch list and that Sean just brought up here today, Ventyx Biosciences, VTYX. Short float here of roughly 7.5%, announcing positive phase 2 data for one of its treatments in patients with obesity and cardiovascular risk factors. Next up here, SCNX Scienture Holdings. We've got a roughly $23 million market cap here. Doing, I guess, a Benzinga feature saying that they're starting the commercial sales and fulfillment for their first orders of this Arbly treatment. And last but not least, REEB, American Rebel Holdings is certainly one Sharif's traded on the show before. No catalyst for today, but this one's been continued on watch. On Monday, they announced breakout success apparently at a convention with their expanded national distribution footprint footprint for American Rebel Light, which they're calling a patriotic and fast-growing beer. Before we send you back to Neil and Sean for more trading action, let's take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that's changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Dara. And I would imagine anybody that recently tried an evaluation there and went long on Beyond Meat a couple of days ago, you'd probably be doing okay. Today at the open, you certainly could have done the same thing when it broke through $3. That's when I exited, but I'm looking to jump back into this thing. So it's like early on underneath $3 was, you know, it worked, but obviously the long off 3 would have given you a little bit more juice. Well, we're back under 3, back under VWAP. So I'm going to go back to looking for the short side or the back end of the trade here, down 19%. No particular catalyst. It just seemed to unwind yesterday, and looking for some continuation there. So I know it's a blip in terms of the volatility from yesterday, but I feel as if the next couple of days, the volatility will be much lower on Beyond Meat. I don't think you see $3 or $4 moves anymore. I think even like $1 worth of range is going to be pretty reasonable in here. So I'm going to start trading in that fashion, which means going back to things like shorting under VWAP. So next little pop, I'm going to try to short that 3 level and see if we can get into this for a second time.
All right.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, Intel's super strong, so I got to get off of that short. So I've been covering it. We only have about 30% left. So I just want to say, like, I'm not going to go back into that short. The market is too strong right now for me to have that kind of an opinion. What the heck is SCNX? Did we even look at that? Yeah, today up 1.2%. So this is how you vote. We've sort of done this already earlier, but I don't think we've looked at it too much. IonQ, TTD, okay, the trade desk. All right, we can have a look at that. That's a good one. I like that name. SMCI, there's Beyond Meat. I'm just trying to find names that maybe we haven't really touched on yet. DEFT, I don't know what that is. Webull as well, $11. ARAB, American Rebel, sorry, AREB there. And then, yeah, SCNX, that's an interesting name to come through here. Scientier Holdings right now with a range of 82 to 150 today. 300 million shares right now for SCNX. So we can have a quick little look there. I did average into just a top tick there on Intel. There it is. So we'll have a quick look to see. All right, well, Intel just ticked me up.
Oh, my goodness.
Get out right here at 02 if I can.
What
is this one? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't know what it is anymore than you do. The reason I'm slapping the fail is look at what happened at $1. Oh, you got to
the break of $1.
Like exactly, like almost exactly $1. Multiple times was resistance in the pre-market, and then once this stock opened up at 9:30, you then get about 10 o'clock. It breaks $1 for the first time, and then when it holds it for good, it holds the volume-weighted average price. You could have $1 to VWAP. And congratulations anyone that's in it. Apparently it's halted already once, so it could always do that multiple times. I just think like there's categories of stocks, like the ones that can halt on you and the ones that are unlikely to. And that one seems, if it's already halted once, it's in that category of it's a little bit more likely to happen again. And remember, like there's a difference between trading like a stock that is not going to halt over and over again. Your stops can get respected and all that. But if a stock halts that's that cheap, like it can gap through your stop order, and then all of a sudden, instead of risking 20%, you'd be risking 50% on a stock like SCNX, Scienture. Yeah, so anyways, I'm not going to be touching that one. But SMCI is about to get down to target. It has not broken trend yet, but because I'm now working with this trend under VWAP, it means every single 3-minute bar I move my trailing stop, but about 20 more cents to go, and then we get the bottom that we're looking for. Speaking of bottoms, I think the bottom got put in there in Rigetti.
Oh, good.
And it ends up holding. I was looking for it to hold at 39, and when that didn't happen at the open, I moved away from it. It broke through VWAP, didn't really consolidate anywhere near 39. It actually did so at the 40 level, but it's trying to break out now. So it's back to green. Well, I mean, it was always green, but it's back to green from the open, let's just call it, because the stock opened up above $40. As long as this can hold VWAP, I'm going to favor long. Keep it that simple. So next available dip, I'm looking to go long into the volume weighted average price on Rigetti. Sometimes they try to bamboozle you on a gap up, and I feel like it might have gotten rid of some weaker hands there. Probably the same thing or something similar would be happening on, say, QBTS or an IonQ. It tries to dip at the open, now going higher. I just happen to like the way Rigetti trades.
All right, yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different ones. Like IonQ, I was just looking at it right here. It's not at that 62 mark yet, so that was a name that we were thinking about. So Intel goes right up into the day's high again and is just hovering around there. So like I said, we had sniffed this out on Intel. So we were emptying it out, and then we took an 08 there, or 09, sorry, and then got out at 15. So Intel was good on the reload. We got stopped out the first time. That was the worst, and then made the money back, and then lost it again on that move higher. Didn't lose at all. Like I said, we were getting out. We said that seemed like there was a problem maybe there. And then as we said, last time, we had a nice move up in the futures, and we didn't really take advantage of it. On that short, so it just came back in again. So we'll start it right now. I've got one unit, looking to get a little bit more, but I want to be specific with what we do. So if look, I mean, all right, well, now that it's moving like this, we'll take a dime if we can get it right there in the 80s. But we'll take I just bid 88. Hopefully it fills. But if it pulls back in, the last time we bounced pretty clean off VWAP, so let's take one more piece out there. If it can come into 70 again, so let's put a bid there at 70, and then we'll see if we can get that, and then hopefully hold it out for a VWAP trade. And then if it bounces again off of here, we will be waiting to get out in the 30s. So this to me is just like the risk to reward is here for this. If we can scalp out a little bit and make sure that we take something, I'm going to try to take 10% right at this bottom. So if we can get that, then that'll be good. And we'll take our 15 cents on 10% because the risk to the high side, and we're going to have more shares if it comes up here. So this is why I start to look at one R to R, like risk to reward of a 1-to-1 type of thing once I'm in like a full position, because this thing could just rip up and fill me there. And the next thing you know, I have I'm trying to get 4 or 5 units on this. I only have 1 right now. So if this comes up into this area, we will try to short more there. The NASDAQ is having a great day, but it looks like it is having some problems there up near this end. And, there we go. We get that fill. So what did I thought I was at 88. I was at 88. Okay. So we get that 88, and it was on ARCA too. So that looks like maybe we got a good fill down there. Okay, well, or not. Now it's at 87. But if this can come down, we're in a new position. It's the futures. We're going to try that one out. We haven't looked at too many Chinese names, if not at all today. Yeah, we looked at Alibaba, and it did have a nice move earlier. We did talk about just missing our bid down there. This is another sort of low bid, and I think I might have to fix my bid now, maybe up to 157. We were waiting for 152. Okay. All right, now we're starting to. I'm going to take out 5% there. I'm going to cancel my 73s right there. So I'm going to go to 105.7. So I just bid 77 there. We do have crude right now. Let's have a quick look, and then we'll go back over. It's Z contract. Let's just go see. It's gas today. It was crude yesterday. Let's go see what's going on with oil today. We did have some of those sanctions being put on by China against Russia. We had talked about that yesterday with oil. With an hour left, about 3 p.m., we got that move up there as President Trump was talking about Russian oil again. And today up another 5%. You don't get oil moving 5% in a day. No. So that's a good move. It might be exhausted up here. Seems like it just wants to chill. So we'll have to wait to see what exactly is going down with oil right now. It doesn't look like much. The stock that I talked about earlier was Valero. So look at that. Straight up. So we talked about this off the open, and it just continues to march higher. Sometimes it's not like these high volume names that we should be looking at. It's like names that are in play. It's not the banks. I wanted to show you guys this because this keeps on sort of hitting on my scanner. And just because it keeps on touching VWAP, like my scanner, it's like JP Morgan, Occidental, Microsoft, SMR, JP Morgan again, JP Morgan again. And is SoFi finally moving?
Oh yeah, big time.
This is what JP Morgan is doing. Well, I hope SoFi is going up, but
it's going up.
Oh, okay, good. Maybe there's news on it. So that may be something we should look at.
SoFi is fly, and it is going higher. No question. It's only 3%. There's no news that I'm aware of on SoFi, but could just be a little bit of a recovery from yesterday. Before we go to Adara, just very, very quickly, I wanted to get over to Tesla. It's very, very quickly. Tesla looks like it's potentially rolling over. I don't know if we'll ever see that 430 level the way this is kind of going. It's slowing down. it's trying again to break this trend, but it's very close to closing underneath a break of its trend line here. Let's go up to the desk for Adara.
Oh, you're Rain.
And Warner Brothers, WBD trying to push a little bit higher here. Warner Brothers Discovery reportedly launching a formal auction as it seeks a bidding war for the company. That's being reported by New York Post. So again, New York Post reporting that Warner Brothers is launching a formal auction as it's apparently looking for a bidding war. We know reportedly earlier this week a lot of different entities, including Netflix and Comcast, are interested in the company. And Warner Brothers already reportedly rejected a bid from Paramount Skydance. Back to you.
Yeah, everyone would love a bidding war. I mean, a bidding war would be nice. If you're rejecting an offer, then obviously it means you think you're worth a little bit more, and more power to them if they can unlock that for shareholders. What up, Joey Options? I like this sweater look. Joey Runway. Forget about this Joey Options. Pure Joey Runway.
Yeah.
You got the pinky up there too as well. I see you got the espresso. Or are you actually drinking an espresso, or is that just?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you never know. Sometimes you just do what they feel and use an espresso cup for other things, which I always find a little bit weird. But that's not me.
All right.
That's not me, man.
I like that look. I'm not.
I like that look. I like
Ion Q is going. Like some of these names,
The
now
quant
finally
names are
starting
going,
to go.
yeah.
So here goes
Finally.
Ion Q right now. I was looking at his 62 break. I had written that down before. It's on the sticky note, so I believe, isn't it? Yeah, no, it's not. This is what we talked about. I actually had Palantir on the note. So do we like this 62 break? I mean, it's essentially, I did like it. I'm going to try it. Okay, I'm going to try Ion Q breaking through 62. Right now, it is listed on the NYSE. So if that can get going, I'm just saying that because it's our symbols there. I have to type in .NY for that play. I'm not sure, like, why did I like 62 so much? Yeah, that's like 61.50, 61.60. I think it was just like an even dollar break around 62. I mean, we do have that. We do have some areas there. I don't expect this to just break 62 and just like rip uncontrollably. I don't necessarily think that that's something that's going to happen. But let's try it. Let's see a break of 62, and we'll go long if it does break that, and then we'll go and we'll see what it wants to do. We'll take like a unit or so on that. I think it might be worth it. The pullback then, if we're wrong, sometimes you get that break and you fake back in. We've been using the 21 period, and now the 200 is pretty close. But the thing is that's all the way down there at $60.50. So if we fake and break, like we break and then we don't go up, I'm not holding that at $1.50. It's just not there for me. Although we're not using that many shares, I'll hold it $1. So that's where the 21 period moving average is, 61. So if we do break, watch out for that 61 level there. We did do a good job. Okay, now the market's starting to rip. We did a good job getting out at the 50 period, but there it is. We get another short there at 15s. So let's see if we can pull back a little bit. Now our average price here is 08s. So if we can get a fill a little lower, we'll take it. But for right now, the market is kind of just hovering around. We have about that unit and a half now on the TQQs. We're still waiting to get a little closer short near those highs. So let's see if this can pay out. The market is strong, and I'm not going to, my month is up, and that's great. So we're happy with that. But again, it's not up that much to where I can't just lose it all today, which I could do. So I'm not ready to do that unless I see a great setup. So I'll just ride this because of, how great it was yesterday. Some of these tops around this time, we'll see if it pays out for us right now. I am bidding 03s to see if we can take something out because we just got 15s on the short there. So we want to make sure that when we're going counter trend, we're taking profits. So there, see, like right back into 15 again, like I could have just reloaded that short if I had gotten out. So let's just see if I don't know if this wants to go down, man. I mean, I'm hoping for a negative story at some point, but China could be a good story. So yeah, it doesn't look like the futures want to go down. We just bounced a couple times.
We are expecting the president later on.
Yeah, I know. So that just
but that's
bounced
up
off
to the
05.
afternoon. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
Who knows at this point?
We're expecting him in the afternoon. That last push to that push up.
Oh, here we're
actually
going now.
that just trailed me out of SMCI. So we trended in, and then when it broke the trend, I'll jump out. So there's your consolidation. There's your prior bar break. So I'm out of SMCI, at least for now. As long as this holds on to something along like these lines. If you kind of go to the top and then there, you can tell I like trend lines. That's going to coincide with about $50 in VWAP. So I might get back in as this gets back into the volume weighted average price. For SMCI, also want to keep in mind here, it wasn't just the poor guy and all this stuff. So technically, SMCI was also breaking down under prior support. But I have to respect that this also bounced off the 50 period and bounced off a good support level. So it's not an automatic all back in if it goes to VWAP at 50 for a continuation. That's a good bounce spot for SMCI, so I want to try to respect that. It has to show me a clean entry, either a trend break or like some topping tail candles in there to jump back into it. Because overall, this market is looking strong, and a rising tide has the tendency to lift all ships.
Oh, yeah.
And one of those ships, I think this is the longest, I think, ever since this AI, whatever, revolution has happened, I think this is the longest this show has gone without pulling up a chart of NVIDIA. It's 10:37, and I know I'm pulling it up for the first time this morning for everybody. So it's
is that a new stock or
NVIDIA? You heard of it?
I don't know, something, NVIDIA?
Kind of big. They're kind of big. Kind of a big.
Yeah, well, NVIDIA might be running these futures higher right here, so
it's maybe identical to the Qs chart right now, but the difference is NVIDIA hasn't been that relatively strong. So the fact that it's participating today is going to give it some juice. It's another reason maybe to even get out of that SMCI and look for the next opportunity. It might be Beyond Meat. I'm kind of looking over at that name. It's still, Beyond Meat is still just kind of languishing at that $3 level, but it just retested a break of VWAP. If it fails this break of VWAP, then I jump back into the short. That's how I got in last time. It did a topping tail candle through 3, and then when it opened underneath, I shorted it underneath $3. So right now, it could be doing a topping tail candle above 3, and then I could short it under VWAP. So I think that's the next opportunity, at least for myself. And let us know, keep letting us know what you guys want to watch, because when I look at the visualizer, it's not like these are new names. It's that SCNX, Open Door, Beyond Meat, Tesla, APL, the SMCI's in there, Deft. I don't even know what that is.
I know, I looked at that, I was like, I don't know.
You did, yeah. Robinhood's in there, ARAB, we talked about IBM, IonQ, of course, we've talked about that. So we just went over NVIDIA. So I feel like the only thing that we haven't looked at is APLD, maybe.
All right, we just got into IONQ right now, so let's just have a quick little look to see what that's doing. We are short the futures, and that's not going good. I mean, like I said, we're not going too crazy with all of that. But here we go, man. New position right now. IONQ. We talked about this earlier, breaking through $62. So we do have a position on right now. Let's see if it wants to work its way higher. We'll get out of 5% or so at 62.20s because, you know, I like to play some of these ranges. So here it comes upside. Let's just see if it wants to go. This may just take us out of our futures position as well, as the market's starting to get going a little bit now, taking out the highs. So we're right here right now. We are steps away from getting stopped out. We're short now at 27s here on the TQQs. It's going to hurt because we have shares on, but you know, the short just has not been right, and we should have got away from that. So congratulations to everybody that stuck with the long look there. That is for sure. But here we go, man. It's IONQ. It's going to be like my new little, okay, futures just made a move down, Neil. So I just had to talk about it a little bit. And we did get that fill there on IONQ and on the futures. So things looking a little bit up for me there. But that was a nice little flush. So we do wind up taking something out there at 30s. So that was a good move down. Don't know where that came from. Got an average out there, but here it comes. We're going to get stopped out soon on this play. The futures are just wild to the upside today. You're getting a little couple ticks down and then just rips right back up. So we got to make sure that we do take outs when we are seeing this, because we don't need to get completely waxed on all these positions. So we'll take another piece out there at 34. Right now, man, it's IONQ that is getting going here. So good trade. Yeah, man. Here's 40 cents. We're getting excited again on this one. So IONQ saving the day for me a little bit here. Let's get another out at 37, and there it is. Good trading on IONQ. We go over to the momentum, man. We finally learn our lesson. I'm going to go to it there in a second. I got to find the slap icon here because I got to slap my face around there, because we just should have really focused on momentum instead of trying to short into momentum, which was not a great idea. But there's a couple outs there on the top side for IONQ. It is fading back a little bit, and these futures need to pull a little bit lower. Let's go over to Adara with only 20 minutes left in our show.
This market pushing a little bit higher here, and you can really see that reflected in the strength in tech names. Electronic technology strong across the board. Only exception here is Apple, which is still up but relatively flat compared to some of its peers. Tech services looking really good here. Oracle up 2.5%, ORCL and OpenAI, along with Vantage, announcing that they're going to expand their Stargate project into Wisconsin. We've got Palantir to the upside, AppLovin, CrowdStrike, Google, Meta, all really strong in this sector. Producer manufacturing also doing well here, aided by a almost 4% move to the upside. on LRCX for earnings day one. Then we have strength in energy minerals as well. And of course, these oil names are going to be on watch as we have these sanctions against Russian oil. Now, in terms of weakness, Tesla leading the consumer durables to the downside. TSLA reported last night. Ford reports tonight after the bell. Communications a bit mixed here. Day two earnings for AT&T, day one for TMUS. Industrial services with some weakness. So same with consumer services and utilities. So tech here and producer manufacturing and oil generally strong. Everything else going to be a little bit of a laggard today. Now, before we send you back to our friends, or back to Sean and Neil, who are also our friends, we're going to take our friends at Woman Boss, because empowered women change the world. And you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa. Lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls. Your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on screen now. Join us in building a brighter future. Back to you.
Appreciate it, Adara. Thank you for that. So let's, maybe. I just went over to AMD, which was still not breaking the highs. It suddenly looks distinctly different. At the open, this was one of the stronger names. With the market at top, this is actually putting in lower highs. So looking for a re-entry into that one to the south side as we speak. And then Beyond Meat as well. Beyond Meat's actually really going here.
Really?
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's retesting that high. I didn't short it at this high because I was waiting for like 360, like this top in here. But I don't want to make that mistake again. As it comes into a double top, I'm going to look for the trend break on Beyond Meat. So I like the short, and if I like the short, then I have to wait for a setup. Like there's a setup that should have been a setup, and then I'll wait for the other one here. YY AI, just shorting under VWAP. If it gets there, then you'll see me refill it. If it breaks VWAP, I'll be out. Otherwise, I'm just going to be sitting in this one pretty much all day long as it heads. Southbound, like I said. These guys, they're doing a reverse split. When you announce that, my expectation is that you're just going to go down, generally speaking. So going to slap a trend line on Beyond Meat. This is the small capper that I'm watching. AMD, I already mentioned. If we pop back into that 33 we entered last time, I'm going to take that. SMCI, well, it didn't get to 50, suffice to say. It's right. It's right back underneath where I covered. It actually held that 49 pretty well and continues to go lower, down 7%. These guys may not care what the market is doing overall. I just felt with the market breaking out, I wanted to re-enter at VWAP on the short. And if you're just tuning in, SMCI just this morning reporting disappointing update on their full year 2026 guidance.
So I kind of, first of all, Hudson Cannon, we got saved, I don't know. We could turn green on the TQs. I mean, like I said, we were waiting. Yesterday, the move happened around 10:30. I'm not like a time-based trader or anything like that. I was just saying like maybe potentially there is a drop down, and we said that when we're playing counter trend, we're going to just empty out our clip as we get going back in. So it comes right into the 21 period moving average there at 10. So we did empty out basically half. So right now we have a little bit less. I probably have about 40% on. Okay, Neil. Now we are cooking with gas. That was a nice move to the downside. We just got a great fill down there. Actually, we got 97s on the TQs there. So that was a good one there. And I was going to say we did wimp out a little bit on IonQ, but it was able to get out there. It just broke through 50, which was the key there for me. But there's a nice move down. Darn it, we did not have enough shares down there on that whoosh play on the market there. Just went to 85s right there. So I don't know what that was all about. Some algo read something wrong, I guess. But there it is, nice move to the downside there. Oh man, that sucks because that did flush us on IonQ. But I was going to tell you we didn't have very many shares left. We're actually flat on IonQ. So when this ripped up, we got 40 cents there. Then we got out at 80. That's a 90 fill, that's a 70 fill, and that's a 50 fill. So it's kind of like all in all, it's fine. But definitely, we were waiting for that move to happen. When the futures cranked lower, we were able to take advantage of that. So I was like, okay, I don't want to be layered in or holding on to IonQ. Meanwhile, layering into short here. So we took advantage of that. Here's a nice little bump back up there. Can't believe we just got 80. We just got 97. Now it's 40 cents higher, and I'm actually trading this with shares. So it is a little.
That was a violent bounce.
Yeah, I don't.
AMD bounced $1 in like a split second, and you could on the tape you could see it because I was actually looking for AMD. I felt like they got the
there's a garbage bin.
They got the back door. I just heard a bunch of bottles breaking. I was looking for a breakdown under VWAP to get back into a short on AMD, and in one candle it just shoots right back up. So the buyers just jumped in en masse. This might change things. a little bit here for sure. I probably have to go over to something a little bit weaker like that SMCI. But I didn't get into Rigetti
there
either.
Goes. The market just blew up. So.
And Rigetti is, now it looks like program buying on Rigetti. This is very, very linear here on Rigetti. And if it's going to do this, I can either wait till it breaks trend to buy the dip, or I can try to just buy the dip on trend with a tight stop. If it holds that trend line, just kind of hope it can go from like 41.5 to 42, and then just give it really, really tight stops. Because it just, again, from VWAP, just bottoming tail wicked that trend line. So I'm going to try to sneak in here in front of 50 with a very, very tight stop, because I don't know if we get a big, massive dip to get the price that I want. I don't want to miss this potential move. Like, these have so much, it has so much room to go. I think resistance isn't until 43.5, so I want a piece of the pie. The Rigetti pie, that is. Beyond Meat, still the same thing.
The Rigetti pie.
It's about 10% from that resistance spot, so I'm just being patient, waiting for a chance to get into that short. Speaking of pie, I'm going to make the assumption you guys didn't have pie for lunch yesterday.
I can't remember what it was yesterday.
Every time
it was Thai. It was Thai basil beef. It was actually really good.
Oh, that was.
I thought it was good. Yeah, it was good.
Well, no, there was the one time it was undercooked though. Overcooked.
No. That was fine. But they had the thing that you like, the cucumber, tomato, onion.
Oh yeah,
vinegar,
I love that. It's a little too. It's if I was making, it's a little too much vinegar.
Yeah,
but
they did have that. So all right, we're back in right now. We will do what's for lunch in a couple minutes. We're right now in on this play. So here we go. Let's wait to see back in on IonQ, and there it goes. Now we're 30 cents in the money. Now on or 20 cents in the money on IonQ right there. So we're gonna wait to see what winds up happening now with this name. Who knows what's gonna happen? But for right now, we're waiting. So we're gonna see where this goes. IonQ starting to go back up there to the upside one more time. We're still short the market right at these levels. So that's been wrong, man, and I just can't believe this market. Nice upside play today. We can check out Tesla. We haven't looked at that in a minute. Go IonQ. Wow, what a good play that was to get back in there. Honestly, man, I'll pat myself on the back there because that was something that I got stopped out there on that flush. And I told you what's my thing doing? Oh, yeah, I want to go to Tesla. But anyways, okay, let's go to Tesla and go have a quick look. But we did get stopped out on that flush there. We were able to take a little bit of advantage on that one with the futures. But now the futures are Rip City, but so is IonQ. So that's okay for us right there. All right, Tesla is still not doing anything. I wanted to check this out. I thought it would be a little different than where we are. Okay, now we're going, man. Now we're going. It's 70 cents in the money here on IonQ. Let's take something out in the mid-60s. We just might have topped out there. But we got this play. How far can we go back on IonQ is what we're looking for. So good trade so far there, but it is an upside play for IonQ. Finally, I get into a long, and it is printing. So, all right, not bad. It's 10:50 now. We got to go talk to Adara, and then we'll come back and figure out what is exactly on the menu for lunch.
Here's the US dollar not doing too much here right now. I mean, slightly lower high, trying to form possibly in the daily chart, but again, that uptrend is continued. And tomorrow, we get the data we have been waiting very long for, the CPI print for September. Again, the BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, has said that data is going to be released tomorrow. We also had Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, yesterday commenting that he believes that we'll probably get a decrease in CPI either this month or next month. So if that happens, these rate cuts could be a little bit faster. Let's talk about these rate cuts for one moment, because we still have, for next week's meeting, it's actually 6 days away now, the October Fed meeting on October 29th. 98.9% of participants expecting a 25 basis point rate cut, just over 1% expecting a hold. It's also worth noting, I just want to mention this, guys, saw this earlier today, JP Morgan apparently saying that they believe the Fed is going to be ending QT or quantitative tightening during this meeting. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, of course, now the futures start to come back in, but that's all good. Yeah, you want to talk about Rigetti a bit?
Oh, like I said, I'm going to scalp it off of this ridiculously tight trend line. So see what it did here? This is just my plan of action, because if it does a big dip, then VWAP or like the prior high at 40.60 for a traditional type trade. But on a 3-minute, it bottom tailed this trend from here. It bottom tailed till the next bar opens green. I'm going long and giving it to the trend line, and then the second it closed that next candle or opened that next candle underneath the high, it was essentially like 41.7 into 42, and then it opened that bar underneath, so just jump out. If it does the same bounce off the trend line, scalp it again, because it doesn't look like, that's actually That's actually a 40-cent range in there, which is almost a full percentage point on Rigetti. So if I can see it continue to do that, where it's keeping this green pattern, but I can just play these little scalp trades, it's too far for I'm going to buy here and hold for the rest of the day. I'm just not chasing a $4 move off the low. So scalping it in and out is going to make some sense, at least to me, as they're super strong. Right now, the quantum names are all the rage, whether it's IonQ, Rigetti, QBTS. I don't know if QBTS is moving quite as much. Whoops. See, why? I know why I hit Blue Ocean there, because it's like it just comes up and the drop down. Yeah, QBTS looking pretty strong as well. So the entire group looking very, very good. I'm not done with the notion of short, but the spot that I'm looking is still going to be SMCI because of its relative weakness. Still nothing seems to be able to get this past 49 where we exited before. It's just got all kinds of resistance. I don't want to short it at that bottom. I'm looking for it to get back into 50. I might nibble. I'm trying to be patient. And I'm going to hold on to this YYAI, but it's finally getting close to VWAP. So here it comes into the volume weighted average price. I think this might be my opportunity to be able to get the first reload since like 9:40 in the morning on this stock at 11 cents. Probably have to move my stop a little bit tighter, down into like 11.7 or 11.5 on YYAI. The biggest, I think it did the more volume than any stock in the market yesterday, but it's a penny stock, so that kind of makes a little bit of sense. And then today they announced they're doing a reverse split. I'm not sure the effective date, but obviously when you're a 10-cent stock, you hang underneath that for too long, you're going to get delisted. So they're going to do a reverse split so they can not regain, but maintain compliance, I suppose.
All right, so I know we're talking a lot about quantum here, but I'm going to get out a little bit more on IonQ. We did get some good highs again, but another 50-cent ringer, so those are pretty good. So we'll get some more out here at 25, and now hopefully you can get back up to the upside. In the failed trade of the day for me, basically, now it tanks. So, you know, we got stopped out there on the high side. We did have a lot of shares up there and got stopped out. Still completely within our day's range and expectation for when we trade the TQQs. It's not like we're down a whole bunch. We're down what we make on this, and here it comes in again. So now it's back in. So now it's 20 cents winner. We're bidding 02s right now on this, hopefully to get that back. But maybe IonQ will just lead the way for us. That is for sure. And we're gonna have to always figure out, because it is a segment that we have, depending on what they bring today. It's called What's for Lunch, Russell. So let's go figure out there what is for lunch today. All right. Well, today's, unfortunately,
Bacon wrapped filet mignon.
Yeah, it might not be beef again, but beef stroganoff was what, 70-1 or something the other day as we had those odds going. Today's breakfast was French toast. Okay, there we go. Yes, we just get these O2s right now. The gates of hell are opening up in the market a little bit right there as the futures are coming back down. So that's going to be hopefully a good play for us as it just hit the 50-period moving average. So that was a good one. We're making some money back right there. Okay, today is Thursday. And there hasn't been many of these for me today. I hope for you there's been. I know you had some good trades on, but we have chicken dinner winners. We have one in the futures now. We have one in IonQ. So we're going to go out for you guys with good levels. But today, this actually could be pretty good. It's chilly. It's cold outside. And this is chili-like. This is country chicken stew. I don't know if we've had that before.
I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that is.
It's going to be bigger pieces. I would say it's going to be
country
stew. It's going to be
stew?
Who's hitting that?
Who actually knows what that is?
Who's hitting that? It better not be Joey No Pie over there. Joe, stop hitting that, man. It says, all right, country chicken stew, which I think is going to be good. I think just bigger pieces of potato, bigger pieces of vegetable. That's generally what a country stew is.
Okay.
With garlic mashed potatoes and steamed vegetables and a salad. So we'll have some stew or some chicken.
Garlic mash?
On top. I think it'll be good.
Garlic mash is you should have.
I think that's a winner.
Lead with the garlic mash, and then.
I think that's a winner today. So we'll do that, and we'll be fun and have a good time with that. But it's a good time right now for the TQs. But oh boy, man, we did get out of that at the top side. So not super pleased with the way we performed on our most recent short. But we're back in it a little bit now, trying to make some money. It's trying to bounce off the 50-period moving average. Let's give this one an opportunity to fall. Okay, maybe this is finally the move. It's happening a little later today than it did yesterday. Maybe this is the move. Is Tesla finally giving something up? No. So that's not it. IBM, we know, battled back a little bit. It did exactly battle back. So I don't know what's cracking lower right now. I mean, on my watch list. I just basically looking at all the big stocks and the popular ones. It's SMCI down 6, but we knew that. That's not moving much. That's $49. Tesla also down 4%, 3.5%. We already know that. That price is anything. Yesterday's big trade of the day, we had a few of them, but DraftKings was great at $34. Maybe we can look at that. Disney's also down today. Netflix barely down 1111111 there for Netflix, and then Coinbase. And after that, man, everything is pretty up. Soxel's up, Oxy with the news on oil there. Robinhood now up. That's nice. That was down to 120 or something earlier, 123 or something. That's nice. SMR up as well. Baba, we looked at that stock. We should have been long Alibaba from the open. That was stupid of me. $200 in Micron. We did write down Palantir. What? Palantir 180? Palantir was 173 or something in the pre-market, and I was like, maybe we'll get a 170. Yeah. I was like, maybe we'll get 170 on Palantir. Wow. Missed opportunity on Palantir as that name is ripping to the north side today.
You know what also was up? Gold.
Yeah, man, we bought some gold on that.
Yeah, like gold following pretty much the same thing that the overall market is doing with its nice little bounce there. You know, that actually is making me think I should be looking at silver today. Silver is relatively weak, so that's one check. Yeah, what's this look like? Oh, yeah, this could be a nice continuation play. The market breaking out, gold trying to break out, silver putting in a bit of a lower high. This might be something worthy of a short trade off the high of the day on silver. It's not really moving a heck of a lot, but if a reverse happens in this metal name, it tends to fall faster than gold. Is just that's my 2 cents. Oh no, okay, well, I wanted this to work for everybody, but it looks like Rigetti, like I was just scalping it and I was telling you the plan, but now it's broken trend, so I didn't short the trend break, but I'm looking for a long back at the prior high. That'll be about 40.50. So it's starting to come back in here, this quantum name, looking to play a long back into this 40.5 level that you can see. Let's go up to the desk. Only minutes ago, we'll throw you to the midday, but we got Adara first.
Keep an eye here on GM. We're getting commentary from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney saying that GM is going to be fulfilling its commitments to employees at its Ontario factory as it ends electric van production. But he says, quote, we're not satisfied with that, and he wants to see what else could be made at the plant. Either way, GM pushing a little bit higher. It's also day 2 earnings for General Motors. Back to you.
And GM just recently making those fresh highs.
Yeah, GM was a monster, man. I mean, there's so much profit in the gas engines there, so combustion engines. So GM doing that. They're not making any money, I don't think, on their.
Everybody loses money on EV.
Yeah, so
unless you're Tesla or some Chinese company, you're losing money every electric vehicle.
I wonder if those companies are even losing money. We just don't know about it. Okay, so Beyond Meat again with only 15 seconds left, down 15% today. Has been worse, has been better, stuck in the middle. So if you're looking at this name, I always prefer when you're looking at names that have a lot of volume to it that you do try to look at 50-period moving averages and VWAP and all that. So you're coming right into it here. We've bounced off of this a little bit when it was trying to hold. Then we broke through and actually got going now. So you're back into VWAP right now on Beyond Meat, but that's not this trade today. Trades today, I think it was Open Door as that sort of got going to the upside right now. So yeah, those are the meme stocks that are going to keep catching all of our eyes.
Yeah, they pass.
So yeah. Hope you have a good time. I'm going back to the gym here today. I got my stuff here, so it's been 2 weeks. So now when I ruin my eyes now, I'll just say to you, you told me I'd go back after 2 weeks, so we'll have. I got the goggles on swimming, right?
You'll be fine.
It should be fine. We've got our little lube going on here.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Right here. AbbVie, by the way, producing this, so good. All right, man.
I'm the same way. I'm like that as well. Like when you look at stocks all the time, like I remember when I was going through like a hospital, and all I was noticing was like, what's the company on the box of whatever? Yeah. Like I saw Medtronic everywhere, and then I was seeing Abbott Labs.
Abbott Labs.
Like you can't go 5 feet in a hospital without seeing something by Abbott Labs. But it's just when you look at stocks, that's how you start to think of things. Looking forward to whatever this, I guess, country chicken stew is going to be like, because I have no idea what to expect.
You get a gravy in there. I mean, I think you're going to like it.
I'm looking forward to it, but you guys should be looking forward to Joey Runway.
Yep.
And Sharif, the professor himself.
Yep. They're both here.
Go get them. I promise you, one of them should be looking at the quantum names, at least.
Both.
Oh no! Boom, boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And I got Rob here to help me.
Oh, yeah, you got
So you're gonna have to do the shout out.
Yeah, no problem. I got the shout outs all day, every day. Sharif's working on some computer stuff, and I was this morning as well, too. But now we're up and running, and we're rocking and rolling. Let some people tune into the stream. I got the wrong one up here. Get it together. But hey, by all means, we're gonna rock and roll as soon as I get to pull up this chat. We're live, baby. We're gonna continue to do it exactly how we have been. We don't want the mobile. We don't want any of that. We want to go to what we're currently watching, patiently waiting. Let's go Tesla. I'm still going. All right. It's time for roll call. Let's see who we got here in the chat. We got Britt Brennan, morning fellows, Dexter Smith, Party P, let's go.
Crazy.
Dexter Smith says, Joey Runways, oh boy, what's up? Overtime, showtime, VB, Odyssey Fights, let's go. Fresh Trades, Hikam Ishman, Lil Mama, what's going on, Lil Mama? Sloth, my boy Joey, what's cooking, my guy, what's cooking? And then we got Isberfin, what's up? Sorry if I butchered your name on that one. Joey, Justin L, Joey Management is right. A couple more, Magical Johnson, and your Huckleberry, and we can't forget our guy, Mike P. The Fighter! Tesla too high. Never mind that. We're going to Adara in uno momento. There, bang. We catch a feel on Tesla. We've been riding this thing all day. I had an espresso and we're rock and rolling. Hold on, man. Boom, boom. Bang. Adara, what do you got? Who hit that? Why?
Seems like you're having a little bit of an issue. He's glitching, Katina, man. All right.
Adara.
We gotta go to Adara.
I have IBKR, guys, a name I know you both like and are involved in a little bit of a push higher here with IBKR Interactive Brokers. CNBC saying that Josh Brown calls this one a log idea, saying it's a little bit cheaper than Robinhood, which of course is in the same space. So IBKR, nice pop here, guys. Back to you.
Just got to cover this because they're breaking out now. All right, guys, we have two big ones today in the world of small cap gappers. The biggest, the baddest of them all. SCNX. This is a halt parameter coming up here. We might get a gray out 162. We're about to halt here on SCNX if we're not already halted. My scanner's a little delayed. Okay, so this is a really, really good stair step up. Look at the defense of the 10 EMA on the 5. Nary a breach, wick, closer, otherwise halted to the high side at 162. We also got to keep an eye on AIRE, another one breaking out to the tune of 20 some odd percent. We got to keep an eye on this one as it is at the high of the day, 90 penny high, looking to take the dollar. And then last but not least, NPWR just rocketed off that 3 1/3 close, breaching through 407 high, 17 3/4%, Joey. Those are the three I'm keeping my eye on.
You're keeping your eye on.
Yes,
Guess
sir.
who just walked in the door after the birthday party?
Well, you know,
it's me.
Not a moment too soon,
Make
bro.
sure you
Not
stay
a
till
moment
7
too
o'clock.
soon.
Make sure you stay till 7. Oh, okay.
She came
just
for
the
us?
show. Andrew,
nice.
You guys are loving the energy, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go through too many espressos because then I'll crash hard.
Is that a me espresso? A me espresso.
I don't know the song. But
Sabrina Carpenter, bro.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you don't know that song?
No.
Obi loves it.
Yeah, Obi loves it. All right.
That's crazy.
Andrew Sandoval, appreciate all the love there, guys. We're just been cooking up on TSLA all day, our only trade. But please, make sure you like and subscribe. It's not that difficult. It's essentially free.
That's
Juan,
ridiculous.
hey, man.
21.5%.
Hey, man.
That's crazy.
Haters gonna hate Juan Padilla. No, I know you're only joking
Juan.
around there. Come on, Juan.
What's going on over there, Juan?
The chosen one. But anyways.
Even the TAC guy is asking, is that Joey with a sweater around his neck?
Yeah. Listen, I'm channeling my inner ADL here.
This monitor's in the way of the camera. This displeases me greatly, Assassino.
Oh,
you notice this, Assassino?
Oh, look, you can see
Look
the
at that,
corner.
Assassino.
You can see the corner of it.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
we gotta get that taken care of right there. Yeah,
Where's the Lambo? I know, man. We don't got that just yet.
We're gonna get the
Don
Lambo.
Lewis. Yeah, man. You know, we bossing up. Literally, this is just my sweater that I wear every day here when it's not every day when it's cold. And I'm just like, you know what? Let me get.
Well, you know, for the summer, I think Joey Shivers went on vacation. But as we get into the fall, Joey Shiver returns.
As soon as that temperature starts to cool down, It's immediately. Is that casual, Joey? Yeah, we can call it whatever. You guys love it.
You look, your boy Joey Options is locked up.
Oh,
locked up.
No,
because he was looking for that Friday date, but they don't know.
Who
There's a missus at home. There's a Mrs. Joey Options at home.
At home. Yeah.
Shut up.
Preppy Joe. What's up, Joey Perez? No, in all seriousness, guys, we'll take a look at this trade from earlier in the morning. I love all the you guys are giving pure love in the chat today, man. Lil Mama, what's up? Kalua, what's up? Good seeing you guys in the chat. Lil Ma.
Get to work.
But yeah, let's get right into work here, guys. TSLA, the only trade of the day, and we grab it off the lows, and then we get that breakout, volume punching through those pre-market highs and the previous high of the day. So we're cooking up. To be honest, I don't have much left. 3% of my actual position. So we're just gonna rock and roll, leave it as a runner, Sharif, and see how high Tesla wants to climb today. Yesterday we were grinding in the blue O. Guess what I was working on last night, Sharif?
What were you working on?
Well, everybody probably already knows it because I haven't stopped talking about it for the past couple of days. But hold on here, I want to pull something up momentarily, and just to show you, like, hey. We're grinding blue O last night, and that's what happened. So I was short, and then I'm like, hey, that doesn't make sense. We just flip to the long right away, straight away to jail, and then we just get out right there. So working on the go, and then the algo that is, and then also trading a little blue O. So it was a good one yesterday evening, having lots of fun. But other than that, we're going to be rocking and rolling on Tesla all day. I think there's going to be multiple opportunities, and Bitcoin looks like it wants to break out. Maybe we get involved with that too.
Absolutely, Joey. We're going to keep an eye on that. All right. I'm involved here, AIRE, looking for the squeeze into $1. We got a couple of beak wetters already through the spike into 97 pennies and change, Assassino. We're keeping an eye on this one. Look, I expect it to fail here. Not fail, but have trouble. We're awfully close to the dollar. I'm expecting resistance into that dollar area. Let's go ahead and wet the beak a little bit here as we've got some shares on this one. I'm also waiting for SCNX to open up. I see your message in the chat, Eduardo. Shout out to you, my man. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. He's asking if I'm looking at BYND. I'm going to continue to watch BYND. Right now, it is negative on the day. It's got to get above that 358, 360 area in order to get into Greensville. I won't be trading it as a long, so long as it's negative on the day. So I'm just going to maintain that sort of bias towards it. And if it starts catching a bid, believe me, I'm looking right at it. Shout out to Assassino. Thank you for throwing that on, brother. So that's the deal now. We're going to keep an eye on that. SCNX is open. Okay, so this one was halted at 172. It's dropping a little bit right now. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of let the longs loose into 172. We just took 64s. There's a seller at 66. We take out some at 67. Let's see if current bar low takes us to 157. It'll have to hold current bar low for me to stay involved. Otherwise, we'll get out and we'll look to set up at $1.40. Why do I say that $1.40 area? Because that is where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. Let's see what it does with that 150 area first. Watching here as SCNX zigs and zags. I could work into this. I don't mind working into this with that 140 area being sort of my line in the sand. So it's up 177%. Let's ride the trend. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to work into this position. I'll be building my position into that $1.40 or low 140s. We'll see before we add some real size into there. So, pardon me. So just looking for continuation here, Joey, on SCNX up 177%.
Good stuff. All right, my friend Kurt Hutchings. Joe, say hi to Biff and Muffy.
Oh, wow.
Hi, Biff. Who is it? Do you know who they are?
I just thought they were like, I thought he was taking a shot at you. I don't know who those
No, someone asked me to say hi, so I'm going to say hi to Biff and Muffy. Go Blue Jays. It's all good, my friend. Yeah. All right, there we go. Bitcoin, we're rocking and rolling. Someone says Baba is moving. I was looking at Joby as well. But never mind Tesla. We're going to hold on to this. But there goes Bitcoin. See, the thing is, though, pretty solid day on Tesla. Now I'm just going to rock and roll. Risk a percentage of my day, and there it goes. Wow, what a big time move in IBIT. My boy Rusty Dutch is buying it as well. We'll take 10% off right up here because why not? Shout out to why not. Also, we're going to Adira, guys.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here with these quantum names, I am seeing a report coming through from a Yahoo Finance reporter on X, saying that this report that we got earlier from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that the U.S., the Trump administration is in talks to take equity stakes in quantum computing companies. This Yahoo Finance reporter saying that's not necessarily true. So apparently, if they do this, it would be leftover money from the CHIPS Act. There's not a lot of details, but either way, a Yahoo Finance reporter questioning this report a little bit, suggesting that the U.S. government is considering taking stakes in quantum names. Back to you.
Very much there, guys. Yeah, APLD has been on an absolute monster run. This stock has been crazy for the past couple of months, and we've been talking about it for quite some time. So, I mean, this thing's rocking. But keep an eye out for this, right, guys? I mean, with options, you can only lose so much, but at the end of the day, you don't want to be paying here unless you're writing. You can obviously lose infinity. But 143%, that's really expensive in my opinion. Further you go out, the less that IV will be. So if we go to March or something along those lines, 120%. I mean, you get an 8% drop down, but yeah, our APLD has been on a phenomenal run without any form of questioning. Market's starting to come back in a little bit here, but Tesla's still holding up really strong, Shreve, so that's positive. Okay. We take 10% off on IBIT up there, and let's see if we can hold this breakout zone. If not, then we'll just get out break even, and then hopefully we can get in at a lower price at some key support levels, and then make a trade based off of that. Because where I am right now is essentially a breakout trade. We were fortunate enough to get the volume to step in our direction and in our favor, but currently right now we're getting that aggressive pullback, and the volume is starting to increase as well too, Shreve. So I have to keep that in mind. Break even, we're out. Anything lower, we're going to look for that re-entry.
All right, sounds good, Joe. That's a plan. All right, speaking of a plan, we got a plan over here as well on SCNX, looking for this one to defend the 10 EMA. I've got 52s on now, having worked my way into this position. Let's see if we hold up at the 10. As I spoke about earlier, I perceive price action support to be around that 140 area, and we know psychological support could come around the $0.50. To me, that's less of I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, a less likely setup, put it that way, okay? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find these areas where buyers are stepping in, watching the level 2, watching the 5-second chart on my top screen, looking for this one to hold up at around this area. Now, I do have a plan DCA, as I mentioned. I like the 140-ish area as an area of support. So if it does drop into here, I want to get some more shares, with my ultimate out being, below that 140 area. So right now, holding up at about 165%, doing the dance here, a little above 150, a little bit below. Really nothing for me to execute on right now, other than to wait for the price to manifest either to the downside and get filled for my planned DCA, or to wait for this one to pop back up. And here we go, dropping into my DCA. I don't know why it's not filling me. There we go. That's going to be a halt parameter, so I have to get out of that. That's fine. We can add right back in as it's a false halt there. That's good. So we'll pop back into 45. So now let's post at 47. Let's post at 50s as well. So that one scared me because it looked like it was initiating a halt parameter on the way down. I don't want to be caught in a halt on SCNX. So holding up at the $1.40 is what we're doing right now. So this is the 10 EMA. So this is going to be my line in the sand. If it loses the 10 EMA, I'm not looking at this again until about 110 or so. So keeping an eye on this one. Separately, I'm still holding on a piece for AIRE. It's not breaking down. It has that topping till through $1 into 101, which is fine because the subsequent candle on AIRE has a higher low. So that means we're still maintaining trend, and I'm okay with that. NPWR slowing down, nothing for me to do there. So I'm going to focus the majority of my brain capacity, so to speak, on SCNX, Joe.
All right, good stuff there. Let's take a little bit more out on Tesla. So yeah, that worked out there, guys. 1% remaining there. So essentially nothing. Unreal. I'm just letting it rock and roll. The bulk of the trade was out at VWAP. I was out roughly around 30 to 40%, and then the rest is just boom, 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 all the way up to the top side. Bitcoin was just a big time grab into the support levels, aka the previous support levels, now previous resistance levels acting as current support. So this might continue to rock and roll. So we'll keep an an eye out on that one. But we can't complain, guys. A really nice move in Tesla and a big-time recovery. We talked about us trading Blue Ocean the other night as well, too. I'm curious, are you guys trading Blue Ocean? I wasn't going to until Jose's like, yeah, it's going to be really in play. And then sure enough, I think it was around 9:30 or something along those lines. Jose messaged me. He's like, man, the quantum names are going nuts. And unfortunately, we were a little bit too late to that one. And I wasn't going to chase it all the way up there. So not too bad of trading overnight. And we're really starting to enjoy that, considering I got my hotkeys figured out, Sharif, which makes it substantially easier when you are trading on specific platforms. I keep an eye on the Blue Ocean, but haven't traded anything yet, says Mike Peter Ryder. I mean, hey, man, take the shot. It's not as bad. If there's a lot of volume, I think you're going to be okay. And honestly, go with the flow. As I was mentioning earlier, I was short initially, and then I'm like, hey, wait, this doesn't make any sense. We're not selling aggressively, and I'm looking at the tape. So we decided to flip long, got back our losses, and then some. So not too bad, Ave. Look, Ray, what do you think of PayPal into earnings next week? Thinking of picking up some weekly calls. Let's take a look at PayPal. I didn't get the upgrades and downgrades done today, guys, because I was having computer issues. But I'm pretty sure they were on and initiate a sell and a hold. So let's see what we got going on with PayPal from a daily perspective, and then we can base something on that. There goes Tesla, a brand new high of the day. I'm not going to take anything out until 1940 because we've been cooking on this trade all morning long, baby. PayPal, watch out for this support level. I think we've gone on it over this before, considering we have this drawn. It can go up, but the way that we're currently trading, just be cautious of that 64 level to be broken, and make sure you know what you're doing leading into earnings. The options market will start pricing in that volatility, and with that being said, you're going to have an increase in premiums as well too. So keep that in mind. On that, Stuart from Mad TV look today, loving it, says my guy Charlie Bang Bang.
Charlie.
Yeah, I was going with that English look, man. For all my friends out there across the pond, just copying your swag, man, and a little Love Island swag, you know what I mean? That's because what they wear on there. But in all seriousness, guys, there it is on Tesla. I should just hold it for the remainder of the day and do a mock. I could just mock this last 1%.
Smart.
Just because. You know what I mean? What's going to happen? I don't have much. If it comes back against me a little bit, I'm still not going to lose anything. So just holding a little bit for the dream tree.
All right, guys. SCNX halted down. Thankfully, I was able to get out of this one. It is halted right below the 10 EMA. So I'd like to see how this one's going to open. Right now, it's showing me a top of 132. It halted at 136, so we're already slated to open up a little bit lower, and that will certainly mean that we either close below the 10 EMA or we wick below it and then trend right back up. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. The next level for me is going to be around 110 for SCNX, possibly as a dip trade because it didn't hold up at the 10. And that's just the way it is, giving back some here off the 172 high into 136 halt. Now, the one that I'm focused on at the moment is AIRE, looking for this one to hold and try another attempt at $1. It's got the 10 EMA generally below the 90 penny area. I want to say around 88 and change. So we're keeping an eye on that one. I've got, around 88 and change is the 10 EMA. And I also want to point out another one that's weaseling its way onto the scene. I just found this on my scanner now. MSAI just got an aggressive price spike up into that 102 area, 96 pennies. This one closed out at 67 pennies yesterday, and it's trying to break through the dollar. It's up 42%, but I'm worried about this one sort of being, a quick Christmas tree retracement, so to speak. So that's what we're keeping an eye on now. Back to AIRE, though, as it comes into that 10 EMA on the 5, looking for this to hold up. We've got 91s on, so let's go ahead and post some at 92s, looking for a hold of that said 10 EMA and a continuation back into that dollar. But we got to keep an eye as well on MSAI. Where's that? MSAI, this one is also working its way right back into that dollar area, 102 the high, showing me 97 pennies at the moment. Going to keep an eye on this one, Joey, especially if it takes out that dollar. I don't want to have to be fighting with these ones south of the dollar. I really want them to clear the dollar aggressively, and then we can kind of use that dollar, as a level of support. So that is what I'm focused on right now. MSAI, AIRE, waiting for SCNX to open back up.
All right, let's pull up our top performing sectors of the day. I got to pull it up on Google Chrome. They got me on Google Chrome now, Shrave. No more Edge. No more Microsoft Edge. Yeah, I was just freezing the old computer these days, man. So, hey, you got to inquire about that. You get that sorted out, and then next thing you know, you're using Google Chrome instead of Microsoft Edge. No, obviously, it makes no difference to me, to be honest with you. No, but in all seriousness, guys, the energy sector leading the way, up 1 1/4, and then we have the tech sector up 8/10, a little bit more than that. In the materials, 0.65%, and then sure enough, the industrials sitting in that 4 place, 4 pockets full on the industrials. Shout out to 4PF, I think. Yeah, that's how it goes. All right, Sharif, for the bottom 3, we got the utilities down 0.5%, consumer staples down 7/10, and the real estate sector almost down a whole percent right there, 0.99 to be exact. Now we're just waiting for Bitcoin to hold this support level and maybe possibly come back into the volume weighted average price. The thing is, though, guys, you have to look at the market moving, and we know that they're correlated, even though we may not love it. You get that little push in IBIT, and now it's starting to come back in. So I think it's really heavily reliant on what's going on in the Nasdaq. Wow, Tesla, there it goes, 431. Where did we close out yesterday? And have we recovered all of that selling on the earnings report? Yes, we had. Not quite. We closed out around 438. So there's a couple more points, but that gap being filled 110%, guys. So a nice long there, and we're going to continue to watch what's going on. I missed a big time reload on it, Sharif, which kind of sucks. But hey, yeah, I mean, there's always going to be another opportunity.
Yes, sir.
And I mean, you don't want to be overly greedy, but you want to try to perform as best as you possibly can, and that's the VWAP reload. There was an additional reload opportunity right there. So what we got to do, what do we do about it? If we don't want to make the same mistakes twice, we go back, we look at it, and then next time around, we take the stab. Whether it works or not, that's up to the markets, but you have to do it, and that's what we're going to work on. That's one note that we can just do, that we're going to take in and do a little bit better for next time, Sharif.
All right, SCNX back into this one as it's open from the halt and generally holding this area, looking for it to hold current bar low into 135. Let's see if it does. We're going to give this one a little bit more of a chance. Also in here to MSAI, as this one weasels into that dollar area. Let's go ahead and post north of that dollar as well into 103. Let's see if MSAI's got the juice to let this one lose. 102 area high on MSAI. Yeah, sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on AIRE as well, because that one just found an aggressive bid off the volume weighted average price, popping from 82.5 pennies up into 90. So good strength there. That one forced me out. So it's been a choppy morning here to start the day with the small cap gappers. Trying my hand again at SCNX, looking for this current bar to hold. We got another couple of minutes for this bar to close. I'm talking about the 5-minute candle on SCNX. 172 high, generally holding this area, a prior area of resistance. I'm talking about this 140 area from the 10-20 time slot, up 150%. Or thereabouts. I want to also mention HKPD. This one just got an aggressive bid off 135. It's one that I've been keeping my eye on. HKPD, looking for that one to test the 160 area high as well. But my focus really is going to be on SCNX, looking for this one to hold current bar low. It might lose current bar, so we'll have to risk another 5 pennies on this bad boy if it does not hold up. SCNX giving me a whole bunch of trouble here. I see you guys talking about BYND. It's at the high of the day. I'm going to have to focus on these trades, and I won't punch into BYND until it's green on the day. So it's still down about 3 3/4%. So I'll keep tabs on that. I've got it on the side chart. If I'm going to punch into it, I promise I'll let you guys know and what my levels are going to be. So yeah, focusing now on MSAI and SCNX, Joe. There goes MSAI through the dollar. So we're getting a whole bunch of prints there. Looking for continuation though through that dollar, not just a quick spike. We're still south of the high, right? 102 is the high. We're showing 01, so somebody's shorting in here. We're taking profits at 01s, up 50%, but definitely having trouble with this technical area of resistance, Joe.
All right.
Here we go. We're breaking out. 103.
You want got that going there?
Oh, I didn't even hear SSC. No.
I don't know. I don't know. I might be hearing things.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, yeah, it is Adara.
MSAI, sorry, just MSAI is breaking out here, guys, into 104, 105 high now. Looking for continuation on this. About 13 1/3 million shares churning here on this name. Keep your eye out on this one for the dollar hold. Adara.
Going to crypto a bit earlier today because I do want to talk about a story that broke about 10 minutes ago, and I've been spending some time getting more info on. It has to do with the pardon of CZ of Binance, or otherwise known as Changpeng Zhao. So he's been reported, according to the Wall Street Journal, he's actually being pardoned by President Donald Trump. Apparently, Trump has already signed this pardon. Now, this Wall Street Journal report also cites commentary from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. So this does appear to be real. Caroline Leavitt saying that Trump has, quote, exercised his constitutional authority by issuing a pardon for Mr. Zhao, basically saying that CZ was prosecuted by the previous administration because they had a bias against cryptocurrency. So this is a really interesting look here, this pardon. Either way, it's an interesting look here. It could potentially pave the way for Binance's return to the U.S. The company, of course, pleaded guilty in 2023 to violating U.S. anti-money laundering laws. So this is a pretty interesting story. As it develops, I'll keep you guys posted, but I did want to mention that. Now, with regards to Bitcoin, a little bit of base potentially forming here on the daily, a slightly higher low here, and now we're finding some support around that 107,000 level. Let's see what we can do here, because right now 110,000, a little bit of a struggle to get above that point. We'll take a look at Ethereum as well before we send you back to the Bash Brothers. Ethereum, can you see some lower highs and slightly higher lows as well, potentially a wedge forming for ETH. Back to the Bash Brothers. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Oh, it's been a choppy morning, Joe, but finally we're getting a bit of a bid here on MSAI. It's breaking out, Joe, into 111. That's the high. That's where we're at right now. We got 97s on. We got shares on this one. Looking for continuation. There's a prohibitively large seller at 11s. I saw size posted, and then there was no size, but it was churning a hidden iceberg order. Now we're getting more size posted there on the book as we reject 11s, drop into 10s. The question always becomes for me, once we clear this dollar area by 10, 15 pennies or whatever, do we use the dollar area now as a level of support? I don't think we do. Quite frankly, I've seen this story way too much lately. Get above 10, 15, maybe even 20 pennies ahead of that dollar area, only to see the shorts get really aggressive and push this one right back down. So I'm going to try to be a bit more strategic about where I want to get in again.
Do me a favor. You're not paying that trade any justice. Get it in the middle there and zoom in a little bit, my guy. That's a monstrous.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Expand that price a little bit, man. You're not doing that trade any justice.
Hey, we're taking Prince Joey.
Yeah,
I love that. That's so funny,
let's go,
bro.
Man. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling, man. Yeah,
yes,
it's a good day. It's Thursday, Friday Junior, and we all know that the Jays are playing tomorrow, so the city is going to erupt, especially if they come out and win Game 1. It was already hectic when they were going to the World Series. It was such an experience. Yeah, Friday Junior, Mike P. Essentially, it was such an experience to be downtown when the Raptors won and just 100%. Everything just shut down. And you know what? It makes me extremely jealous of the city of Boston. Like, these guys
get a lot.
All they do is win. Excuse me. And it's like, man, at some point you got to get tired of the parades. But no, I wouldn't, bro. No, there's never too much winning. There's never too much winning, Sharif. No. But there it is, continuous winnuation.
Winnuation? I love it.
On TSLA. So that's what we're rocking and rolling on there. So shout out to Joe's vocabulary as well. IBIT, let's get back into that one. What were we talking about earlier? Hey, wait for that pullback. Get in at a lower price. Support holding up right now. And then we get right back into the trade. And I mean, we're in significantly at a 62.33s, and we'll take it at 28s all day, every day, just to see if we can go and test this previous pivot high. So let's go. Yeah, you like that? You like that one, Mike P? The rider. Listen, I'm not going to make the same mistake as last time on that failed. Oh, okay, no, maybe I will. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to take 20% right here, guys, to see if we can catch that bang. Because last time I took 10% off, and I got stopped out on the 90. That's no fun. But hey, got to keep that mental straight. Stick to the game plan. Essentially, nothing happens here. Okay, no problem. 10% you take off, comes back to your break even. Was your thesis that good anyways? Nah. So we get right back in, and wow. There goes Tesla Sharif. Okay. Again, a new high of the day. TSLA absolutely cooking up. It's been a fantastic one so far for me and your boy. And hey, all we're going to do is just continuously trade and put on some solid things. Yesterday was red, full disclosure. But I was never shut down at any point. I was red, grinded back to almost going green, and then I just ended up exactly where I peaked from a negative standpoint. And guess what I did?
What'd you do?
I'm like, hey, that's it for me. Not in sync right now. We're going to come back to today, rock and roll. And then now my day is substantially better than that loss that what we had yesterday.
I love it, Joe. Joe, I've been watching SNCX churn.
Dang.
I want to say millions of shares at this 143 area. This is crazy. The seller at 143 to 144 on SCNX is a committed fellow. Let me tell you, man, there has been a whole lot of chop and churn at this 143. And it doesn't really surprise me. We had trouble with that level before breaking at 1050 and 1055. We also topping tailed through that level at 1020. So it looks like that person there is a very stubborn, you know what, and they're not giving up on that hand. And so we're going to have to wait until they get cleared because, quite frankly, I don't have enough buying power to outdo them. So we're going to have to wait somebody else with that buying power moves them out of the way, and then we'll participate to the high side. About to break out onto 50, says Bovin about SCNX. Bovin, I feel the same way. We got higher lows. We got a green candle that closed as a hammer at 1125. But what I've been watching on the level 2, Bovin, is that monster seller, as I've been talking about, into that 143, 144 area. I'm going to have to insist that they get removed before I weasel back in. MSAI, though, I missed it. Remember I was talking about this? Add to the dollar area. Bro, throw out the orders. I'm complaining to myself here because this one did defend the dollar. Drops back down, holds a dollar to a T, and now we're working back up with a higher low on the 5-minute candle into 108s. Looking for continuation on MSAI. I didn't get any more. That doesn't mean that I can't at this level. I like what I see so far in terms of higher lows. Sadly, though, we also have a lower high, trading at around 108, 107, despite the fact that the high is 111. So continuing to watch that. NPWR was breaking out when we started the show. Then it had a topping tail candle that kind of ended things through 4. And now it's dropping down into 375 where VWAP is. So this could be an interesting buy area. It's up almost 12%. It'll have to hold up at 375 where VWAP is for me to get involved. Otherwise, it's a no-go for me. But keeping an eye on that one, it's going to maintain its place on the side chart until it loses that white line, which is, again, the volume weighted average price. Let me go back to SCNX though, because here we are again back into the into the low 40s, Bovin, 142, 141 a little bit here. Still insisting that this clear that level before I punch in. I'm 0 for 2 on this one, so I don't want to go 0 for 3. You know what happens, Joey? We're in the World Series right now. You got 3 strikes. They're kicking your ass out. You go sit your ass down and you go get a drink in the clubhouse or something, right?
Go chew on some sunflower seeds or something.
Sunflower seeds.
While you're at it.
That's what they're doing in there, eh?
Yeah.
I got a feeling it might be something else.
Oh,
Joey.
what do you think it is?
I don't know. Zins.
Chat. Chat.
What's happening?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, we're good.
Yeah.
So Neil's laughing too. He's like, "What the hell's happening?"
You know
right?
what chat is? Chat.
Oh boy.
Not like the chat, like chat. No, he has no idea because I'm having to explain it here.
Yeah. It's all good.
It's all good.
Here's the deal, though.
Whoa.
Go ahead, Joey.
You all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Got a spiel over there? Well, I got a deal and a spiel over here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Bang, money.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go on IBIT as we're starting to cook up there. So IBIT, another little piece off. Man, guys, we're just cooking up today, so not too bad. We're not going to complain. And Tesla's still going on. I'm leaving my 1% as a runner. Let's see how high it wants to go, and then maybe we'll take a little bit off. I think see, the thing is, though, we've got to look at this from a daily perspective. If we're going to fill that gap completely, then that's it. And you might get somewhat of a rejection of it. So, again, I could take it off out here, but why? We're cooking, and you may as well just let it run. Again, it's absolutely nothing from a share standpoint. Okay. So why not and have a little bit of fun with it? And that's something really important. I think that, like, some people say, hey, I have an issue holding on to runners, and I know we were talking about it yesterday in the fact that, hey, at what point do you allow it to run? And a couple of individuals and I were talking about it yesterday, just saying, hey, take the bulk of your position off at your specific target and then leave that 10-15% as a runner, because essentially it's like, hey, I don't really care about that. I've made the money that I'm looking for. I put on the trade that I was trying to execute, and this is bonus essentially at the end of the day. So that's what we're trying to do with Tesla and on IBIT right now. Adara, what do you got for us?
There's some geopolitical stuff here. Commentary from Vladimir Putin of Russia saying that Russia wants to continue its dialogue and that a summit needs to be prepared with regards to his meeting with Trump. So sounds like Putin does want to meet Trump here and that continue that dialogue. So interesting note. If there's anything else, I'll let you guys know. But a bit of a move here in some stocks on this as we digest these headlines.
KGB agent, he doesn't change. He's just playing mind games. What a guy, bro. All right, we're doing it live here on MSAI. We added into the position, guys. So we took the breakout. There's the 111 breakout. We're showing 15s. I added at 10s. Here we go again. Sorry, 12s, excuse me. We're showing 15s right now, looking for a continuation. But there is a large seller like at every dang level. 14, there was a seller. 15, there's a seller. When are the buyers going to run out of money and their sellers are going to take over? Here comes 16. We're barely seeing any size posted here at 15. So the sell orders are coming in live as we speak. I don't want to take out too much over here. We're taking out too much with not enough profit. So huge seller at 15s here that we can't shake right now on MSAI. But I feel like maybe we have kind of left the dollar behind, at least for the moment. I hate to say that because I know I'll jinx it and then it'll head back down. But that seller at 15 is a staunchy little bugger. And there's more sell orders coming onto the gateway now at 15 on MSAI. And all I'm seeing on the tape is yellow and red. That is not what I want to see. I want to see blue and, I want to see green and orange. And I'll explain why in a second. So that 15 seller, look at this. Look at how long we've been posted up here at 15. I'm going to flatten out here and look to take some more profits. Sorry, it's not even letting me, oh boy, I love this platform. It's not even letting me get out here. Maybe I shouldn't get out. I like this actually level. I think I might add into this position if it drops back down into one again. I'm just gonna let this one go. No, I don't need to do that actually. I don't have to actually do that. I can just get more on the breakout. So we're just gonna take it out like that. And we'll see if it takes out 116, we'll get back involved with that one. So MSAI, not a bad one so far. Honestly, though, my only profitable name, negative on AIRE, negative on SCNX. But I'm going to wait here on SCNX because it's holding at this 140 area in a very interesting way. So here's why I say it's interesting. Well, we know there for a fact that there's a big seller at 143 and 144. We saw that ourselves. The issue is, though, we also have a buyer here in the 140 to the low 140s to high 130s. So this is interesting to me. It's about, you know, who's going to be in control. You can try to make educated guesses based on price action. So what I'm looking at right now are lower highs on the 5 on SCNX, but I'm also seeing higher lows, ironically enough, especially if you base your analysis off that 1225 candle that bottomed out into the 20. And there goes, oh, dang it, Joey. MSAI popped up into 19, looking for continuation on this one. We're going with Adara.
On AAPL, guys, I'm seeing reports that the company has lost its legal case in the UK over commissions fees in the App Store, which shows ongoing regulatory challenges for these Mag 7 names. So again, Apple reportedly losing its App Store case in the UK. Back to you.
Surprised about that? The broke continent needs to actually, take money off American companies. I'm not surprised, but it's just another day, another cash grab.
Yep, big time, big time. I agree with you there, my friend. That's exactly what it is. Let's look at QS. We haven't really talked about QuantumScape. I was thinking for a long time that this was a quantum play, so thank you for informing me on my ignorance there, Sharif. So some nice batteries. There it is. So you have this ABCD type pattern, A, B, C, boom, D, and then now you're starting to get that downwards channel once again. Maybe you get a little bit of a pop once that resistance zone in the upper band of that channel is snapped, and then you can get a 5-minute print to open up above that $15 level. Maybe there can be a trade within that. But Tesla's still grinding, guys. I don't want to talk about the same names over and over again, so if you have anything specific, put it in the chat. So don't forget to vote. I'm going to vote right now, $, even though it never shows up on the thing. I'm just going to continuously do it, Sharif. Can you guess what I voted for?
Tesla.
IBIT. Never shows up, man. Tesla's always on the thing. So we got $, Netflix, RGTI, Mara, and Coin, says Jameson. A lot going on. Adara says $, Netflix as well, too. Is someone in some Netflix trading? I'm really curious to know. Adara off of those lows. I would not be surprised if she is, because that's looking pretty good, and I bet you she's added multiple times. Adara, am I right or am I wrong?
You were right about every point you just made.
Bang.
So, yeah,
That's
there we
it.
go.
I know my peers. So there it is. Nice look there, Shreve. Not too bad. And a nice little stair step higher on IBIT as well. So nice work there on Adara. On the Netflix, hey, too expensive for my liking, and I'm glad that she's taking on those trades as well. But there, boom, IBIT and TSLA working really nice for us, Shreve, as it's continuing to climb today.
All right, SCNX took out that 144 level. Now it's dealing with 150, well, the 150 area, but it's a one. There it goes into 150. Nice, we got 46 ons here, so we'll continue to take some prints. Looking for a nice price spike up above that 150 area, but it's a stair step up sort of affair with this one. It needs to clear this 150. This is a choppy trade, dude. There's really no continuity on this, not in the way that we've been seeing, so I'm gonna really need to be alive to that because it just keeps dropping into technical areas. But here we go. We're dropping as well on MSAI into this VWAP area. Let's see if this one holds up. No, it's not going to hold up there, so we'll get out. Focus back more on SCNX. Looking for continuation into the $0.50 on this one. Also keeping an eye on AIRE to get back into 90s. I see that's curling off the volume weighted average price. This one over here looks like it found a bit of a bottom at 82. Let's see if it can work up into that 90 penny area. AIRE is the one I'm talking about here, up 21 1/3. But we're focusing right now on SCNX. As it did take out that 45, 44 seller, now having trouble with 50. There's just selling at every level, man. There's selling at every level over here. And that just usually means that it's going to be a tough trade for these small cap gappers as the shorts want to be in control. And so I'm not going to short these. So if there's really no trades for me to have because of the choppiness, I'm not going to trade for no reason. So going to keep an eye out on that, Joe.
Okay, all right, good stuff there. Just reading a little bit on Adara's trade. No, I've been shorting since 1117. Average cost, okay, that's a good average cost now because I have added and taken profit aware it could bounce anytime soon. But really nice trade there. There are multiple dollars in the money. Now, some people are asking about some specific names. There it goes. Control, Alt, Escape. Thank you for that $5 super chat. I don't know what I want to hit there. Our $2 super chat. How are you feeling about RGTI, Joey? Yeah, I was mentioning it earlier, just the fact that it was moving in the aftermarket, starting to sell aggressively right now. But in all seriousness, I really want to get involved with this space, regardless if they're making money or not. I think it's the forward look on it. So you do get that big time print, but you also have to take into consideration that you're down 31%, and off of these lows, you're down 41%. So this move here is extremely, extremely aggressive. And with that being said, when you see something go parabolic like that, you're usually going to see that on the opposite end of that trade. And there it is, consecutive days to the downside. 1, 2, 3, 4. Regardless of us gapping up or not, the intraday sessions have been red. I like RGTI. If I'm going to get involved with quantum, it's going to be via probably the ETF. It was a QNTM or something like that. I'm not even going to try to remember what it was. But yeah, so that's what I like. Obviously, ION, well, not too bad. If you want to take a look from 84 to the lows, you're down 38%. But you have to take into consideration the volume profile as well and the average true range of that specific run. And I'm talking about the bulk of this move. So when things start to cool down, then I think we're going to have a pretty good opportunity to get involved. And IonQ is tanking right now.
Dropping aggressively.
Yeah, really aggressive. And so is IonQ. There goes IBIT. We get out break even right there. So not too bad. We got a lot of news. Talk to us, Adara. Across the board, the market's tanking. Adara, talk to us.
I have a couple pieces of news. I'll start with quantum. So Yahoo Finance saying that the U.S. is not in talks to take stakes in quantum firms. I actually mentioned this report a little bit earlier. Someone from Yahoo Finance posted this on X. But either way, Yahoo Finance reporting that the U.S. is not in talks to take stake in quantum firms. Now we also have more commentary coming from Vladimir Putin of Russia saying that strikes deep into Russia will be an escalation. Russia's reply will be serious if that happens. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's never good, man. They just got to get that scenario figured out and just close it and just get it done with at the end of the day. I told Sharif the other day, I was watching some of these war documentaries, and it's actually chaos, and it's really scary stuff, man.
I hear that. All right, just continuing to watch. Same thing. I don't really have anything to update on. Continue to watch SCNX hold, but it failed the 150 area. It's trying to hold that previous area of support. I don't think I'm going to add here until I see a little bit more. AIRE, is still holding volume weighted average price. MSAI holding VWAP as well, and the $1 area looking to bounce back up, back into this one at 3, showing me 5s, looking for a print into 7, 8, 9. Just packing my patience on these ones. Looking for for technical areas to hold up at, but it feels like maybe the best trade is a little bit behind them. If that is the case, you know, we'll get stopped out through the break of 30. So I'm packing my patience on SNCX. Let's go ahead and post in the mid to low 40s. Looking for a nice price spike up there, as it does have a bit of a higher low on this one. And let's just put a little bit more over here as well. So we'll see what we get there, but MSAI is losing the bid, so that I'm gonna have to drop that one out there. And that one will lose the dollar. So that one will be a loser. Continuing to watch here, SCNX, looking for this one to hold up at the 136 area. Watching AIRE as well. If this one looks like it's curling up, we'll pack into this one. Pardon me. There we go. Nope, that's not the one there. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Just make it a keystroke error. There we go. Looking in for AIRE to kind of curl off VWAP. I think we've got an interesting area here now that we've got a bunch of higher lows. Looking for continuation. What do we got? 87s. We'll post at 88s, and we'll post at 89s as well. Let's see if we can get a nice move up here. Joey, there we go. Now we're taking out a whole bunch of levels here on AIRE. So it looks like I caught this one on a price spike. Let's see if there's continuation, though, because, you know, they've been bamboozling today. So a nice price spike up on AIRE. Looking for that move into $1. 101 is the high. I'm going to post at 95s as well, as that's a previous area of resistance. Looking for that move above 90 decisively, though. That's been a hard level to clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a few more details here in this report with regards to quantum. So again, here, in case you guys missed it, Yahoo Finance reporting that the U.S. is not in talks to take stakes in quantum firms. Now, this also follows a post probably from like 30 minutes ago from a Yahoo Finance reporter suggesting the exact same fact. But now I'm also seeing here recirculated, apparently Reuters also contacted a U.S. commerce official. This was a while ago. And the commerce official already told Reuters that the department was not negotiating with any of these companies. So looks like some of this might have already been known with regards to these quantum names. I just wanted to add that caveat here. Back to you.
All right, Joey, what do you got, brother?
Yeah, I'm just talking a big smile in there.
Oh, he's there?
Yeah,
What's
there,
up?
Man. Yeah. What's up? Big smile. So yeah, guys, we're all out of the IBIT trade. I'm just asking about his share position on what's the ticker in it here on GRND? Yeah, so he's really in the money. He's been a long time investor. That one. So let's see what we got going on with IBIT as we get stopped out. A nice move to the top side here. We won't complain, but you have that rejection of the previous high, comes back to our break even, and then we get all out of that and still holding until Tesla breaks trend. Then I'm just going to hold it. As soon as I get that trend line break, then we'll just take our last 1% out there, just because move up into here. I guess it has snapped, but we'll give it a little bit more room. A 5-minute open south of 430, then we'll just pop out. Let's pull up the options chain on this and see what we got cooking up there, if there's anything substantial. Surprisingly, when I was looking at it yesterday, there wasn't anything that was like captivated, grabbed me or anything along those lines. So let's see if that narrative has changed this morning. 440, 6,650 open interest calls at that 442 and a half. 445, nothing really. If we want to look at some size, that's going to be at 455, and then also at 432. Again, 440, a little open interest. So not too bad. I did see some size on the puts. So there it is at that 400 strike price, 24,600 at that level, and then 56,000 contracts currently traded. And there goes the uptrend on Tesla. That is no problem because, hey, we'll just hop out of it, and then we're going to look for another trade. We'll risk some more of our day. Nothing crazy, so our position sizing is going to be relatively small, but it's bonus. If it works, then hey, we'll just add that on to today's realized, and if it doesn't, then we stop at some point, captivating and holding the majority of our gains on the session.
All right, man. Great call out by Benton, SOC breaking out. Sable Offshore Corp. It's not technically a small capper, $1.33 billion market cap, but that could be because of the big move up. 1180 low of day. In fact, that is the closing print from yesterday. Trading right at the high net right now, 1336. Not up big, 13%, but it's a stair step up sort of look on SOC, so we could work into this one. It's just a little extended, the price action that is off the 5, which is the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart, which is showing me 1290 at the moment. So I'm not really sure how to work into this one because it is a little bit extended, but it just keeps going up and up and up with very, very few pullbacks, if any. Just this 2-candle pullback here on the 5 at 11:15 and 11:20. That would have been the best time to get in. But yeah, hindsight is 2020. Well, let's pull up a SOC. I think I do have it up on the trading screen here. About a 4-penny spread, not too bad. Pulling back a bit here off that 13.42 high. I'd be on the lookout for this one to hold prior bar low on the 5. If that is the case, I think, you know, we may be able to work with this one, even if it doesn't pull off into a technical area. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. But I see BYND really working up here and looking to go possibly green on the day. So let's pull up BYND and talk a little bit about that because it has a nice pattern on the 5-minute chart. Trading at 345 with a 347 high right now. It's got a bit of a bull flag here on the 5 with a sort of holding the prior area high as support. I'm talking about that 330 area, and here we go. The tape picking up a little bit here on BYND. Let's see if this one wants to work up and take out 350 to go green on the day. It's going to have to take out 358, I believe. So we'll keep tabs on that, and we'll look to get in if it does go green on the day. I'm going to wait a little bit here for BYND. Shout out to Thomas Kondo, 199 super chat. YYAI squeeze risking 10K on this play or Jay's ML. All right, let's have a look at YYAI. What do we got? 5. All right. Are you going long? I'm not sure because this looks like a bear flag to me. The big drop right there at 9 o'clock, and then sideways consolidation below VWAP. So that feels like it's a bear flag to me. And this is the headline: shares are traded. The company announced a 1-for-50 reverse stock split. Just looking to see if there's any other news headlines on this one from today. Nothing today though. That just seems to be the issue there. And yeah. It's obviously dilutive. The market doesn't like that. So I don't know, brother. Let's look at the daily on this one.
So long Jay's money line.
I don't know. I don't like this chart at all, Joey. It's like it's had these out days, but you know it's quick to retrace the entire move. It's now trading at around 10 pennies or so. I'm going to say, brother, look, it's a lottery ticket. If it ends up printed for you, I'll be the first to congratulate you. But quite frankly, if you're asking my opinion about the technicals, there's not a whole lot to like on the shorter term time frame or the long term time frame. Multi-reverse splits. You had one in July of 2024. You got another one today. So there's really not a whole lot for me to say that's positive about this, other than to say there seems to be a buy around 10 pennies. We're going to the desk.
Another update here on quantum. Now Rigetti's telling CNBC that they actually are in ongoing talks with the U.S. government with regards to quantum funding. Now, in case you guys missed it, the Wall Street Journal reported earlier that the U.S. government was in talks with some of these quantum companies, including Rigetti, for funding. Then Yahoo Finance reported that this actually was not the case, and these companies were not in talks with the government. Reuters also, in the middle of all these reports, actually talked to the Commerce Department, which said they were not in talks with these quantum companies. Rigetti's denying that, telling CNBC that, yes, we actually are in talks with the government. Back to you.
So we get another little pop. So if you ask me, who was it put that super chat in there, Thomas Kondo? Yeah, considering that we didn't really find anything that we liked on YYAI, may as well just go 10KJ's money line. That seems like the easier route and slightly more, I guess, if you want to bullish. I think, honestly, this is my theory, considering, so the Dodgers swept, obviously, the Milwaukee Brewers. Right, done. They're cool. They're cool a little bit right now. As fantastic of a team they may be, I think the Jays coming off a hot Game 7 is really important because the momentum is there and they've gone through that struggle. They were down for the majority of that game and then they come back. So I'm going Jays money line on that one. It's my friend's birthday on Friday as well too. I usually play hockey, so I said, hey man, you're lucky enough that I'm going to skip out on hockey and come hang out with you and watch the Jays game. So they better win. So that's essentially what's going down there, Sharif. Right. We just have a nice little barbecue. There goes the market climbing right high, back higher again, close to those highs. It's so. The easy trade, in my opinion, is not the short. Again, it gets really attractive and you say, oh, this is toppy. How much higher can we climb? How much higher can we climb? It just doesn't stop. There goes Apple and putting in a new high of the day. And I haven't even really been looking at the Mag 7 today. I was in hyper focus with Tesla, and that's all I really had on my watch list, and we executed on that. And I'll obviously dabble in a little Bitcoin, because whenever it's ready to rock and roll, you'll get those consecutive sessions where it's just continuously climbing higher. You just have to be patient enough, wait for the right technical setup on the daily, and then you're going to have the ability to just ride the trend. Because when it goes on these runs, say we break that previous all-time high around 126, well, what is the next stop? 130 or something like that, 135, and those and you can get some monster moves from an intraday perspective, and that's what I'm consistently looking for. Still holding on to that last bit of Tesla. We did get stopped out on IBIT right here, but it's channel trading right now, Sharif.
All right, BYND is breaking out into 361. It is now green on the day, up 0.75%. Good breakout and a good move above 3.5. I was gauging resistance at 3.5. I was wrong. Now we'll have to see if it can break the yesterday's closing print, which is 358. It's above it right now, but dropping below as people either take profits or see that it is green on the day and look to get more short. Zigging and zagging right now off that 361 high. Recovery. No question about it, whether it moves back or not. We were down substantially on the day into that. I think in the pre-market we dropped into the 50s, I believe. In fact, we actually breached the 50s in the aftermarket yesterday. It looks like we held the 60s today. So let's see how we set up here on BYND. Do we pull back in maybe to that 345, 340 breakout area? Or are we just getting a topping tail candle right now, and that's going to be the end of the trade, and we start selling off? So hard to gauge right now, especially since this is coming from negative territory. It's not a runner, that's up like 30, 40%, and we know that the buyers were in control. The sellers were in control the majority of the morning, with the buyers taking over a little bit. But here we go, topping tail candle right now, and now we're down 2% again on BYND. Let's watch that 340-ish area. If it holds up there, I'll give it the old college try. We'll risk about 5 pennies, but it'll have to dip down into that area for me to stay interested. I won't want to punch in that close to the day's high. So BYND, as Tobe says, going green. It's down, though, 1.25% as it deals with the sellers in and around that closing print from yesterday, an area that we expect to have resistance at. So that's my look right now. I also want to bring your attention to SOC, the one that Benton called out. We got a topping tail candle into 350, but this current candle has a higher low. So I'm going to punch into this candle over here, and I'm going to base my out on prior bar low, Joey. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get out if it breaks that 330 level.
All right.
1330, excuse me.
Cool, cool. So at the end of the day, Havana Woody, it looks like I have my capital. I was talking a little bit earlier, but anyways, aside from that, however, I did turn 15K into 198K on AMT puts. Last time I tried to hit $19 pre-split, so sometimes it works. Yeah, so nice trade there. I'll take that 190K any day of the week. And yeah, it goes real quick here in Toronto, though. That's for sure. You don't get much. Not much bang for your buck around this neck of the woods anymore, Sharif.
No,
but
man.
That's just how it goes. Tesla's still holding up. We got Apple at the high of the day. Let's pull up our old chart here and see what we're looking at. We got Rigetti and some of the quantum names. Here's over NVDA, IBIT still channel trading. Tesla looking pretty good, as if it wants to go and attempt this previous break. Once that cracks, we take our last little bit out. And this is just chop. This is a lot of choppy. And I've seen multiple individuals in the chat say, hey, I can't really navigate the SPY right now. And yeah, I totally agree with you. What you got to do is just compress that bar and that price and give yourself significantly wider of a stop. Buy the lower end of the range, sell the top end, or vice versa. Again, so we're getting another indecision. I think these are liquidity grabs. There's no specific reason for the market to continue to be climbing higher, but if you're trying to justify it, that's when you're going to find yourself in a world of trouble. Regardless of what you think, and I know I find myself falling into that realm as well, just like, hey, why we don't go up? Why are we going up? Why are we continuously doing that? Fantastic. But at the end of the day, you know nothing, Jon Snow, and you don't deserve whatever it is written. So yeah, be patient. We're not too far off of those all-time highs, so we'll have to be patient and see what's going on. Tesla, same thing, guys. I'm going to be sitting on my hands. It's been a really good morning, so we're going to wait for that A+ setup and then maybe just get a little ad. There goes Tesla, new high of the day, Sharif. So there's 435, and I only have 1%, so I already took out the bulk of that position.
That's what I want to hear, man.
But we can't complain.
All right.
All right, guys.
Shout out to Joe. Kill it on that. I'm watching SOC make another new high to 1354. Looking for continuation through the $0.50 layering the prints. Showing me 55s at the moment. Sorry, 54s, excuse me. There we go, 55. We get the print there. Now the high of the day is 55. Looking for more, though. Stair step up. Let's see where this one ends up going. We're trading literally at the high, up 14.5%. Packing my patience. Of course, watching BYND's price develop. Topping tail candle through the closing print yesterday. Went green momentarily. Down we go again. We still have a higher low on this 12 o'clock 5-minute candle relative to the 11:55 5-minute candle, which has a low of 346. So if you're entering here, I'd be looking for prior bar low. Just personally, that's where I'd be looking to get out. But the price action here starting to develop aggressively, and the volume picking up at this level on BYND. It had over 1 billion shares traded yesterday, and maybe we do that again today because we're almost at 500 million, 418 million. Here we go again. This has a higher low right now on BYND. Is this continuation possibly to go green decisively? We're back into Greensville, not by a lot, Joey, 0.25%, but the buyers are buying this up, right? And they have been doing that basically since the low of the day. It's been a series of higher lows. It's just when do the good times end for BYND? Because we saw them end quite abruptly yesterday. If you get in here, current bar low, I just want to let you know, is 349, so you could risk 11 pennies.
You know when they end?
Yeah, when they end.
Now.
When you take profits?
Now, because it's happening now.
Oh, where's Neil?
Neil's less than of the day. I don't know.
I know he's not here.
Spiel, but we got happening now.
All right. I don't know why I'm not hearing this.
Yeah, here's the NASDAQ just consolidating higher right now. Pretty choppy on this 15-minute chart, but it's certainly an improvement from those periods last week where we were selling off sharply during that period from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Seeing some comments coming up right now here from Microsoft. Apparently with connectors, Copilot can link services like OneDrive, Outlook, Gmail, Google Drive, and Google Calendar. So Microsoft announcing an update here. This is part of its Copilot fall release. Now let's talk about the very chaotic news cycle, to put it mildly, for quantum, specifically over the last, we'll say, half an hour. We know Wall Street Journal reported here last night that the U.S. was reportedly in talks with some of these quantum companies, including Rigetti, D-Wave Quantum, and IONQ, with regards to some investments. Then we have a commentary coming out here from Yahoo Finance saying that's actually not the case. The U.S. government is not talking to these quantum names. But then CNBC immediately after said Rigetti contacted them and claimed they are, in fact, talking to the government. So lots of back and forth here on the quantum space. Tesla, though, certainly not back and forth. Sharply to the upside here for TSLA on earnings. Really strong revenue, lots of growth in the business, and lots of milestones they're trying to meet going forward, but they did have a slight EPS miss there. Last but not least, INTC, they're going to be reporting after the bell here. Here's a look at what to expect. If you want more details on this, you can check this out on X at TTV Research. I also have an earnings preview for Ford, which is reporting tonight at 4:05 p.m. They're also going to be there on X at TTV Research. Now, before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, I want to take a moment to thank our friends at Silo. At the intersection of science and crypto innovation, Silo Pharma, trading on the NASDAQ as SILO, is rewriting the playbook. Their lead drug, SPCE 15, is advancing towards FDA submission. A potential first-in-class intranasal treatment for PTSD, with data already showing strong safety results. At the same time, Silo is expanding its digital assets model, investing in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, while securing cutting-edge technology designed to strengthen and future its crypto strategy. From lab to ledger, Silo Pharma is where breakthrough science meets block innovation. Learn more at silopharma.com. Back to you.
All right, Neil, are you doing your lesson of the day or no? Okay, no worries. All right, we'll cover for a second over here, keeping my eye on BYND. Here we go. We're going green, 367. We got 65s on, looking for continuation here on BYND as it goes green up to the tune of almost 2%. Selling, though, in this area, so we'll pack our patience on that. Separately, back into MSAI, looking for continuation on this bad boy as it reclaims the volume weighted average price, puts in a plethora of higher highs and higher lows. Let's see if we can post at some of these levels over here. It's been giving me trouble to post, so let's go ahead and just do that at the moment. We'll see if we can get that continuation on MSAI. Also keeping my eye firmly packed there on SOC, as this one comes off that 1358 high, puts in a candle of indecision now, and it feels like maybe this one might be on a bit of a downward move. In fact, the prior candle did breach prior bar low, but let's not take out too much too quickly over here, as this one does have a good trend under its wings. And if it's going to run above that $0.50 and stay above the $0.50, I want to get involved. I want to stay involved, I should say. So that's what I'm looking at there. MSAI, BYND, SOC, and AIRE. AIRE I've said very little about because it's trending higher highs and higher lows. I don't really need to worry about this one too much. It doesn't seem like it has too much in the way of bamboozlement, but I've layered the orders to take advantage of any possible price spikes. Keeping an eye here on BYND. This one comes back down again. Let's see if it holds prior bar low. Prior bar low, by the way, guys, is down into 349. So you will have to give this one some room. Catching a bit of a bid now into the mid 60s, looking for continuation into the high 60s and then mid 70s. That's where I'm posting there, Joey. There goes SOC. Happy I didn't take that one out. Into another high of the day, 64s. We've got 46s on with this one. Let's go ahead and take some profits here, and then we'll layer, of course, as you know, into 69, and we'll post there. So keeping my eye on that. And then BYND right back into the high of the day, into 67s we go. But there's that seller, that staunchy little bugger at 67 that we saw last time around, still standing in our way from ascending above that price. So we'll have to pack our patience and see if the market movers can move this guy, because he is still in the way here, Joey, unable to shake him.
All right, good stuff there, guys. No, I'm not going to do it. We'll just go with the bang. It has to be a rarity, right? So you don't even know what I was about to do there, guys. So anyways, there it is, Tesla. We may as well just take it out here. We don't want to get overly greedy as it's continuing to climb higher. Apple putting in a new high of the day. But essentially what I was going to go over here is to say, hey, I got on the side chart. I'll hold it. So let's just go over some potential swing trades, guys. I mean, obviously we talk intraday trading, but I think there's opportunities to be had in swing trading as well, a little bit longer of a time frame, wider stops. So what I essentially do is I have my watch list over here and alerts. There's nothing substantial that I got going on here right now. I executed on that Tesla trade, but let's just go through what I specifically look for. This is my list of stocks, my basket here. And I think what I found is that once I kind of get lower in this list, my probability starts to fall off a little bit. I like sticking with the big names, the heavier market capitalization names, and that's when we look for trades. We were talking about the coin one not too long ago. You get that breakout from the consolidation all the way from the lows of 304 to 400. That was nice, but why was I specifically looking at it? Because you have a defined risk profile, and when we were, you can see a lot of indecision prints here, and that's going to be putting in a low of a day around the low of the daily chart around 290, and you get that move all the way up to 403. So that's a big time move, and we like that a lot. But there's nothing quite yet in what we're specifically looking for. If Bitcoin goes on an additional rally and decides to go for that previous all-time high move, then I think there might be a trade to be had. But aside from that, let's start from the top. We're going to avoid the SPY, the Qs, and everything along those lines. Take a look at Apple's daily as it put in a new all-time high, 265 not too long ago. And then the same thing with Microsoft. We talked about this a while ago, is just look at the consistent trend up here, and we know that that's not sustainable. Was this pullback as deep as some of us were expecting? Absolutely not. So that just tells me that we have a strong underlying asset, and the stock is really, really strong and willing to hold up, and there's value there. So anyways, aside from that, we're on to NVDA, choppy. It tends to do this once in a blue moon, and you can see that in this neck of the woods, the November to that April. Really choppy stuff, wanting to grind higher, but yet you get those massive selling days. And I think that's what we're sitting at around here, is just some nice sideways price action. If you can get in at the lower end of the range, which I do believe there's going to be opportunities to do so, around 170, even 165. You just have to be patient. And I'm not talking in the near future. It may take significantly longer than what we ever thought, and it may not even happen, but a couple months from now, 165, 170, anything can go on. So as for AVGO, not something that I would particularly trade, but how can you deny this move off of the April lows? April 4th, all the way up to up there, 157%. So drastically outpacing the market there, and we like that one. Salesforce, So this is a different style of setup for me. This is a trend break, and then sure enough, once you get that open above that, you're in at 254, and you get that move to 268. Obviously, hindsight 2020, and everything looks good, but now you're starting to come back in. But where did we see these patterns before? Let's go back to NVDA and just display what we were looking at and why I decided to buy some at the crack of those lows. And it's the exact same thing with Robinhood. Consistent downtrend. The downtrend is broken in a strong name, in a strong class, in a strong sector. You get that move all the way from 107 to 190, or wait, what was I high there? 195. Super chat. I don't see anything. Blue Pirates lost 30K in 10 months. Don't want to quit. Need to learn price action, support and resistance, key indicators, and ideal stop loss per contract. Where to start? I don't know if you can go back into our archives with the lessons of the day. Did we do any of stop losses and risk management on that?
God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time.
So there you go. You can go back. You can test that up. Obviously, reading. If you're earlier in your journey, I think it's important to just try to fill your brain up with as much knowledge as possible. It's different from going from reading a book to actually doing it in live practice. But I think risk management is a key factor.
No question about it. Yeah, no question about it, guys. And the beautiful thing about YouTube is you can go back to the midday show, and you know, when Joseph and I were doing the lessons, we do them at the beginning of the show, so it's super easy to find. If you go back even further to the fall of last year, or even the summer of last year, when Adair and I were doing the midday show, we did that once an hour, so you basically it repeated 3 times, so you could easily find it there. Just go back onto the YouTube homepage for Trader TV, go to the midday show tab and check it out there. Separately, I can recommend a couple of books. Obviously, John J. Murphy's Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets is the one that I really started out with. And then, you know, you can also get the CMA materials, materials. A lot of the older ones are available online for free, so you don't need to pony up any of the cash for that. They're legally free because they're older, right? Yeah, they're not even... They're not even, you know, that kind. So there's so many different resources. And then chat, of course, right?
Yeah.
Give and take with chat. So if you have a scenario that you need an explanation for, what to do, what are my options in this case, in that case, throw it into chat. You have no idea what this thing's been pre-trained on, legally or not legally, right? Copyright or not copyright, it's trained on this information. So it can give you a lot of good data.
So like, honestly, from what I'm reading from that super chat, Sharif,
sir.
So again, I think it comes to the point you want to learn about indicators and all those things, but as you get deeper in the journey, I think I hear this from a lot of the experienced traders. You just eliminate all of that stuff. Obviously, you can build systems on it, but what I've gained I started with Camarilla pivot points, and I was trying this, doing that, and doing all of this. Today, all I need is the volume weighted average price and price action. That's it, right? Like, you have your 3 moving averages up there, VWAP, 2 of them, that's all. Your chart's not littered with indicators. I don't think indicators are the answer to your risk management. It's your due diligence that you do when the market is closed.
No, but you're a lot more nuanced than that. I saw you 6 bars, 3 bars. So chart patterns are very important in your trading too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I only use
price action. My bad.
That's what I use. As for indicators on my 5-minute time frame, my 1 minute, all I have is the volume weighted average price. I could care less about anything else. There's things that work well, but that's the thing about indicators. They aren't as consistent as what can be. They can tell you a lot of things, and I'm sure a lot of the veteran traders in the chat put it in. Do you use a lot of indicators or not? Me, I'm going to put my answer in. It's no. I use 1. Boom, boom. So put your number in, and Sharif uses 3. I told you guys what he has on his chart. Katina Man and Neil, those guys their charts aren't listed. They have the couple moving averages and the volume weighted average price, and that's what they need. So your answer to your risk management isn't through the indicators, it's through your due diligence, what you do after the market close on the weekend, and how much knowledge you fill your brain with. Just learn about risk management. Stop loss is probably the most important thing, because we've been there. I told you guys on multiple, when I think I was in year 2 of trading, I'm like, hey, I'm starting to rock and roll. And then guess what?
What?
I just give it all away. by not following my rules and not
Been there,
being a proper risk management.
Been
so
there.
yeah, I mean, I think everybody goes through those phases, and it's a learning experience. Again, you can go in school and you learn all these things, read all these books, but until you put it into actual practice, it means nothing.
Yes, sir. How many indicators do you use?
One.
So,
Bang.
yeah,
That's a good pull.
There it
That's
is.
a great
I really
pull
like
there.
it. I really like it.
Bang.
Any news on the auto parts industry? Big names took a hit all at once. ORLY, GPC, AZO, not an industry that I follow, not an industry that we follow here all that closely. Let me take a look at some of the names that you have. ORLY.
ORLY reported earnings last night. That's what I was going to say. I don't have anything else, though. I'll take a look further.
Okay, thank you. GPC looking, Genuine Auto Parts got an upgrade today from Morgan Stanley. Nice move from 145 to 150, price target upgrade, I should say. Let me have a look over here at AZO. Not seeing anything on that either. So just ORLY, as Adair mentioned, reported earnings. I don't really have much in terms of them. Let me just have a look over here. Yeah, Morgan Stanley maintains overweight on ORLY and then boosting the price target to 115 from 105. So you have some headlines on there. I hope that helps out. Okay, so what I'm focusing on right now is BYND as it zigs and zags with that 70 penny area. It's a 373 area high. We have 66s on right now. Looking for that continuation. Very, very thickly traded. Very heavy in the sell. The buyers are holding it up, obviously, clearly. Otherwise, we wouldn't be putting in higher lows. But the sellers, I don't want to say are equally as strong for the moment, but they are definitely strong there. Especially now this has gone green. You're going to get a lot of shorts that are going to take notice of that, and they're going to be looking to take this down. So keep your eye here on BYND. I'm focusing on it as well. SOC's been good to me today. We've been stepping up on this one. Shout out to Benton. We're going to keep my eye on that. And then last but not least, AIRE. Really waiting for this one to break through that 90 penny area. It's been putting in higher lows, using the 10 EMA as support, but we're not getting the breakout quite yet. I'm going to pack my patience on AIRE. Here it comes, breaking out as we speak. So let's wet the beak over here on some profits. Just keeping an eye on this, community shares, we're good to go on that. Looking for a price spike up, E2, that's my next level there. Yeah, BYND coming right back down into the mid 60s. What's the move here? Do we hold prior bar low? Prior bar low is 58. We're at 61. We're about to break prior bar low. Keeping my eye on that. And there we go. We just broke it. And now we're back to negative on the day again for BYND. 350 is where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. Looking for support around that level, Joe.
All right, good stuff there. Hold on, give me 1 second there. Assassino. All right, okay. All right, cool. Thank you very much for that. There goes Tesla, continuing to climb higher. Shout out to our guy Adam James, HPN. We know government lies, but why would RGT lie about a contract with the government? Someone is going to be left red-faced and interest traders holding bags at Adara. That one's for you, Adara. So hopefully there is no little white lies going on. But guys, listen up. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leverage, inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 semiconductors and other U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st. 2025, plus the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more there, guys. Katina, man, we've been rocking and rolling in Tesla all day, my friend. Yeah, we're still long this bad boy off of those lows. So shout out to TSLA in the blue ocean, Sharif.
All right, man. Continuing to watch here. SOC still stepping up, guys. Now trading at 73s into the high of the day. Keeping an eye on that one. What else we got? I'm just looking at the blotter over here to see if there's any new ones making a move today. Not really. I see one up INEO, but it's dropping right back down, so no point in looking at that one. Looking at another one, SEV. That's not doing anything either. Too light on volume for me. Just keeping an eye on some of these over here, packing the patience on these bad boys. Back into BYND though, as it held up the 10 EMA on the 5, looking for this one to hold at the $0.50. We're gonna risk a little bit on this one, see if it can hold up that trend and head back into Positiveville, layering the orders. Seem to be a seller though at 58s. I should probably layer my orders as well on SOC, as this one is trading still near the high of the day. I want to put some at 81s. There we go. Nice price spike up into 75s now. Let's put some more at 86s. Nice move here by BYND. Price spiking up back into Greensville, so it holds up at the 10, and then price spikes up. Can we get back into the 73 area though? So we got 57s, much better over price this time than last. Looking for continuation on this one. 64 is now showing up. Good prints there. Let's see if we can get up a little bit more. 65 now. We take more prints there. I doubled my size on this one than what I had previously. I like that 10 EMA a little bit better. 66 is now showing up, taking out some sellers here. Let's look for continuation though on BYND, looking for the move past 70. Nope. A bit of an aggressive sell coming into the mid 60s, so we'll have to keep tabs on that. I'm seeing MSAI as well work right back into the volume weighted average price. This one looks like it held the 10 very clean and is continuing back into above the dollar. This one has a 119 high. So be on the lookout here for MSAI to price spike through VWAP and get back into that $1.25, $1.25 area, Joey. That's what I'm keeping my eye on now.
All right, good stuff there, guys. Ashraf, as always, do. Now let's get back to our scan and just potential swing trades. I was just working on other things last night, doing a little bit of reading, and I was just transferring data over from TradingView onto a sheet so I can calculate it. And I was talking to Sharif about it this morning. I'm like, dude, I was looking for a sector that didn't perform very well for the algo, and that led me to the airlines. So when I plugged these in, many of them were green, and a lot of it has to do with this, which is surprising. And the algo didn't perform well in downtrends, is what I'm starting to recognize. So that's good. There's some flaws in that, but I think we can get those bugs out and just get it as clean as we possibly can. It's not going to be perfect because it is automated, but I'm just going through some of these names. Bang, there's UAL, a nice handle on the daily, and a big time move to the top side. These are the type of signals that we're looking for, guys. Aggressive selling in. This is the continuation of trend that we're looking for on specific swing trades. Here's Amazon that we were referring to earlier when we sold all of that a couple of days ago or yesterday, whatever it may have been. I believe it was 2 days ago. Where are you, Amazon? Where are you? Where are you now that I need ya? Amazon. There it is. Same thing, guys. Just looking for identical signals. You get that little pop today, but we were out over there. So that's one of them there. Tesla. Anything. If it broke below 400, I think there would have been a good opportunity for a swing on that as well. You just want to wait for those indecisions. You get that gap down. You get that indecision print, and then you look for that continuation within the trend. But let's go back up here. Ethereum. How are you doing today? How you doing around there? How you doing?
You like that show?
Yeah, what show is that? I don't even know. Friends.
Nah, yeah, Joey, you had me tripping
no,
there for a bit, bro.
Assassino bailed me out.
Did he?
Yeah.
Assassino, bro.
Assassino
Come on, we had an opportunity here.
Listen.
You're dunking on me all the time because I don't watch movies.
But you like
Assassino.
You're a big Friends guy?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I know about it, but I don't like the show at all.
Now that I think about it, come on, Joey.
That's why I thought you were doing that, right?
How you doing?
Oh, man.
That's crazy.
That's an AC Slater all over again, isn't it?
Yeah, big time, man.
Sometimes I give you a little bit of a rube because of your age, but like, still, Joey, you're using
there has to be a limit, I guess.
All right, and now, my bad. Trade the pool for too long. Trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start to begin with. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's all changing, guys. The pool, yes, they're transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading model. Traders actually use funded capital while trade the pool. They have downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters, the discipline, the consistency, and of course that growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep up 70% of the profits. No fears, no barriers, just real opportunities. This is the revolution, Joey, of limited risk trading. It's powered by Trade the Pool. So if you're into that sort of thing, visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code now to get 10% off your evaluation account. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool.
Kevin Thakar, make sure you hit live, brother. That was a couple seconds ago. You're late. You got to make sure you're up to date with the stream because you're coming in a little late there. If you fear losing money, please don't trade, says Luis Martinez. Absolutely, man. It's true. And I like what we say around here, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes you just got to take those swings. If you don't get uncomfortable, then you're going to be in a whole world of trouble. So get comfortable with being uncomfortable and feeling those butterflies in your stomach when you're putting on size and you're putting on those swing trades, and it's like, am I going to be right or am I going to be wrong? We'll get used to both of them. All right, so BMNR, Shreve, what's this garbage doing over
Bro,
there? Man?
I added into that, so I initially got into BMNR at 54.
Yeah.
Okay? I got into a very, very small position because this is how I do things, and I work my way in.
Yeah.
And I'm starting that we're breaking a little bit of trend. I don't like that lower low. Look at that one right there. No, not that one. So look at that.
You're looking at this. Yeah. But what I was getting at here is that higher low trend break, right? And then boom, that moved to the downside of north of 48. So cracking a little bit lower. And when I expand the price, it didn't look as attractive as when we compressed that axis. So yeah, there it is on BMNR.
Yeah,
maybe.
like, I don't know what my next move on that is going to be. Yeah. So like basing my analysis on the ascending wedge, what concerned me about this was the ascending wedge was preceded by a downtrend. That's not where you want to see the ascending wedge because it's a continuation pattern,
it could be
not a reversal pattern. So that did concern me to begin with, but I still like some of the levels that we've got. I think I'm going to draw my line in the sand at that low. Yep. No.
This low right here, 39.
One more. Yeah, right
31s.
Right there.
This one here.
That's going to be my out. That's going to be my add area. I'm probably going to add in the mid 40s. And 54. I don't mind adding in the mid 40s, and then I'll add it into the mid. And if it loses mid 30s, it's all over.
Then it's all over about the crying at that point. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, but that's the thing though. If Ethereum gets rocking and rolling, then you're good. Then you're good.
I realize the correlation, right? Yeah. But the whole point of this one was, again, the future use of Ethereum for different things, right? Like I'm not looking to, if I want an ETH, I'll punch into ETH, right? That wasn't really my move. I was looking for leverage.
You grabbed some ETH.
Exactly, but that's in the long term. This is the swing, right? So ETH I don't even think about, right? Because that's in the long term and you don't even bother with that. Anyway, Adara.
Yeah, I want to let you guys know here another update on what we'll call the quantum saga. So as we know, Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. was considering investing in these quantum names and that they were in talks. Then that report was later denied by Yahoo Finance. But Rigetti apparently contacted CNBC and said they are in talks with the government. Well, now CNBC actually reporting once again now that the U.S. is not currently negotiating stakes. Now, it's unclear if that's with all of the companies or with any specific companies in particular, but either way, CNBC reporting once again here, following that Yahoo Finance report, that the U.S. is not currently negotiating stakes with the quantum names. So that doesn't mean they never will, but sounds like they're not currently in negotiation. It's also worth noting, as I mentioned earlier, that the Commerce Department already told Reuters when asked for comment that they're not talking to any of these quantum names. Back to you.
Cool, good stuff there. Yeah, 2NY, thanks for sharing that with us. Finally, something worked. I follow all my rules and finally worked. If it doesn't work today, and doesn't mean that it won't work tomorrow. Exactly, for the guy that lost so much, just be patient. Yeah, I love those words, man. And that's what we were talking about a little bit yesterday as well. It's just, it's so hard. If you could just stop at some and just keep those losses as low as you can. The thing is, so for an example, someone here is like, yeah, I had a fantastic day. They absolutely crushed it. And then the next day it's like, oh, I lost a little bit too much. And then we were just doing some brainstorming last night after close, and we're like, yeah, it's so obvious, but it's significantly harder when you're actually putting it to work. It's just cool off a little bit because you don't want to ruin certain things. I've done it countless times, and it's going to happen to me more in the future as well too, is that you have a garbage day and you let it be too super garbage, like you just lose too much, and then the next day you have a fantastic session and you're like, oh, I wish I didn't lose so much yesterday. Imagine if I lost half of it, your equity curve will be steady sloping higher. That's just the narrative of the beast. And yeah, there's a couple more things that I want to talk about later on. But Tesla right now continuing to climb 436 range. At what point do we take this last out here? I mean, we've been in this name since 9:35 or 9:38 this morning, 9:39, and now it's just 12:30, and I'm just holding 1%. So I can just take it off, but putting something on for you guys to let this trade run a little bit there, Shreve. So,
all right, good.
Yeah,
good
I'm going to wait for something, man.
Sounds good, man. No point giving back profits if you locked in that money. Hold on to it, man, especially if there's no setups that you're liking right now, Joe.
Yeah,
good
exactly.
call. SOC, guys, new high day on this one, 1383 high. Looking like it's topping out a little bit here. It still hasn't made any new lows relative to the prior candle, but I'm seeing, the formation or seems to be the formation possibly of a rounded top. And there we go. We get the actual breakdown now. Now we've gotten the first 5-minute candle to make a new low. Let's see if this one continues down. I've got, what do I got? 45s on this. It's showing me 69, so I can pack my patience on this one. I don't have to get out that quickly. And I also want to mention that the 10 EMA is at 13.5, and I do happen to like that for a number of reasons. Psychological support at the $0.50 as well as the technical support at the $0.50 as well. If it does make its way down there, I might be a buyer in and around there. I don't have that many outs left on SOC, so I don't mind picking up a little bit more there. MSAI as well. Oh, wow, BYND, I can't believe this thing cut me up that bad, and it's headed right back up. I'm not going to trade this. I don't think I have a read on it. Let's go to Adair.
Yeah, keep an eye here in BACQ. BACQ actually halted. Now, what happened here is Citron Research released a long report, or I guess the opposite of short report, speaking favorably about Merlin. Now, Merlin is the company that is going to merge here with this acquisition company. So BACQ, Merlin Labs, Citron Research likes Merlin Labs, actually favorably comparing it to Joby. So saying Merlin Labs is cheaper and apparently in a better position here than Joby. Looks like BACQ just opened back up. Back to you guys.
Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, let's go a couple more name, guys. And we have our whole list of stocks here. We have the 5-minute, and let's actually give this down to a 5-minute, just in case we see anything at the volume weighted average. What's our friend Robinhood up to? 133, putting in, okay, all right, we like this here. A nice little signal on Robinhood. This is crazy. At some point, I think the stock's going to have an aggressive pullback. If you go from the peak here, 154 to that low, that's 20% there. So off of these lows here, April 7th lows to those highs, 410% is absolutely insane. It's the same narrative in what we were talking about with NVDA. You get this downtrend cracking, bang. Shout out to Vlad Tenev and company.
Vlad.
Yeah, man. This guy is just absolutely just raking up some cash with Robinhood.
Notice his aura has changed a little bit since he's
you got the haircut.
Not just that, Joey. His disposition, his character has changed now that he's flossing.
He's glowed. He got the Mark Zuck glow up.
He's got the glow up, exactly. I remember this guy during COVID, like on Zoom with CNBC, defending himself with the whole debacle with
now
GME.
He doesn't have to.
Now, bro, he's got the little silk jacket there. He's looking good.
He's looking
Shout
good.
out to Vladdy T. Look, man, I was crapping on him. When I went down to my brother-in-law's back during COVID in 21, when everybody was trading, right? So he's like, yeah, I got a Robinhood account. I'm punching in. I'm like, you're a bro. Who has Robinhood, right? You got to get IB. I was the goof, bro, because look how good they're doing now.
IB, he's using Robinhood.
He's using Robinhood. He's punching in on his phone. He's feeling good about himself. Here I am crapping all over him.
But hey,
right? That was the move back in the day. Everybody was making fun of people on Robinhood, right? So,
but that's the thing, right? It was like, you're trading on your phone. You don't know what you're doing. You're just a phone trader. But who's laughing now?
Who's laughing now?
Who's laughing now? It's Vlad and the shareholders of Robinhood. I don't know anybody holding this name. But in all seriousness, there goes Tesla continuing to climb a little bit higher there. I'm sure with Jamlock.
All right, I guess he's on Robinhood, so he's feeling good about himself.
He's a shareholder as well too, man. You know what? Again, I like Katina Man mentioned this a while ago.
Okay.
He's like, if you use something on a day-to-day basis and it's a publicly traded company, you may as well own it. So it's like Apple, you're using your phone, you're using the internet every day.
Well, there's a sound reason to say that because you're you're acutely aware of the intricacies, the good, the bad. Like if someone told you to audit the iPhone as a product and you're using it every day, you're going to know what does well for you and what it doesn't do that well, right? So, I mean, it just stands to reason. That sound advice by the Katina man, of course.
So,
I happen to like that as well.
Man.
Katina man, he's asking for the light bulb there. Oh, there he is. I like how his face light bulb.
Eyebrows on.
Good times. There goes SOC, guys. What that was a short-lived pullback. So that was probably people as that made the first 5-minute candle make a new low. But then there's the first 5-minute candle make a new high. This one is on the move. Shout out to Benton C, a fellow gunner or gooner, right? We call ourselves lovingly gooners. We whooped. Did I tell you about the ass whooping that Atletico caught?
You call yourself gooners?
Well, yeah, people call us gooners, and we just kind of sort of went with it. Yeah, because gunners, right? Gunners are like Arsenal fans, and then gunners and gooners are close, right?
I know nothing about.
So Atletico Madrid is a very, very good La Liga team. They're usually like top 3. Okay, I don't know if they're top 3 this year, but mostly they're perennially top 3. They came to the Emirates the other day, Joe.
Ooh.
Okay? And this is a team that doesn't give up too many goals. They caught 4.
Ooh.
4. We shook the back of the net 4 times, and we shut them out.
Ooh.
I got another stat for you. Joey, has Arsenal given up in the Champions League?
Oh, you told me.
How many goals has Arsenal given in the Premier League?
3.
3
Bang.
at games. So I'm feeling good about myself this year. I certainly can't cheer for Dallas because, well, they're not doing a whole lot. Neil's laughing. But
How the Bills doing, though?
They could be better, says
It can always be a little bit better. That's 4-2. That's not bad, man. That's
Yoy Crash. Yeah, your boy netted 2 the other
I love
day.
that. I love that, man.
2.
Remember I told you, I'm like, who is this guy? Like, I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know who you're talking about.
Of course I know who Yoy Crash is, man. It's crazy. Shout out, hey, look at all the gunner fans coming in, man. Shout out to Sharp Trim Mobile Barber. He knows what's good. Shout out to you guys, man. All right, Joey, MSAI curling back up. We got a couple of prints there. I had a DCA to defend the 10 EMA on the 5. It didn't trigger. Continue to trade what we've got on now. Local area high there spiked up into 9s. I did get the print, excuse me, at 8s. I didn't have anything. So what I'm looking for is trend continuation here on MSAI. It's up 56. It's off the high, 119, but, you know, I like the chart pattern that this one's putting. It looks like the buyers, at least for the moment, are in control vis-a-vis the higher lows. So that's what I'm looking at. That's my look there.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. That's crazy.
What happened? What do people say?
No. So lock in some parlays, Joe. You know what? I'm gonna take
on?
Tom.
On what?
I have no idea. I don't really set up, man. That's the thing. I'm more well versed in the fight game, so I think I'm going to take Tom Aspinall to knock out Cyril Gahn this weekend. UFC title fight going on. Big time fight. Some big.
Bro, every week there's UFC. Jeez,
bro,
Louise,
I'm telling you, it's just taking the world by storm. I love UFC so much. So yeah, I got Tom Aspinall. I think to finish Cyril Gahn before the 3rd round. Remember that. Somebody's going to get knocked out. If Cyril Gahn doesn't play bouncing, he's big and he's like a kickboxer style, right? And he's bouncy, really bouncy. Difficult for individuals. But John Jones finished him in like 60 seconds. Just put him in a guillotine. That was it. Yeah. The guy who was supposed to be the next big thing.
Seriously?
Yeah, 60 seconds. Boom. And he didn't even fight for a couple years. Yeah.
Stand-up guys that are exclusively stand-up or their background is mostly like in Muay Thai or kickboxing.
Yeah.
Do they have trouble when slurs?
Yeah.
They do, because it goes to the ground and they're in trouble, right?
Yeah. Like, if in the UFC, you need 2 things. You need wrestling and striking, essentially. If you're a good wrestler, good solid wrestling background, then you can defend takedowns, you can grapple a little bit, and then the striking, you can obviously piece them up. But the stand-up guys, like the kickboxers, they struggle a lot because it's easier for the wrestlers to take them down. Just boom,
but
beating them
what's
up.
better, jiu-jitsu or wrestling? for that
Jiu-jitsu's
ground game?
Jiu-jitsu's great because you get the submissions, but I think wrestling will take over just because of the dominance and just the ground control. Jiu-jitsu, you can get caught in anything at any given moment, but I mean, you got to think about the Nurmagomedov teams. Like, those guys aren't any form of it. They know they're jits, but they're wrestlers.
But they're wrestling
got
background?
the wrestling background.
I got you. You and I were talking about this yesterday as well. Connor Ben. Your boy, what's his name? Eubanks Jr. That's going to be interesting. That's a few weeks away. I'm packing my patience here. Yeah, I actually saw Ben. He's shorter. He's a big guy.
I told you,
he's shorter.
Yeah,
so Eubanks is significantly taller than him.
That's what I was saying.
What you meant
the first fight was amazing. It was really good. It was a dogfight. I like Connor Ben.
Okay.
I want him to win, but I just think Eubank is just too big for him. He's just a bigger man. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
And he doesn't have the power that can really hurt Chris Eubank. Yeah. The only thing John Jones is ducking is the police. Why not? That guy ain't scared of anybody. It's true. It's true, man. This guy, I'm telling you,
Joey.
Listen, you put John Jones in a room full of any individuals or in an elevator and say only one man can come out, John Jones is coming out every single time. He's like the modern day Achilles. It's crazy. No, I don't think anybody on the planet can beat him. Okay, guys, here goes Tesla, continuing to climb.
Where's it going?
We're at 439. Sharif, I'm in $2 on TSLA, the 2x leverage all the way from the low.
That's big.
Still diamond hands Deontay Wilder in this trade. So a nice move there.
Guys, still holding on here to MSAI, looking for the hold of the 10 EMA. We did get the fill on the move back into that 10 EMA. Zigging and zagging right that I wanted. So if it loses this level, I end the trade. Looking for continuation into the 110, 115. It's a very, very zig and zaggy trade at this level. I'm trying not to be myopic in my trading by looking at the larger time frame. So we're going to let this one go. I've got my stop in place. I've got my order in place, keeping an eye on that. But I'm liking how SOC is looking. My only thinking now is coming down into how I get more into SOC, because we don't have that much. And I want to ride the trend at least into 14. It does seem up that way. It has been so strong. The last time it touched the 10 EMA on the 5 was 11:30. So that was an hour and 10 minutes ago. I'm talking about SOC, the continuation. BYND, I had to take off my trading screen because I've traded it so poorly today. But I wanted to mention that it is right back up into the 360s. It's about 11 pennies off the high of the day at 373. Marginally green, 1%, a little bit of 1% here, a little bit 0.84% there, really depending on when you're looking. But I'm not going to trade it anymore because I'm 0 for 3 on it, and that's going to be where I draw the line. So I'm looking mainly at SOC, MSAI, looking at working my way into more SOC. I have what I want with MSAI in terms of shares, looking for a price spike up back above $1. Are we going to Adara? Okay.
I have what I hope is the last update for some time here in the quantum saga. CNBC now confirmed, much like we had Reuters saying earlier, that apparently a Commerce Department official spoke to them when they asked for comment, and they said they're not in any negotiations with any quantum names. So I want to tell things here with quantum, at least for right now. It looks like a Commerce Department official saying to CNBC they're not talking to any quantum companies with regards to equity stakes. Let's see if there's any more updates. But right now, it looks like this might be the end of that whirlwind. Back to you.
All right, Joe, what do you got, my man?
Same thing, man. We're just talking a little about rest in peace, Arthur Jones, John Jones' brother, former NFL player, like family of athletes.
Okay.
The best fighter of all time, and I believe both of his brothers were in the NFL. Shout out to them. RGTI lied, says Mark Lasky. Very interesting. Coin not doing too much for us here, Rusty Dutch. Keep that in mind. We were trading, and now we're coming back into the volume-weighted average price. So I think it's really important to be patient. I'm glad that I just don't have short in my mind right now. I got money on my mind. I'm no, seriously, because it's so hard to this market. I'm looking at some of the quantum names as well too. They're starting to sell, so we have to keep an eye out on that one. Katina, man, how's the chicken? It's actually really good. We'll hit that one there, and then we'll do this one because we don't wow either. So shout out to Jerome Powell and the inflation rates there. But guys, Yeah. What's going on with this IBKR? Let's pull that up. Enough of talking about Tesla and all these other things, swing trading. Yeah, there goes IBKR. We talked about owning this name, 6522. The volume really starting to in here. Yeah, I know, Hinsey, yeah, it's fortunate for John. I think he wants to do the White House UFC just for his brother and everything along those lines. Even though Dana White says there's no chance that that's happening, I think there's a chance, right? So you're telling me there's a chance. For those who know what movie that is from, it's a fight. Who wants to fight? All right. No, in all seriousness, guys, I'm back into these markets. Any specific? Yeah, there you go, Charlie Tapp. And you guys understand what I'm going. Yeah, hopefully it happens. Guys, once again, I'm going to do the voting thing. I'm on a new browser, so I don't have the link. Fabian or Assassino, if you want a link, or can you, yeah, put it up on the screen. What do we need a link for? Put the voting up there to see what we got. I'm going to vote once more, and then sure enough, IBIT, if we can get that up there. Can we get that up there, guys, or no? The thing that, Fabian, the voting. The voting. Yeah, throw that up there on the screen, and let's see what the folks are looking at. We'll get those votes in here as soon as possible. Look at Tesla continue to go. This thing is done absolutely been parabolic all day. Thanks, George Garcia. I appreciate that very much. They're just blue lights, right? They're just blue lights. We try to stay spiffy. A gap up. There it is. Get those votes in right now. Who's leading the way? Obviously, it's BYND. BND. Bang. Well, I voted again. Maybe it counts twice. I don't know. We'll figure that one out there. No one's voting. There we go. Joe, what's Sharif doing? Jump in the child. No, John. No, John. He usually waits, right? He does the rundown and then he gets his lunch. There was no eggs this morning for breakfast, so he won't get to eat those eggs before he does the rundown. Pardon me? There's a lot of chicken left, so extra protein for our guy. Did you drink your morning creatine, Sean? No? Okay, yeah. We got the creatine in the protein shake, so make sure you drink and get that rocking and rolling to see what's going on. I know Sharif probably did. Did you drink your daily creatine today?
No, I session.
You didn't session in the morning. Yeah. Okay, Neil.
I didn't. Yeah. I will have.
Hell no.
When I
all right.
When I go to the gym after the show, that event, and I got my BCAAs as well.
In there.
Yeah. Oh, they're both in there, baby.
All right, man. Good stuff.
Why'd you say hell no, Neil?
Yeah.
What's wrong with creatine, man? He's never used it.
Yeah, he's already lean green.
He's lean, man. Yeah.
Out of what?
I'm straight gear, son. I got all that gear. Like, I'm on that Ben Johnson tip.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like, what was Nandrolone or whatever the heck he was using. That's how I was. Don't I look like all I can tell? I'm just,
I can't believe you
get so
said that,
yoked. You don't use creatine. You just right on that juice.
Oh,
straight
my
up, just
God.
up to it.
You're just on that Winnie. Straight on that
Neil
Winnie.
went 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah, I did not expect Neil to say that. That's not Neil.
No,
you know, like at all.
Saucy.
But I like that. I like that. He's just like, look, man, I'm going to dunk on all you guys.
Are we going?
I have no idea.
Go to Adara.
All right.
I want to do a little bit of housekeeping here. So at 1 p.m. in 13 minutes from now, we do have a couple things to be aware of. We're going to have the 5-year tips auction. Apparently $1.5 billion bid here for the 5-year tips auction. I just saw that through. Then we're also going to be getting at 1 p.m. a White House press conference there with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I'll be covering that briefing as well in case there is anything market related that is mentioned. Back to you.
All right, Joey Options.
Yes,
I'm still holding some MSAI. Is it zigs? It zags. It goes a little above $1, a little bit below. I got the ad that I wanted. I got the 10 EMA ad. If it loses a 10 EMA, that's where I end it. Jameson saying long. I'm going to look at it for you, brother, but you know that I'm not going to be trading coin, but I promise my objective opinion. Oh, wow. We've been in a bit of a range here, Joseph Options, with coin as of late. Let's flip to the 5 and see what's going on. Okay, so this is certainly a range. Day as well as on the daily. Looks like 323 generally is an area of resistance on coin, despite having been above it in the pre as well as right now. We just popped up above it to 323. 360 and change, but there's no continuation. It has support at 319 and it has resistance at 323. That's how I would trade it. I would be basing my levels based on that. Short at around this area, long at around this area until it breaks out or it breaks down. I wouldn't guess which one it's going to do. I would just levels and then, you know, obviously save a piece for the dream always in case it runs up or down. However you're taking it long or short. Let me know how it goes. Bovin saying AREB is going. Let's take a gander. ARAB money. All right, Bovin, my man. It's below VWAP, but I see what you're talking about. It's being bought up here at 260, but $3. That's it has to be above 3 and has to be above VWAP. I don't say 3 because I like random numbers. That's where the volume weighted average price is. Where's the price? Show me immediately. Why is ARAB money not pre-market high in the aftermarket? Or give me a second. ARAB, you're disappointing me over here, ARAB money. Why isn't it showing me this? Okay, bizarre. Anyway, what is this level over here? So the actual high of the day is 360, low of the day, while the closing print's around 220. So yeah, it looks like it did take out the pre-market high during regular trading hours. It'll have to get above that level though for me to stay. So AREB, it's still on the side chart, but I'm not executing on it. Joe.
Okay, good stuff there, guys. I'm just looking at some of the quantum names.
Oh wow,
they're super identical. So by all means, let's see what we got going on. Look how similar these patterns are. You get that move up and then you get those engulfing prints. I thought this was the same stock for a second. I'm like, why do I have the same name for same in two slots there? But guys, I mean, by all means, I'll just hop out of this last little bit of Tesla. It's been a phenomenal run right up there. Bang, we caught that
great
last
trade, brother.
Right there. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So yeah, there, guys, right off of the lows, bang, 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 all the way up to here. Again, we were out the majority of it here, and then we just leave a little bit of a runner, and then we just take this big time move all the way to this peak there. So not too bad whatsoever. Yeah, let's go through a couple more names. Make sure you guys vote. We went through that earlier. We want to see more votes. What are our likes sitting at as well too, Sharif? Just in case.
Joey, can I just cover this for a second? Guys, SOC's breaking out, man. 97 high of the day. It's about to test 14. This is the area that we thought, you know, working. Shout out to Benton C for pointing this one out to me. 1397 high, and got decisions to make. What's the move here? Are we going to wait for a move past 14? And if we do we take the breakout and add more? Because we don't have that many remaining. So I'm at decision mode here right now for SOC, and I'll show you what the chart pattern has been looking like. I was singing this one's praise earlier that it the 10 EMA on the 5 since 11:30, but it did at 12:40 and then again at 12:45. But look at that candle right there, doji candle showing you the buyers being in, and they were liking that 10 EMA as much as I liked it. And there you go, you had the proof in the pudding, because that doji candle led to this candle over here printing that new area high, higher lows, higher highs. It really now is about that whole dollar to 14. Let's take a quick look here at the 4 hour so we can see if there's any areas of resistance we're going to have to worry about. And there's plenty. There's plenty of areas of resistance. 1450, that was back on the 16th. And then if we squeeze through 1450, we have a bit of a gap here all the way up to 70. But based upon the way SOC is trading, it is not that feels like it's going to gap that aggressively. So I wouldn't be looking for a 1750 move, but I could be certainly pursuing 1450s within the cards. So that's what I'm going to be looking at there. If this one breaches 14, I'm going to be punching a more and looking for a move into 1450. Adam James, Rigetti lied to the world about talks with the U.S. government. Short them. Oblivion. Time for RGTZ or Z. Money time. Continue. Untrustworthy company now on record. Tell me how you really feel, Adam. I want to know. That looked like you were sugarcoating things over there, Adam.
He was.
I want to know how you really feel.
I know, Adam. He will gladly tell you how he really
feel. Right there, brother. Yeah. So shout out to Adam. Look, brother. Yeah, it's a wild world out there. And, you know.
Tesla's still going higher.
SEV moving. Trump is talking. What's he talking about, Joey?
Let's find out.
Are we going to Dara?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
No,
SEV. Okay, Bovin saying SE is moving. Let's have a look at SEV.
What?
What's wrong, Ram? What happened? 925 high, not bad, Bovin, not bad. A little light on volume, but not bad. 927,000 shares. But this is a good Bovin. What you guys are looking at here is SEV. No.
Yeah, dang. Wow, look at
All right.
Let's go, man.
Mark, is that the first test right there? Hey, attaboy, Mark. Mark's killing it back there. The jump. What's that? You're going to send it all back, Katina, man? Oh, no. Casino, is there a way to show this, or there's no cameras?
Bro, what am
I can't hear you, brother. Oh, there it is. So there is your friend Mark. He is putting the screens together. Yes, that is actually in finally.
That's crazy.
I can't wait for this thing. It's going to be insane. This entire thing back there, what you guys see. So that's a desk right there, and there's going to be plenty.
484 of those mini.
484 of those mini screens. That's so if we can show one more time just so we can explain. So those mini screens that you see right there that are lit up in the middle of the screen, 400 and how many? 484 of those. So you see where Katina Man's standing? There's going to be a screen right there. That's going to be Brendan Adaira's desk right there. Behind them is an entirely other screen. It's going to be lit up. We're going to have market data. We're going to have everything on there. It's going to be, we really did mean it when we said this is the biggest build out ever. Studio 8, Joey, is almost complete. Like, we're a couple of steps away, man.
Couple steps. Yeah, I mean, there it is. Bang, bang.
Crypto ripping, Joey.
Is it? No.
Apparently.
No.
Find out.
It's lying.
What are we doing? Oh, no, Joey. We're back above 110. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
We're not involved in it. Rusty. Yo, dude, I'm watching this thing. I don't even know what quality I'm in here. 1080p? This looks sick.
Yeah, 1080p is great, Joey, but don't aggravate your computer and don't click.
Don't click.
You know what?
Don't hit the edge.
Don't hit edge.
Don't click edge, man. Yeah, that's pretty cool,
very
man.
much.
I gotta watch some of this on the big screen at home. That looks pretty spiffy, if you ask me, guys. I can't even pull it up. I'm allowed to or anything, even though I don't know why I wouldn't. I don't know why I wouldn't be allowed to, but
they're good to go.
Yeah, we're good to go. All right, yeah, let's take it. Because hey, before we couldn't. We had issues with it before, but we're looking spiffy online here, man. That's some high quality camera stuff right there. Sharif. But as for the market, how was Tesla still climbing higher, going from negative to now positive move?
That's a big move.
Big time move there. TSLA was down 15% that one time. Now positive 2.5%? Get that garbage out of here. That's crazy. Now we're going to look for a long EIT. In all seriousness, it's been a fantastic day. Yesterday we were red. Tuesday we were green. Monday we were green. We were trading some Amazon for the swing trade. We're working on the algo. The spirits are most definitely high. But the thing is, though,
yes, sir.
When everything is rolling smooth, you got to contain yourself because you never know what's around the corner.
You never know, Joey.
Everything can turn on its head come tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
The Leafs continue to suck. That's almost inevitable. That really sucks. The Jays could lose. They could drop 2 home. I don't think that's going to be the case. Then you're not having a good time. You go from having a good time to a bad time.
Oh, no. Joey.
Yeah.
I don't want you to...
Oh, man.
Joey, yesterday I showed you a chart on Bloom Energy.
Yeah.
And where did I say it up before?
That level you were talking about.
That yellow line,
Bang.
Right, Joey?
Yeah.
And look what it did yesterday.
What it did.
It's a beauty.
Yo, zoom in on that. Can you zoom in on that?
Bloom Energy, guys. Look, shout out Mitch for calling this one out. He called it, best thing was 30, 40 bucks. It's gone up to 1.5. Look, it's a different world now for hydrogen. We don't have to crap on hydrogen anymore and call it young cousin of electric vehicles. No, they're using it for something else. They're using it for data centers because it's deployable so much faster than nuclear, and it's green, right? So we've heard about the Memphis residents complaining on polluting the air with this gas generating power for his data center there, XAI. But hydrogen is slowly being included in that sort of equation for these data centers, and you've seen reaction with some of these names, and Bloom Energy way up 7.25% today. Shout out to 2 New York Cents who pointed this one out to me earlier. I didn't have eyes on it on the day. Obviously, I've been talking about it forever. But yeah, shout out to you, my man. Good look there. And I'll be certainly interested in working into some more if it is warranted. So we'll keep tabs on that. And then I also want to talk to you guys about SOC, because the high of the day now is $14, and it's holding right there right now, not a penny higher. 14 up 18%. Break of 14, then I'm going to add a little bit more because we don't have that much left, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Also, guys, we gotta pull this thing up here once in a while. How's that number changed? Sean was like, hey, that's what I'm saying. He's like, Fabian, is it working or is it not? It's the same numbers across the board. Someone, again, listen, if you're not subscribed, hit it. We want to see in real time. This is no trick if it actually changes. If you're not subscribed, do us a solid and see if anything. I'll hit it one more time. If anything, come on.
What happened? What are you guys doing? I'm not even noticing.
This.
What happened?
It's the same.
Man.
It's the same.
Did you unsubscribe?
Number shown.
Remember when you were on the show with Arun and we asked him and he like load up the chat, Arun, because people want to ask you something, and he wasn't subscribed? And I was like, on the show? It's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? It was like, what the hell is going on, right? Yeah, it was embarrassing.
Yeah.
It was good times. All right, Joey, continue to watch your SOC, looking for continuation. What's your look on this side of the world over here in large cap? My friend over there, you see it, Joey? You see that, Joey? Don't say it.
Wow.
You see that, Joey? I just took out
take a look
20%, my man.
Oh, did you, my boy?
I just took out 20%.
Let's go. You have to.
It's up 17.83. I gave you guys this.
What is it? What is it traded on?
Impinge. It's NQ, Joey.
Is it actually?
PI.NQ.
Well,
It's not a stock, dude. It's
clearly not.
It's a $7 billion market.
Bang.
So, guys, I gave you guys this one in addition to Bloom Energy Pi. Impinge. Is this a long time ago? I got rinsed on this one the way down. Just going to tell you the honest truth. We got long at the 200 moving average at 170. I got rinsed for a $30 loss. I stopped out below 140. But we made that back and then frickin' some, because we punched in aggressively into that 110. We've been holding. We're over $100 frickin' in the money on Impinge. Keep your eye on this one. This is a new all-time frickin' high on Impinge. PI. If you guys remember, I don't know exactly what day, but I've been telling you about this for a long time.
Yeah.
It's really going, and it's one of my best moving swings in a long time.
How many dollars?
Over $100. Yeah, I just took out 20%.
That's a good play.
We're gonna have to take out a little bit more here, Joey, because it's at all-time high. So I do anticipate some. Exactly. And it have an 18.5% day. You're gonna get. There's gonna be some profit taking. Sorry about that, Assassino. Yeah, so that's it. We can start the news anytime. It is after 1, so let's get started.
Let me talk about something here quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
So we just seen crypto breaking out, and the first thing that I noticed was look at the profile, right? This can tell you worlds. Yes, it's substantial, but we have candles equally as big. What we would want to see on engulfing print is something substantially larger. And I'm like, hey, that is all. Let me wait for this pullback to see if buyers are going to re-engage, and then look what happened right there. So essentially it goes back to the effort, and then the effort within the volume and the result within that candle print. They're both strong, but when you have something that's this massive, and essentially from an average true range standpoint, the large session, we're going to want to see a little bit more. Here, look, substantially bigger, and even in the earlier prints when the volume is coming in, yes, I understand that, but for that breakout, I want that to be an isolated candle or somewhat close to it. That wasn't doing it for me, so at the end of the day, that's why I didn't take that continuation trade on IBIT. We talked about getting all out on Tesla. That's that move. All-day fader right there. Oh, not fade, but all-day catcher. I mean, you're not going to get the tops all the time, but not too far off of the lows. Bang, bang, bang. Shout out to Trading Blue Ocean. I love watching you guys. Watching from Thailand.
Wow.
Hey. What time is it over there?
You know what, Joe? He's going to...
Oh, the Asian.
We're a lot to leak some of that computer or not quite yet? Yeah, I know, but like it's the same
This
distance.
guy say it was film.
Are we allowed?
Okay. We're not allowed or allowed?
You know, I'll get Brendo's watching, and I'll get a message immediately.
Yeah, immediately.
Right, like,
right away. Hey, man, don't say
all right,
anything.
not played. Let's get down to work, Joey. We're going to start, so let me just put this over here on a trading screen where I don't need. Well, too late, says Jacques. Well, I didn't say too much, brother. All right, let's talk about Tesla. You're printing up a storm today on TSLL. Let's talk about what's going on TSLA. Pardon me there. So earnings, guys. Look, it was a beat on the top bottom line. Let's talk about why. $28.1 billion, a record revenue quarter for them, 12% year over year, beating estimates of 26.3. That's all hunky-dory. Where does it fall apart, though? Well, it falls apart on the next line. EPS came in at 50 pennies. The street wanted more. They wanted 54 pennies. Fell 37%, down to 1.37 billion. It's pressured by the following: price cuts and a 50% jump in research and development spending, which is largely tied to AI and their robotics project. Of course, we're talking about Optimus. Despite all that, revenue, automotive, rose 6%. A lot of that increase is being credited forward of demand as a result of the expiration of the $7,500 federal EV tax credit, which expired September 30th. And so they're saying a lot of people were buying cars before $500 was no longer offered. In addition, Joey, and this is something we've been talking about a lot, regulatory credit sales. Tesla obviously doesn't pollute that much, and so they sell some of these regulatory credits to polluters and offset. And that's how they've been able to stay positive in terms of EPS for a long time. Those regulatory credits plunged 44%. Now, you can look at this one of two ways. You can say, okay, well, Tesla no longer needs to rely on regulatory credits to stay profitable. But the thing is, yes. So can you really say that? So we'll have to see what the earnings report comes like. It wasn't discussed too much in the earnings call. Let's talk about their margins and pressures. We talked about the expiration of the federal EV tax credits, as well as the headwinds that they have in Europe as a result of Elon Musk's political stances. The product pipeline is what the analysts want to focus on, and that's what comprises most of the market cap for Tesla. The future demand for these following products: Cybercab, the semi-truck, and the mega production, all were confirmed to start volume production in Q2. They say they're on schedule, as well as work continues on the Optimus humanoid robot with production lines likely to start in Q1 of 2026. Opti will be what they deliver from that. They also said they're looking at expanded their robo-taxi fleet in the current jurisdictions where they operate. We're talking about Austin and the Bay Area. And they want to add new robo-taxi fleets in 8 to 10 new metro areas by the end of this year. So there's much time left. I think we got a couple of months and a week for him to add 8 to 10 new areas by the end of 2025. Going on to the last topic here, Joey, energy growth business. That's what Randy was talking about yesterday, if you recall, during his and I's little chat. He said, Sharif, you missed out speaking about the energy business, and this is why. Joey, energy generation and storage management revenue surged 44% to now a little bit less than $3.5 billion, which represents 1/4 of their total revenue. And in this category was driven by the Megapack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one thing that we've been talking about for a while now, Sharif. We continuously seen through its previous quarters that vision continuously start to grow, and now you get that exponential growth starting down to a quarter of it, which is absolutely phenomenal. And watch out, it's going to continue to do so because storage is really important. But let's not beat around the bush, guys. We know with Tesla, not always going to double beat him. In fact, if you go back to the earnings report from 24, it's very rare, right? I mean, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 reports, and 2 of them they've double beat. I think that's just been the narrative. There's a lot going on. You have to stay optimistic within this. No pun intended there whatsoever, because I think at the end of the day, it's going to lead into the rope was dancing up a storm. Katina Man showed us that video. And then obviously with the autonomy as well too. So again, you're a couple years down the road. We know Waymo and Zoox, they're not going to be profitable for another 5 years. I don't see why there would be any different for Tesla. He's starting to increase his geofence in Austin, which is something positive, and he wants to get into more metropolitan cities, which is absolutely huge. Is he going to get into as many as he plans? No. He's extremely optimistic and forward-looking, short sometimes, but I think if he stays on the grind, the page gets approved, I think that Tesla can take the world by storm, because I told you, autonomy is, I don't know how old I'm going to be before I don't have to drive anymore, but not too old, and hopefully Canada can adapt to that.
I want to mention one quick thing, Joey, because FSD was being spoken about, of course, as it always is. We're on version 14, but version requires for full use hardware version 4. A lot of cars are not hardware version 4, they're version 3. Elon and company yesterday made comments that they want to drop an FSD version Lite for these hardware version 3 cars. Full version 14, but they want to be able to, you know, for the older cars, not to upgrade the hardware and actually be able to operate with the same hardware, just a version of FSD 14. So be on the lookout for that. I know your car too, Katina, man. So you may even be able to get 14 for that trip down to Boston, Katina, man. Shout out to you. So that, yeah, go ahead.
No, someone said Darth Z, he's got the Tesla symbol in his things that I love, but not a fan of the stock. And I can understand why. But I think things are going to start to cool down with Elon. I think he's learned his lesson on the erratic truths and whatever he may be doing, the X posts. I think he's learned a lesson on that front. And the brand damage that he experienced with going through Doge, I think, smart man, he will continue to say what he wants, but I think he'll tone it down a little bit, and I think that's going to cool off some of the volatility within the stock itself.
Well said. Take on Tesla.
Yeah, you guys spoke on it really thoroughly. I don't have too much to say, though. I do have a couple points to add, but I do want to talk about some news that's dropped. For one, I'm waiting for this press conference to start here at the White House. I'll keep you guys when that begins. I also have METC up here, Ramaco Resources. This one dropping after Wolfpack announces they've reinitiated their short in that's Ramaco Resources. Last but not least story I want to mention here, probably the biggest, New York Times reporting that the Trump admin is going to be investigating China's compliance with the 2020 trade deal. Again, one more time, the administration reportedly investigating China's compliance with the 2020 trade deal, as reported by the New York Times. Now, I'll get back to TSLA here now that I've gone over these news stories. With regards to Tesla, guys, I mean, obviously, nice push up here. Not usually how you see Tesla, these earnings reports, especially of late. So congratulations to Joe and anybody who had that long, though, for Tesla. One thing, and I'm not saying that Elon is going to deliver all of the many products that he promised in this conference. I'm saying that with Elon, you have to remember that the timeline that he gives is a suggestion, not the rule. So we might not get these quite when we want them to be gotten. That being said, I think, yeah, if we do get this cyber cap and reduction by Q2 2026, good look at it. Honestly, like the honesty of Elon saying, hey, this robo or whatever, the Optimus might be a little bit harder to construct than we thought, because, you know, he's being realistic. He's trying these scenarios. We'll have to see if he gets his pay package approved. I suspect will. But then even after that happens, you're going to also have the issue of potentially some more legal fights like what we had with the package. Either way, I think November 6th is going to be the next really interesting date for Tesla here with that meeting.
Thank you.
He said he's looking for full production on robotaxi by Q2 2026.
Yeah.
Zero chance.
I'm just telling you.
No, I'm not arguing with you. At the end of the day,
I've said this before. The amount of people that obsess over this company, that do crazy ass, you know what, that fly drones over all their production facilities, see stuff moving around. They're on it, man. They're really on it. So if there was something to report, I think we would have got leaks on it in the same way that we got when the robo-taxi or the, not robo-taxi, the new Model Y. Remember we started seeing that around places and people were posting it all over Twitter, right? We knew it was coming out. We knew it was the next one because a lot of people are just covering it. They care about the company a lot. But, you look, man, this company's minted multiple millionaires. And people see that and they're invested.
Someone's probably made a couple $1 million today off this stock's continuously climbing higher. Like I thought I was gonna get out roughly around the top here on it, Sharif, but it's still it's just
going,
squeezing,
man.
It's just
going.
Squeezing. It's just squeezing people out right now.
It's a snag 7 name on the day now.
It's just squeezing people out.
It was the only red one. It is now the.
Yeah. I mean, down 7% at one point. Now it's.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. It was. Now TSL. So it's up 2%, 2.5 there. So I mean, this thing is good. It's a squeeze. This is squeeze price action, guys. Like
it's liquidity grabs. I mean, like look at this. I'm looking at the 1 minute chart. There's barely candles on the one.
So there it is, 2.25 as I mentioned before off TSL. And anyway, now you're right back at the top end of the range. You're north of where you opened up yesterday. Adam James, HPN. Oh, okay, there we are. Just
Neil,
read that one there.
insane.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're talking about there, Neil. Hey, Adam James, HPN. Mom, your spaghetti sucks.
Go RGTZ. Hey. Well, we know how Adam feels about Rigetti, man. He told everybody to short. He doesn't like them.
Adam feels about a lot of
He's
things.
calling them, he said that out to Adam. Let's go on to the next story, Joey. IBM tops Q estimates, lifts their 2025 guide. Shares do drop on concern. So let's talk about what they did. Adjusted EPS coming in at 265, topping expectations at 245 on 16.33 billion ahead of the 16.0. So an easy on the top and bottom line, and a nice revenue increase year over year, 9% up from 15 billion. So a good move, about 1.33 billion increase in revenue on the quarter. Net income hit 1.74 billion, $130 million loss that they had last year on the quarter. But I have to bring your attention to one quick one-off line. That $330 million last year, maybe not directly comparable because they had a $2.7 billion pension charge that was non-recurring. Talk about their segment breakdown. Software revenue met expectations, 10% over a year increase though, 7.21 billion. Consulting revenue, 5 1/3 ahead of the 5 1/4 street. And their infrastructure, which includes mainframes and hybrid cloud systems, not clown systems, jumped 7% year over year, up to $3.6 billion, with the CEO highlighting the AI modernization continues. Speaking of that AI business, Joey, that surpassed $9.5 billion as a revenue generator, their biggest one, up from Q2. That's a quarter-over-quarter bump, not year-over-year. So that's $7.5 billion. That was Q2. This is $9.5 billion for Q3. So that's pretty in terms of growth. AI is now their core pillar of revenue growth. With respect to some adjustments that they're making, they cut about 200 by automating workflows within its own AI system. So we've been talking about this for a long time. Sadly, some people will likely lose their job because of AI or not hired to begin with. We talked about entry-level jobs. They cut 200 HR roles through automation. With respect to they raised their full-year outlook now to more than 5%. Last time that it was going to be less than 5%. Now they're guiding more. And the board declared, this is all, Joey, a quarterly dividend. Ooh. You get $1.68 a share, obviously reaffirming their shareholders.
Yeah, that's huge. Is that new or did they just up it?
Declared a quarterly dividend.
Okay, yeah. Remember when Meta did that talk?
Yeah.
It just went.
It's a divvy.
Yeah, it's a divvy, man. You're paying out the investors. No, the hybrid system doing relatively well here in IBM. And what's going on from a chart standpoint, it's just a consistent, steady trend. Everything outside of that to me is just noise. I think IBM is a fantastic company. We went through a slew of them. Not the most popular. They're involved in huge trades, so they got a lot of things going on. And then look at monster recovery after that gap down on earnings. Boom. Never mind that. This is big 264 all the way up to 284, $20 as quick. IBM looking really good, Sharif.
All right. Just before we go to Adara, I want to mention that BYND is breaking down now. It is quite badly off that 370 high. Now it's barely holding on to 3. It's below the volume weighted average price. Like to hold view up there. This looks like it was a bull trap with this green candle. This 5-minute candle will make a new high and a higher low. But then the shorts, you fooled everybody. And here we go to the downside. We're down now 14%.
You know, I don't know if you've heard of him, but anyways, some ex-trader guy has been trading for a long time. His name's Dux. 7 million
On BYND?
short yesterday.
Short? Wow.
Yesterday. Yeah.
Crazy. That's a big move. I don't know why it wouldn't. Yeah, it was there. You had both. You had the long and you had the short.
Yeah.
There was both.
Yeah.
There was
$7
both.
million bucks.
That's intense. IBM.
Yeah, I think honestly, with the one thing I really want to mention that I found interesting, honestly, the thing that stood out to me the most from this report is the soft. So as you can see here, this is my earnings infographic I made for this. Last quarter, Q2 2025, they had roughly 10% increase year over year in software revenue. It missed estimates. Now, this again, 10% year over year increase for software revenue for Q3, but still in line with estimates. Not something that necessarily stock's going to react to, but in a report that was general, and I remember this happened with Qualcomm probably about a year ago from now, we were like, why is this down? Report is strong. As Neil mentioned, stocks don't necessarily need a reason to drop or move. It's not always going to react to earnings. But the thing too is if you've got a report that's really strong, you might have sellers or market participants just looking one piece of weakness. And in the case here, IBM, second quarter in order, it does appear to be their software segment revenue. Now, again, still up year over year. Kind of at this point just meeting analyst estimates. I think it's one kind of interesting point here, probably the thing that's short. Either way, solid report, and much like Tesla, green on the day, but certainly recovering very nicely from those lows.
Let's go on to the next one. USI stake quantum as national security priority. Talk about the Trump administration is in talks with several computing companies to give the Commerce Department equity stakes in exchange. Federal companies were funding. We're talking about IONQ, Getty, RGTI, QBTS, QUBT, and Atom Computing. The plan, of course, marks an expansion of Washington's industrial policy targeting strategic technologies. So here's the deal. Each firm could receive about $10 million in return for partial government ownership. This reflects, of course, a new economic doctrine. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the U.S. must be careful not to overreach, clarifying that the investments would be limited to strategic industries like AI, chips, and quantum. And the initiative comes and accelerates their own investments in quantum computing and advanced materials. We're going to pause for a second and go to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, WBD moving a little bit, making new. The Verge reporting that Netflix, Amazon, and Apple are amongst the buyer brothers. Now, I do want to clarify, we already knew this. This was something that was a while ago, but either way, Amazon, Apple, and Netflix get interested in buying Warner Brothers. This report's getting recirculated, and WBD is making another. Back to you.
It looks like it was kind of like debunked, right? Computing as usually may take stakes. So people are saying this is fake news. It's really hard to know what really is the truth. So Commerce will tell CNBC White House not negotiating on quantum stock stakes. So you can make of it what you want. We'll have to happening in real life. But yeah, that was the report this morning. They pumped up QUBTs down from the highs there, Joey. 1609 highs trading around 50.
Yeah, I mentioned our guy Adam Healing Pain naturally was mentioning it as well in regards to Rigetti. I was watching it on Blue Ocean last night. If it's fake news, then you can see that the market obviously is putting that in as well too. So just completely baking out. Oh, that's great. That's some great stuff there. SMCI?
It's Myco SSR, yeah, 8.5%.
Myco SMCI, Myco SSR, no, not USSR or whatever. I'm saying too many S's. Yeah, I'm saying too many S's there, Katina, man. It just rolls out. Okay, what was I gonna get to? There's everything going on around here. Trying to concentrate. Yeah, watch out for that. Watch out for this pullback in the quantum space. I want a little bit before I get involved. I think you have to remain forward-looking because none of these companies are making any money just yet. But if the government really does look to get involved, then sure enough, I think regardless that they just continuously innovate and get involved in what's going on around them.
All right, Adara, quantum.
I have to say, this is probably the most back and forth news cycle that I've had since the whole is Trump firing or not firing Jerome Powell or the Elon Musk and Donald Trump. This was very fun for me to cover, but it was a lot. I think what's interesting too is that it's got swept under the rug. But as I mentioned, Reuters actually reported a while ago, pretty much after this Wall Street Journal report was released, that they contacted the Commerce Department, and the Commerce Department said, hey, we're actually not talking to any of these quantum companies. So it's interesting, that seemed to have been forgotten. We had that mop in quantum. Then I saw that recirculate after the Wall Street got blown up by Yahoo Finance, being like, okay, so there was already some evidence ahead of time that maybe this was a bit shaky. Then I think the nail in the coffin for them is when CNBC go, yeah, this is not a thing. We had the Commerce Department contact as well. So the fact that the Commerce Department told not one but two news sources that this isn't happening now, it doesn't seem like it's happening. That being said, could be, you know, a little bit of confusion. We know the market is want to do that, so we're gonna have to wait and see what happens there. Either way, I think the most fascinating aspect of this is we're getting the story, telling CNBC that basically, in their opinion, the government has to invest in quantum or they face a national security risk.
All right, what is it called? That new thing that they have? I'm just trying to get the Quark AI glass. Quark AI glasses. Let's see what these things look like, dude. Because this is the story here. I just want to take a quick look. AI-powered smart Baba. Yeah, this is the one here, Joey. Let's take a look. This is July 20. Oh, that's really old. So I'm not seeing any new ones, but we'll look at, yeah, if you want to pull that, read the story.
Yeah.
So Baba announced pricing for its new Quark AI glasses, now available for pre-sale on 24th. So that's tomorrow. It's going to be on Tmall at about $660, 4,700 UN. But discounts will bring the cost down, according to the article, to about $560 or when. The shipments will begin in December, and the glasses when large language model, which is Baba's, as well as the Quark AI assistant. So you're going to get both those bad boys on there. Alibaba also unveiled their new AI assistant with the Quark app. It's powered again by AI models. So yeah, I think that is it, Joey. That was it.
I just seen on
yeah, this is it right here.
CNBC. Yeah, so those are it, Sharif.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joey. So those are it right there. I think we got the summer headline there, and then we're getting the actual release of the product. So this is. But I've been watching some, you know, feedback on the Meta ones. People have been kind of making fun of them a little because they're so limited in their use. They're very novel, but there's very, very little you can actually do reality stuff. It's like directions. That's all you really can do, and maybe responding to text messages and stuff.
Well, you can record video.
Yeah, no, that's normal. Augmented reality where they project a screen. Very limited, but then again, it's a version 1 spec, right? Yeah.
But what else? Like here, this is the Chinese just going neck with the Americans once again. Oh, you guys want to put something in the exact same thing, and chances are it's probably going to be significantly cheaper. How much are those things roughly there, Sharif? Did we read up?
$650.
Okay,
yeah, $500.
And the Meta are running around the same price there, I think. So maybe not too much different, but I'm sure they'll find a way to sell them significantly cheaper.
I'm reading some of the comments here about this. You got Dara. New glasses. They're trying to make their LLM and their AI assistant.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't get the whole appeal here with these AI glasses. I know the CEO of EssilorLuxottica, which of course Ray-Bans, that's who Meta was working for with their glasses. That's going to be the future of AI product interaction and social media. I mean, it's clear that regardless of my opinions or anybody else's opinions, these companies make these products seem to agree. I suspect we see AI glasses products, and I kind of wonder, to my knowledge, Google doesn't really have anything like this. Microsoft doesn't really have anything like this. I wonder if any of the other Mag 7s step up to the plate. And I actually think, and now I'm going to be, I usually like to look forward and speculate like this, but now I'm just kind of curious and I'm steamrolling here. What if Tesla ever put out like an AI glasses product? That could be interesting, like with a drive-related component. Either way, like I said, regardless of personal opinions on this, these companies are going to continue to put these out like hotcakes, and so at this point, it's kind of a waiting game to see who does one next.
Thank you.
I don't know if I would buy the Tesla ones. Like, would you buy the Tesla phone? Everybody's talking about Elon coming out with a phone.
If I had a Tesla and there were some sort of, you know, like
it's just completely
mixing,
compatible.
Yeah, if there was some sort of benefit. Yeah, for sure. Rock is cool in the car. I'm definitely. I mean, I would be.
Rock is cool in the car?
Pardon me? The Rock.
Oh,
Yeah.
Grok, are they?
Grok, yeah.
Rock.
No, Grok. It's because he threw that in right away.
Not Dwayne the Rock. I was thinking, yeah, but that's what I was hearing in my ear.
All good.
Yeah.
No, but it's obviously very have that on.
Yeah.
Guac is good. Yes, it does, Katina, man. Let's talk about American Airlines. Where are they at? They were up pretty nicely, I should say. We're up 4% right now. Not rise. Well, 12.85 was the high. We're trading at about 12.60. Reported a smaller than expected Q3 loss, with an adjusted loss coming in at 17 pennies per dough than the 28 expected. Negative 28 pennies by the revenue coming in at 13.69 billion, narrowly beating the 13.6 expected. Despite the loss, though, investors were focused on the company's upbeat Q4 and guidance. For Q4, let's talk about that. AAPL expects earnings to come in 45 to 75 pennies per share, well ahead, even with the range being wide, well ahead of the 31 pennies expected, and their full-year EPS coming in at 65 to 95, again, easily beating that 43 pennies expected by. Makes pure sense why they're running up here. Carrier projects also Q4 capacity to grow about 3 to 5% a year, despite the fact that they've shifts in travel plans with, some weakness occurring in this. They say that they're encouraging carriers to adjust their flight schedule. Encouraging carriers to adjust their flight schedules, and they said that summer boom was less profitable as a result of a lot of domestic flight. And they continue to face margins, Joey, from rising fuel costs as well as labor expenses. Like the look of the outlook over here.
Yeah, UAL, right? So AAPL.
Yeah.
AAPL, let's pull it up here. I mean, listen, I was telling you earlier, I was running my algo through just going through a basket of stocks, any random name, and I'm like, hey, let's afterwards not working that good. The airlines. And why? I had to zoom out daily to see why specifically. No real consistent uptrend. I've seen it in the likes of Delta, that obviously the premium is going to start the economy, which obviously is like, hey, the higher end of the consumer tend to not cool down, but the lower really does and feels the brunt of things. But all space, we have the Jets ETF as well too. I was running this. Not too bad of a look. I think in some of these airline names, the ETF might be the route, or DAL or either, but AAL, a little bit tougher of a look.
All right, Adara, AAL, there were a lot of good things to like about this report, but there's also a lot to worry about with domestic oversupply, margin pressure, and labor costs.
Yeah, too, maybe one thing to just be worried about, though AAL is not reacting to it right now. We know pushed higher, right? So, oil prices sometimes, as geopolitics, we know how that happens. Oil goes higher. Some of these airlines and travel names, including cruise lines, they kind of push lower. So maybe something to have here, not super directly, but potentially worth noting. Yeah, this net loss to profit last year, that's maybe a bit interesting to me. But this growth is pretty strong, specifically their guide here as well. I like. That's what I mean by growth there. Their guidance is not a bad look here. And again, better than expected loss, regardless of how compared on a year-over-year basis. So I think now to look to is ALK earnings. They're going to be Alaska Airlines reporting after the bell, 7:45. So we might not get them during the recap, but earlier. LUV reported as well. To my knowledge, that was at least decently this morning. So airlines definitely in focus.
One thing that really caught my attention was the fact that they didn't sell premium cabin.
And its growth?
Yeah. Typically, we hear from these airlines is, here's how much first class or business class grew, because that's where they make money. Let's cut the crap. They don't make money on economy.
We heard that
we heard about that from Delta. We heard that from United. We didn't hear anything about American. Is American becoming like this budget-friendly airline carrier where we don't talk about premium?
Yeah.
Because that's what I want to hear about. But hey, they did well. They were shoring up costs.
When I flew to Dallas, I was on American Airlines.
Yeah.
They're stingy.
They're stingy, huh? Maybe that's what it is. Yeah. They're not interested in that luxury.
No, what's stingy on I'm like, what do you think? I want these I don't want your peanuts. Yeah, you get something else there. Some water.
When's the last time you flew? Oh, I'm not gonna bring that again. I don't want to annoy you. I don't want, because I hate Air Canada. Air Canada used to be the best. Now it's out garbage.
It's the absolute worst.
Hot garbage.
And I have pure aeroplane. Yeah, that's it. I don't think there's an
really
individual
bad,
on the planet who was like, yeah, I'm so thrilled and happy to be with Air Canada.
Oh God! Can I say something? When I was studying in England, Air Canada it was okay. If I was taking Air Transit, they were my first. Air Transit is bad because you land in this airport called Gatwick. You don't land in Heathrow, right?
Okay.
But in Heathrow, that wasn't just the good stuff. The good stuff was they had TVs back in 08 when nobody had TVs. It was quality, man.
Quality.
It just went poof.
Dude, so my way to Chicago, we're flying Air Canada. My buddy's like, hey, it's my birthday. Can I get 2 beers? Yeah, for sure. I'm like, can I get 2 beers? It's only an hour and something flight. I'm like, I'm paying for this. Actually, no, we didn't have to pay for it. That's the thing. And what kind of stinginess is this?
I don't know, bro. The airline business is a bad business,
I'm still waiting for my direct deposit.
You're still waiting.
Still waiting.
There's a lot of hatred. Can you feel hatred? I can certainly feel it.
Sucks, man.
All right, man, let's go on. More airline information here. Boeing, a new China president amid we know how important Boeing is for America's trade relationships with China. We're going to get to that in a second. Adira's got breaks.
Yeah, speaking of that trade relationship with China, we have White House press secretary. She just started her conference. She went over Trump's schedule, and she said, I believe next week, he's going to be speaking to President Xi. So it has been scheduled. I know there's been a lot of back and forth as to if it's going to happen, but right now this is on the schedule for Trump to meet with President Xi. Back to you.
All right, let's talk about this. So Boeing appointed Landon Loomis.
Oh my days.
Oh boy, that as the new president of Boeing China, effective immediately.
Hold on, sorry,
go ahead, Joey.
Big
Go
time
ahead.
Pops in.
Oh, baby.
Crypto's starting to move here once again. It's a winner. Oh, something's going on with Bitcoin. It's going nuts right now.
Going to where it rightfully belongs,
right,
Joey.
To the moon.
Yeah. Hey.
There it is on B. Rusty Dutch, my boy, another big breakout. I didn't put any shares on whatsoever. We got 20%, but we'll take the day. Shout out Rusty Dutch. Shout out the Michelle.
Man, Michelle is the best vibe in the chat, bro.
Yeah,
she's always one of those emoticons that are happy emoticons.
Her and John Von Sawyer.
Oh yeah, John's all class.
John, yeah, all class John and Denise. So thank you guys very much. And
there's a bunch of great people, bro. I'm not gonna sing a lot, but let's keep going here, Joey. So this Loomis guy, this Landon Loomis, he's gonna replace Alvin Liu since August 2023. He's going to hold the VP of Global Policy, but Loomis brings extensive China and U.S. government experience, trade attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing, as a special advisor to former Mike Pence. Being Global President Brendan Nelson praised Loomis's experience as ideal for the complex political and business relations between Washington and Beijing. Well, we know for a fact that as of June, Boeing had 20 737 aircraft in inventory awaiting delivery to Chinese character part. They reported in August that Boeing was getting a deal to sell up to 500 jets to Chinese airliners, which is like for the company's struggling international sales. Separately, rival Airbus just opened assembly line in China, so they're definitely looking at Boeing's China business, Joey, but this, and then we'll talk a little bit more.
We'll tell them about that, man. We're cooking up there on, we're not, but new traders, listen up. First month free, that's right. Fees, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to elite, analyze, strategize below.
Do it.
Everything infinite, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets, your tips, all in one platform.
Okay.
Don't miss out your best trades now. Ready? Scan that QR code. Check that link in the notes.
All right, Joey. So a big for Boeing is China. Let's just not pretend not.
Nope.
They're trying to be disrupted by Airbus, and there's geopolitical tensions between the United States and China.
Yep.
Is this a good move by Boeing to better navigate that relationship?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's actually a fantastic Airbus to try to swoop in and take guys, considering there's really no competition in the airspace. It's those two names at the end of the day. I think it's a fantastic play from Boeing. Get their act together, start beating on deliveries, starting a little bit more planes because they got that FFF. I think it was approval or something along those lines too.
Yes.
More
42 from 38.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. Okay, well, 4 more. Yeah, bang. We'll take it. Better than nothing at the end. So yeah, not too bad of a look there. But also good looks out here. BI.
Great trade, Joe. Great, Joe. All right, Adara, is this a good move by a company to better navigate China?
Yeah, go Kelly. A really nice look for Boeing. If you look at Boeing's chart too, it kind of went higher here when we heard that Airbus company of Boeing, but it's obviously in the same sector here. They're going to talk to Chinese regulatory authorities. So up here as we had that news. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good BA. And as you mentioned, Boeing's role in negotiations is really interesting. So keep an eye on this stock next week. Wednesday, I did get confirmation there. We're going to get President Xi speaking to Donald Trump in South Korea. So Chinese president, U.S. president. Since Boeing has been a major bargaining chip in these trade deals, I would say this is absolutely a stock to watch. In addition, of course, Web and the FXI on Thursday with those meetings. And good job, Kelly Ortberg.
All right. Good look. I want to mention, shout out to Yan, who's mentioning IREN, I-R-E-N. Apparently, let's take a look at that before we go on to the next story. We're going to AP, who reported earnings. Yes, great call out, brother, there on IREN. Really just basically a buy from 8:30 onwards. A lot. Triple bottom that we put there around $51, and since that time we're up a healthy 11% from those 8 a.m. lows. So keep an eye out here and trading into $57. Shout out to Yannick for the good call out there. All right, let's go on to SAP. A lot of people saying, one of Europe's best AI is this, and Mistral, of course, which ASML took an interest in. But let's talk about it. CEO Christian Klein said AI is now the #1 reason their clients are seeking new deals, which is underscoring, of course, their transformation. Enterprise AI leader, he highlighted that 80 to 85% of next year's revenues. That's crazy. Signaling strong visibility heading into 2020. It's a typo. Thanks, chat, for hallucinating there. Their cloud backlog surged, again, from Oracle, their backlog surged for SAP 23%. You're up to 18.8 billion euros. He said, the CEO said that the Q4 was biggest quarter ever, Joseph, driven by AI-led demand, infrastructure, and business formation. When it comes to numbers, revenue, $9.08 billion, $10.5 billion, increase of 7% year over year, but was a slight miss below the 9 billion euros the street wanted. As I mentioned, cloud revenue was up bigly, 22%, supported by expanding AI and cloud offerings. Despite the minus cloud and AI segments outperformed market, positioning them for continued margin expansion. What do you make of this? It's not a company that we typically...
Oh, no, it's not. And that's the thing. I'm going to get you to on this one. I'm looking at something.
Sure.
Yeah, if we could go to a dare on there, guys. What I'm thinking right now, why is because I want to go through on some contracts here via IBIT, because it is really strong and we're holding that support level. So I want to start aggressive swing. So I'm going to be looking.
You're going to get an aggressive swing. I'm liking the sounds of that. All right, Dara, we covered in the aftermarket yesterday. What do you think of this move here? You like what SAP is doing with AI?
Yeah, they have that 80 to 85% of next year's revenue already secured. They're kind of Oracle, right, where you've got this RPO, remaining obligations. It's not like Oracle, the only company that's done that, but they've done it pretty notably. Anyways, I think having this backlog, having this revenue going forward, never a bad look. The fact that it slightly missed estimates for revenue, not a great look, but a percent year-over-year increase in revenue, year-over-year increase in cloud revenue. Cloud, like AI, an area that's going to be on watch. I don't think it's
John, I see you're there. This is temporary, brother. This entire setup here is temporary as we build out. There's plenty of lighting. Everyone will be framed beautifully. Don't worry, it is coming soon. Guys, I want to mention SO broke 14 aggressively, so I added. We had like 40s or something like that, but the 14 break, I said 14.21 comes into the high of the day. I'm posting at the $0.25, looking for more. Shout out to Benton, man. He gave me this one. Good stair step. Here comes the hot step. Let's go, man. Let's take a bit into that area high. Good look right now because it really squeezes through that $0.25 for the $0.50, up 20.5%. Story though, Reddit. Oh, this is interesting here. We didn't report on it, but they're pissed. That Perplexity, and here's why. Has filed a lawsuit against AI search Perplexity, accusing it of illegally post to train its AI models. Nobody does that. I'm being sarcastic, of course. The suit was filed in New York, also naming Oxylab, Proxy, and Serpy AI. I don't know who these come as co-defendants in 80 data collection scraping. The allegations by Reddit scrapers disguised identities and masqueraded as regular users to bypass barriers that Reddit had put on. Perplexity, Reddit's claims extortion, arguing it only summarizes and cites training its models. So we know the industry context litigious right now, especially with the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, who the hell it is, suing Chat. The case adds to the growing wave of lawsuits by content platforms against over unauthorized data use. Reddit already has a pending case against Anthropic, so they before, and we know that they're going to do this, Joey, because they ago that they were very interested in selling their user data for AI training, not to give it away for free. So what do you make of this whole? Going to keep seeing more of this?
I think at the end of the day, as for Reddit, I think this name's been on a fantastic. Stealing data to train, I think that's a narrative and what everybody's been up to. Do you think that's going to be the case? Because with Google and the antitrust, they have to release some of their data now. Remember that was declared, right? So do you think that we'll, through some of these LLMs, it's like, hey, we have access to Perplexity, you have OpenAI, things. So could that be similar to what we're experiencing now?
Well, I could see a scenario where you but then you'd have to pay like some standard fee. Ideally, there's a contract between companies so that you don't have to end up in litigation, right? That's what I think the New York Times, OpenAI, we'll have to wait and see.
But as for we IPO'd what it was in March of 20. This thing has been trading phenomenally. It's 64%, and you usually don't see that too often. Some IPOs. You go back to the likes of CoreWeave. What's Core? I mean, obviously it's Apple's still here at this point, but CoreWeave doing pretty good as well. Circle, what is it too? Not performing it, but RDDT, there was growth across the board in their previous report that it's going to be just fine at the end. Going on, obviously, with this Perplex.
All right, just before I talk a little bit more about this, before we send it to Adair, but GameStop is breaking out right now. Good move here for GME. Look, clean move above $23. We're now knocking the door. I'm not seeing anything with respect to. Pardon me? Okay. The good call, Neil, because they did add Bitcoin to their balance sheet. So GME breaking out at the high right now, 23.43 or 23.45. I just wanted to point that out to you guys. But before we start, I want to point this out, SSC. Reddit's made a move, as Joseph and I were talking about, to monetize its mass data pool, and it's restricting access except through paid users. The company already, we're talking about Reddit, he has agreements with OpenAI, already has an agreement with generating now about 10% of their revenue as of 2025 from these. So needless to say, Adara, that they will defend staunchly because that revenue number of 10% could just grow higher.
Oh, yes, we got this headline for you guys here on crypto. Listening to Caroline Levitt, so I can't hear that well. I apologize. Either way here, Bloomberg, as you guys just see here, crypto leaders, including CEO of Coinbase, are apparently met with Democratic on Capitol Hill to discuss the crypto market structure bill that's set to be passed next year. Crypto on watch with that. We also had Caroline Levitt's comment on CZ and his party, finance leader, basically just saying that Trump has his right to use his clemency power and that CZ execution and targeting was unfair, an example of how he was not a fan of crypto. Now I want to move on here to, I think we're probably going to see more similar suits like this. We know there's been some back and forth as well, usually on the opposite side here with stuff like some kind of idea, New York Times, etc. These news sources going at AI. Now we're seeing Reddit going after Perplex. An interesting look, I expect. As I said, we're probably a lot more of this, but I didn't get the extent to which they're monetizing their data. I realized, and I think because they're doing that too, it makes want anybody else on your turf. We'll have to wait and see though on this, because I think once we start getting rulings on these, it'll probably set a pretty clear precedent that maybe proceed going forward in these types of cases.
Hey, senior, come on.
All right, Meta. We've been a lot about Meta, Joey, hiring people. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's wrong with that guy, but and it is. I hate to say this in a gleeful way. I mean it, but Meta will cut around 100 employees within its AI division. A broader, effort to streamline their operation and move faster in product development. The impacted teams are going to be AI infrastructure as well as FAIR, a division they call Fundamental Artificial Intelligence Research Link Groups. The employee in the TBD lab housing Meta's newest and highest profile AI hire not affected. So the new people doling out money too, it looks like they're not going to be as it here. They received notification that termination will be on the 21st of just looking over here, it looks like Wang, which is the new AI chief, were announced by him. He's formerly of AI, and he was brought in when Meta $14.3 billion deal was scaled. The reorganization aims to centralize decision-making and solidify Wang as the head of Meta's Super Intelligence Lab, which is an elite AI group. They're spending a whole lot. Other than that, Joey, other than this here, do you make anything of this within the AI push by Meta?
No, I think it's good. We were talking some time. It's funny because I'm a fashion designer as well too. I'm pretty sure. But no, I like it. I like this talent. Boeing, Perplexity. I mean, we heard about the restructuring a while ago as well too. Okay. There was some controversy within the groups or whatever was going. I think it's good. I'm waiting guys to put together. He spent all this money. It's like he's putting essentially the best players all in one team, and I'm looking forward to what they can come out with.
Our money acquiring new people, are they now looking to save moving some people that they feel?
I mean, it makes sense. There's going to be some we're going to get all these people here. What are you going to do with them? How are you going to generally, the common opinion, I think is a pretty interesting thing to note, is that Alexander Wang, right, is announcing this letter, announcing these layoffs. I think it shows he's really taking charge of his AI role. It shows, A, Mark Zuckerberg trust and faith in him, and B, this up, he got all the hires there. He rearranged his new leader at that point. So I actually really like this. I think it shows that Mark Zuckerberg take over other parts of the company, but he's going to let my expert that he has in his realm work on the AI aspect. I guess if they get new hires in the space they're doing, I would trust Alexander Wang with this. It's clear Mark Zuckerberg as well. And I think, again, Zuckerberg or Wang take the lead on this. I think that is maybe from my perspective.
All right, sounds good. Let's go up. This is important here because, more reverberations than just the U.S. is looking at sanctioning world giants, which is igniting market volatility. Where oil is at, 5.5% back above $60. So sanctioned Russia's top oil firms, Rosen and Lukoil, U-turn after recently signaling plans for a peace summit. Putin, the move targets over 5 oil output Of course, Trump said he canceled the Budapest summit, claiming talks with Putin weren't getting that we have to get. But I know he made it after that, so we'll get to that in a second. And as Trump's most severe measure yet to end the 4-year war. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the sanctions aim to cripple Russia's new war funding with potential for further needed. U.S. allies as well, mostly Europe here, have been urged to join while companies November 21st to wind down business. The sanctioned producers, the ones that we mentioned at the top. Oil and gas revenue, Joey, 21% year over year. Yeah. It represents about 25% of their national budget. So this will mark impact on their ability. Now, cut the crap.
Yeah.
Biden refused to do this, okay? He didn't want oil prices were very high during his presidency. He didn't want to add to the higher oil prices. Yeah. German part, they also refused to do this because they don't want to lack their economy as well. Why is the political will changing now? Is it because oil's at bucks?
It could be possibly. Didn't India just...
India is going to stop buying from them as well. Yeah.
So it is really starting to wind down. You got to do it. If you got to suffocate in the funding of it, by all over with, that's where I stand consistently. I told you, I watched some things on it, and it's just, it's really, really sad. So whatever, tariff, 1,000% tariffs. Eliminate all exports, importing Russian oil, whatever it takes, get the war over with. And I think that's motive there.
Yeah, it looks like that's. I know that President Trump made comments subsequent to the writing of this article. Give us your take.
Well, yeah, I think right now, actually, it's just giving her take. It's crazy. The timing of this is Caroline Leavitt saying that a meeting with Putin completely off the table. That the sanctions came right now. She was asked by a reporter, why did Trump decide sanctions right now? She said, I guess he felt like yesterday was the day to do them. Not really a lot of text as to why yesterday, but either way, this escalation, we know the relationship between Putin has become increasingly tense. And even earlier today, said that he still wants to do a meeting with Trump. He said that hopefully their meeting that's now been canceled. He says he hopes it's just postponed. So to see what happens here and how the chart I have up here is for Nutrien. NTR and MOS non-oil stocks that really made nice moves up. This news, as you can see, this is a 15-minute chart today as well. Potash. That's going to be maybe an area to look at this story beyond oil. But yeah, I think this seems like a long time coming. With regard to, we were kind of wondering when they were going to happen. They happened yesterday. The stocks, this market is now reacting.
Derek, go.
Kondo, why can't you get out? I don't know how much size you have or anything along those. Just it's trading at 301 right now. It was up to 305. Liquidity is there. What do you mean you can't get it? I don't understand. You have to elaborate a little bit more on that. As for IBIT, we're out of this one, guys. Again, we were just churning shares. Attempt number one, we get 90% there. We get another move, a small hammer it one more time, strip, and then we're for a big breakout in IBIT.
Sounds good, Joey. All right, we're talking about Beyond Meat. Beyond, it's put me red on the day. It's valued over $14 billion. It's a speculative meme stock after years of decline. Shares hit recent pennies. That's down, Joey, from $140. I don't laugh. In 2019 peak. The company issue remains weak, though. Weak demand. Core issue remains. Weak demand for expensive amid inflation, and of course, Beyond Meat never posted an annual profit line since 2022. Guys, this morning on the rundown, last 3 months, the float, the percentage of the float that's increased from 25 to 35, 65 to 80%. And different here, Joey. Price actions developed lately. So I think here, Beyond Meat, this is sort of a good time, not a long time.
You know what I'm waiting?
Yes, sir.
Extra.
What are you waiting?
Beyond Meat, that's Bitcoin to their balance sheet. see, and then watch what's gonna happen.
That's crazy.
It's gonna. Would you? Not at all. But in all seriousness, guys, the GME craze, the AMC meme stocks. Ask me how much I've traded, not participate in those names. Yes, there's some big time moves, but I want something fundamental backing. I understand it's a short, high levels of short interest, but look, it was so fun for a couple of, but then all it did was trap people at some, and then sure enough, being at $3. Let's pull up the actual underlying. It's significant amounts of value, and people who aren't informed and aren't doing the day basis, yes, there are all the way up here at 770 Sharif.
Yes, sir.
And now we're 60% gone, just like that.
Just like that.
In one day. You have to be cautious. You really have to know what you're doing. And these whatsoever, because the chances of this are extremely low. It's funny, we were talking as well too. I believe it was on Tuesday. I brought up chain, and the gamma exposure was through playing the squeeze that we experienced a couple days ago. Absolutely cooled off. This is a potential indicator that say, hey, you're not going to go back. You have to be careful when you're trading these moves. It's that simple.
Okay. Our last one before we send it to the big boys. Big short interest increasing.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting one. Usually these won't last very long, 3 days. And then, of course, the gap up and bubble that happened yesterday is a little bit longer than that. So I find it interesting, I guess, how bang to bust or boom to bust, whatever word you want, BYND ended up today. This uptrend off the open a little bit into the afternoon. So I think what I add, which is not necessarily related, but I do think it is pretty interesting, is Martin, after losing on his open door short forward, actually dropped. He actually looks like he had a winner in this, but he said he started getting short in on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, he actually added to the short position. So either person here is happy, and that would be Pharma Bro. BYND, the stock here is certainly not happy. And as Joe said, as Sharif was saying here, the importance of understanding what type of stock you're in. This is not steady wins the race type of name. This is a quickly take your profits, do what you need to do. I think BYND really less than yesterday.
Go ahead, Joe.
No, sorry, I didn't know we had
the science and crypto innovation silo under the NASDAQ ticker SLO is rewriting the playbook. SPCE 15 is advancing towards Efficient, which is a potential first intranasal treatment for TSD and anxiety, with data already showing safety results. At the same time, it's expanding its digital assets, investing in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and while securing cutting-edge technology to strengthen the future-proof its crypto strategy. From a lab to a silo pharma is where breakthrough meets blockchain innovation at Silo Pharma.
Good stuff. It's 2 o'clock. So, guys, before we send it off, and I thought about this a time. And when I brought all of the day, I said, hey, the IV is a be cautious of it. You're going to be paying an extended premium, not the route that you should necessarily. Safer to buy calls in a name like B than it is to go shares. Why? You can only lose the value of the. If you put in X amount of dollars, you can lose the whole investment, right? The options chain, it's 50 cents. That is the max you can lose. You absolutely every single dollar that you put into D, considering if you punch. So if you're asking me, it's actually a little trade options because of the fixed.
And so, like, you want to do time? Yeah. Okay. So can we do a quick right now, Joey? So bring on the options chain. So let's see if we, for example, let's just do 500 share BME. Yeah, let's just see.
You mean, right?
BYND. Excuse me. So if it says 500 bucks a share, right now it's $3. It's $3 on the dot right now, Joe. It's $1,500 bucks. Okay. We wanted to get something similar of a beta or an equivalent. How much would the premium cost us in the options.
In this one, 100 or more time 5, so $200.
$200.
Yeah.
Max
250
loss.
bucks. Sorry, 50
$250. That would be your max loss. Assuming, of course, BY goes to 0, right? Because BY would have to go to 0 from
the profile right now, and we can display it when you're gonna lose all of that money.
All right, let's watch it.
BY,
Big boys are good.
Clear all legs. Let's get this started once again. Yeah, I have
and beyond, I just want to say, it's not beyond the realm this thing goes to 0. It was just at 50 cents. So
you lose essentially money at $2 approximately. Yeah, when it goes down to $2.31, essentially anything.
I see. Yeah. Okay, so that's I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm getting?
Yeah.
So less than 0. So I think is that essentially max.
You're on the contract.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Interesting stuff, man. I just want to leave you with a final. We're in MSAI right now, and it is breaking out as we up about 75%. We got 8s on. It's clearing 20s. I'm still negative, but I like the chart pattern, so we're long at 109. It's breaking. It just printed the high of the day. MSAI waking up here in the afternoon. I hope, and I'm going to throw in some stops. And Joseph and I will be back on tomorrow. Same bad channel. Big boys are that way.
Yes, sir. And I just write on like a board, get the chalk, and just Bart Simpson out Tesla stock. Not doubt Tesla stock over and over again. Hopefully reference. Classic open.
Classic, yeah.
It was game-changing. Like
you keep changing in every episode.
Yeah, it's the same, but it's different. Obviously, is coming on here, but Tesla red to green has got. All I can say is oh well, yes, okay. Quantum names too. I'm back and forth with the quantum names. Like, is there not investment? But I'm just glad I didn't trade it today. Sure, that's all. I'm happy for that. But the story is in the middle of the day.
Trump, if only that's right. Put that back up. Those things are up there too.
Bring that back so we can.
I was talking about Russia. It's up to Trump if he puts any more on. I don't know. And put it back up. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's keep going on. Right there. White House government. No, that wasn't it. But there was another one there. Okay.
Up to Trump.
All right. So. I think we knew about that anyways. I mean, I think every days, right?
Some sanctions.
There. So, Sean's green call came true. What's up, Alexander? Oh, yeah. Okay. Tesla. Okay.
Tesla did more. What
the bottom was the bottom 413. So we missed that. You both talked about the army or what.
I didn't think it'd be today.
My on CBC, our national, she got called to see if she wanted to do an interview with CBC about the Blue Jays.
For the game plan.
So standing outside the Rogers Center tomorrow at 8 a.m. a live hit. Park Baseball President, hey, would you mind if being on air national television?
Yeah.
Should I get some for that? So, yeah, that should be fun. So we're going to do hopefully I'll be here. So that should be good. And that's fun. You only get some look back when she's old. I did like a little about girls baseball. Fun. So that should be good.
Absolutely.
I'm Joe. I'm leaving about 10 minutes early. I got to go pick up my pictures. I got the car. So I got the Tesla wrap. I'm gonna go see how that looks like. And for all you see is white Model 3s. White. There's only so many factory colors.
That's what I'm saying.
We gotta go pick that up there in Vaughan. So
you guys like the Kylo on the fan?
Yes, that should be good. Well, of it. Hopefully it's car's not like. Hopefully my car's in a container heading to China or something. Yeah.
Just don't let Ziggy get a hold of it, and then
I know these guys from Ziggy, so hopefully
you gotta watch The Wire. Trust me when I tell you, watch The Wire. It would be like Ziggy is that character. like so cringe-worthy, but you just to fail, but you have to, because he's that guy. Please let Ziggy's latest scam,
It doesn't probably.
well for Zig.
We had Rigetti. Randy goes crazy this afternoon. Andy, playing that. Yeah,
Just buy the dip apparently, like. Yeah.
Nations for that, Randy? No. Did you hear anything about Tesla? I don't know. It says like up to 450 again. Up to 450 again. And then off a bunch of people today, but that should be. It's not really doing anything. It's kind of a good thing. Yeah, there's a day's high. You know, but so on the daily chart is starting to little barcode action right here. It wants to do. Rivian earnings. Let's just when does Rivian report? Is the rate here? Because we'll be able to see. I mean, they're still losing money, right? 12 days right now. Tuesday, November 4th. What Rivian's up to right now? They have a short flow to not have a PE. Hopefully that'll change. And turn net positive. Pause margins there. Args are fine. It's just something like that would be good. So we'll wait with Rivian. I think it was minus $30,000 or something in vehicle last time. If they can get that all going there. Inputs probably heading higher. We'll see. So do I. Why you're hot
On the Bitcoin breakout.
But I thought this guy Eric Jackson was supposed to be the next.
Oh, is that bad?
Yeah, he recommended this thing at $50.
Oh no,
he came out with it, changed. But these high-flying stocks, a lot of them got every stock.
Look at this one though.
No, but any stock like that, yeah.
This $2 yesterday.
Yeah, man. Did it?
Yeah.
No.
40 to 36.
Oh yeah, the very, very bottom. That was, everything was hell. Yesterday it was, like we said, 170 again. What's Palantir now? 185? 180 with a 181.50 bottom. Yeah, Palantir went 70, maybe even broke that yesterday. Now it's up $10 as well. It is a fun one, needless to say. So we're excited. We're here. We're ready. Neil and I got things locked down. We're ready to cover. And we do have the rundown as well. Ready. Yeah, he's setting up. Okay, lots of 210. We saw that Trey Savage, the rookie, will
Game
be.
one.
That was in the single of the year. Will be starting Game 1 of the World Series. It has to be a pitcher with as many innings as he has under his belt.
3 season starts to his entire. He's made more post than regular season starts as a career start.
Yeah, more postseason starts than career starts.
Unbelievable. Like, the guy is nerves of steel asked for.
I think that's
to be a record.
That's actually a better.
He doesn't know any better.
Right, exactly.
Who knows? Like, he just literally better. It's
right. He has that crazy. What is it? He has something.
Well, he
goes over the.
His arm angle is crazy. Like, crazy, and he's got and most people, you can't usually throw a good breaking ball from that angle slider. That's what is usually guys that throw like that. Their fastball, changeup, fastball, and sliders on everybody. But the real question: can he throw them past Ohtani?
The Ohtani's postseason numbers, but we do know that he has.
Take out that Game 4, where the Brewers were literally messed out. So I get it, he had a great game, but particularly in the time where those guys game, they were so out of it. Let's talk about the name. I'm gonna make a random guess.
Probably
Tesla's number.
Tesla or Beyond Meat or not.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. No, I thought Tesla and Beyond Meat would both be
probably open, maybe.
I'm gonna probably on there. All right. Let's go. I think we don't pay attention during the midday there. Sure, what it looks like we're doing
right here.
Ending did not pay attention. The greatest show in Trader TV midday show.
All over it.
Going nuts over here. Everything's break laboratory information.
Yeah, because he missed game winner.
Oh, come on.
It's the first all
surprise or
time.
2 months?
LeBron's never missed an opening day.
Okay,
Career.
I remember that. That's probably why I'm getting
Yeah,
about
he's
it.
never missed an opening day in his career.
Okay. So many of those things where you see like for tickets.
He's not quiet. Like, he's not.
But even they still take too many. If they're hurt, they're hurt. This guy's 42 years old or whatever he is. So they're just still playing.
MJ didn't take time off.
Let's get over to the desk and we'll start the.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown. Decide what we talk about every afternoon. Locked or loaded and they're ready. That's decided by you, but the only way to get those tickers right there is to chat any time of the day. Locked, of course, and throw in whatever ticker your heart so desire, long as it's preceded by that dollar and the dollar sign. Otherwise, it disturbs. Let's look, though, at the four major average here, all of them in green territory. The NQ up 9, looking at taking out at around 25,000. We're about 40 points short of that. The ES, as it works its way, 6,800, 80 right now, up 2/3%, lagging behind all four major, and a smidge below 47,000 up percent on the day. And as we've been talking, the Russell 2000, it's either underperforming or the other three major averages up 1.5% today, and from that 25 talking a lot about lately. The first ticker, though, as this TSLA, no surprise there. Things after the bell yesterday, and initials red on the day. As of an EPS miss, they beat on the bottom line. But this is a good recovery today off that 420 hit from Tesla.
It's see this move in Tesla. Like if you zoom it far enough out, you realize that just take the range. Okay, throw it out because that's when it was that failure of like 5 to 480. But if you take out and just look at from the October 3 weeks, the bottom 13 range, 411 down, and then your top is maybe a couple of days where it was a little bit higher long. Decided we're going all the way. Fortunately, well, I'll not trade this one, but I think it might be on. So, forget about the dip buy nonsense because it obviously throw that out the window. No longer have, but I think like it just broke trend on a candle, right? And here you have a bit of a consolidation. I could give 445 and 446, and then short it on breakdown. But it might just be like a consolidation. I don't know if you'll see VV, but there's plenty of room to the breakout price at 436. It's like Tesla's on the back end of it, but when you have that revenues missing on EP, certainly would have. That was my thought today. That couldn't have been more, everybody. So I'm looking because it's broken this trend now. Hopefully there's a back to 445 or test that 447. But yeah, now that maybe we get some profit taking tonight in the morning.
All right. Yeah, much is about things here. Yeah, look, I think it's a victory, so we'll go bang. I think it's a victory for the Tesla. You battle back. You see these moves, where you push down, and then so Tesla does a normal day, let alone an earnings day. The move is pretty muted compared to what we've seen. But to be. Oh, someone in the chat goes, there it is. It's green for you, Shai, because we voted Tesla, but the vote was at open. Red still wins. I remember it was at Tesla B, right? But the Nasdaq % today is I just feel, I don't want to sound like a bro, but it's channel, and I don't know if movement that would sucking through anything. If we get again, maybe there's a deal with something good, something that's going. But I would sell any kind of up here into 480 again, and then if we take into the long, I mean, Tesla's a roller coaster, and it's just right now what to do. It's like all got to figure out where the next stop is. I mean, it came down here, and then now you're filling the top. So, you know, if you're going to do a 200 period, I can show you on the future where the 200 period, hopefully it can come back into here into 9 and we're able to grab as the day goes. So hopefully that's going to be a trade that but Tesla right now only looking long. I don't think at this point just because of the move. Hey, we've been wrong many times. Just bounced off the key level of 450. So if you wanted to short 48, we have it. We like trading when there's outs. Make sense of them, and I think Tesla gave you a lot of opportunity. Sure, I mean the bounce off VWAP was huge. Okay, beyond me, it was the only yesterday, and today give it a look. Oh, we thought there is. I don't know what SCNX is. Maybe that. It was like a little dollar name. It was a hot
SCNX. That's that signature.
Yeah,
whatever.
All right. Bring around $3, I think.
Yes, sir. That 310 level was quite an aggressive move down. Yeah, that's an equally aggressive hold on to 3. Obviously, it's more short covering of here as the shorts get squeezed, but they had a day yesterday. There were headlines. The company announced Tuesday it was expanding its distribution, 1,000 Walmart locations in the U.S. and then to another distributor that's going to carry their latest versions of Beyond and Beyond Beef product. BYD and Beyond.
Well,
not bad, Sharif.
Martin got a good. So
did he though?
Well, he shorted everything else.
Oh, he's probably short.
This one actually worked. The way I see it is, all of the quantum names are down too, but like even them, it's like, well, there's no chance.
Probably right.
But this said he was gonna short it or two. So like, how could you? I imagining there's not lost here. Like it's certainly possible. The point is, I think it's back end, and it's going to be pretty $3 level. Like I've been playing the under 3, we should be able to see like 250 point, maybe even lower. That said, let's go to a 3-minute because I was shorted this morning. This one good. Second one lost to flat, and then position dependent. So like I'm flat on the snit, but I'm still thinking if it's I want to short it. And right now it's average price. So there was a bit of a fake. It broke out early, did not support, kind of failed this hump here at 360. And that was a level I liked, but I had to, and was not able to get it. And we regroup, it's underneath VWAP, so I'm shorting it, willing to give it, I'm getting out at 15 to allow it to possibly be average price and be in 330 range. I'll get out and then try another short, maybe 330, but for now, just holding on, which I think it could settle here for a couple of days, next move. And we did say this was not going to have range that it did the last two. It made it so we would have what relatively would seem like a consolidation, and I still kind of hold firm to that. VWAP for now.
There we go. We got Patrick asking a question. What's up, Patrick? Hope you're doing good. Neil can look at our cat. I'll do BBAI.
Red Cat?
No, that's Vitaly, unless a name over there. But what's up, Pat? We can guys, but Patrick, you can be that for today. All right, so let me clear that and we'll get going here. So I've talked about this name obviously a lot, and I appreciate you asking me about it. So we did our sort of our out and up once it hit 50-cent level, 850. So right now you're back to 650. Honestly, I mean and I don't want to look it up. It's either November 14th or November Big Bear AI earnings. The date doesn't matter. You know, yesterday some of these good names that I thought that had high short flow. We talked about that. The one that survived saw like SMRs, the Rigetti, Palantir down yesterday, Samsara down, some of the IoT. I really like IoT that I'm currently looking at to buy as well. But this is one of those plays here. So I was thinking about, okay, we're fine. Hold on these futures. Down here for go quarter positions, then I think this is a quarter. I'm still looking to buy. So I think if it comes back in, you probably want to buy 5, buy this 5, or maybe. And does Big Bear I have the opportunity to get down into this? This has to be a sit through because I can't control what happens. I actually got smoked the last couple of times. Not an EPS positive company. That's the other thing, right? For what the future holds. And Big Bear AI, I think they have all those deals. Had one with the Navy a couple weeks ago, which started what this was all about. And deals in airports and traffic is in there. Traffic is what I'm looking for. Air is still picking up, so from AAPL. Let's just wait to see if Big wants to continue. But for me, just on a daily chart, I think you can even push it right now at 6. Or get 650. But if 100 shares, buy 25 here and 25 or 50 more when we get closer to 200 period moving average. You know, earnings is anybody's guess. Things technically, and we do know 5 to 30% short float. So thanks for the super chat, and I'm a buyer AI, but I'm waiting for that area. I'm already in 40% of my holdings, still long at that 420, and what's happening here?
I can't just for the second that I don't hold our cat to buy it, but I mean the space military application, a bit of a bump down of the story that these four, I think that would be maybe not necessary. However, if you look at the double from April, there's your double bottom, draw the line, it's pretty clean trend line, and you literally bounce everything, all these high-flying stocks that it bounced clean off that. I think that's good support. So to me, this is your recovery day that you bought to the prior low, which is a 950 level. That looking swing trade if you like the stock. One average that matters to me, or it's a nice trend line, and it seems to have that it's holding. I already forget the names.
Yeah, it was a good one. 172 drop in about $0.25. The reason they're moving up is they announced the start of commercial. Their first customer orders, oral suspension. There, look, Eddie need to use oral suspension formula of Losterin potassium for those who can't take the solid market like that to the tune. Keep an eye out on this one. $1.15.
Chris is putting all of our steps. We have, I think it's obviously not as dramatic, but she just put them there. Yeah, so it's Marissa saw me cancel them. There was like 10 calendar invites there. So updated like every time there's a new
Blowing up.
Yeah, that's what I was like. What's like? My phone's going crazy over here. I was like, wondering if
But it's so great to have. I still like
we have chess and we have hockey, and other than schedule, then Neil's going to. I got to head up north.
Yeah,
was going to do the recap show. I think I'm doing the recap show. That should be okay. We have Intel tonight. We have Intel and Ford.
Yeah, good.
And there's another one.
The two. Look,
join us for that.
We don't know much about CNX. However, there is something to watch here. I think, look, let me just show you. This ran actually on a similar, if you really look at it, this ran, bag held a few people, but then I think it did this. It could be shorts down here. Because, oh, that seems like a short the population for another leg down. And there could be something multi-day going hold the dollar. A dollar was such a good break for this.
Oh, wow.
10 o'clock is basically broke a dollar. So for this afternoon, maybe check out VWAP or if it comes back into the volume, however, as you can see, has really. So unfortunately, happened here to get it going in the afternoon. Maybe it like a little bit of like a dump event. I guess watch that dollar play. I'll be looking at Beyond Meat as I'm that one, and going picks up is probably a pass.
All right, we'll just hustle this up. We got Street. So let's go over and talk about Open Door and then so.
All right, today for Open Door, 0.25%. No, beyond obviously the other meme stock, Beyond Meat, 5 at the wider time frame here on the hourly. We're lower lows, lower highs. 685, high of 720.
Yeah, so this level, I think it's pretty clear here for Open Door. I mean, I'll work with you guys on it. It'd be a good look of 7. So it's just, it looks off of here. It's just another, if you just take Open Door and you don't look at this has extended out, obviously, some sort of a meme, obviously, as it continues to run, falling right back in, and it's again, so, I mean, average can hold for these, so I'm not afraid to talk, I already said this earlier today, wick from yesterday, as you're out. I like it, and we had, so I don't know, that at 685, he sort of made the R to R, right? I went up for 50 cents. Your stop would have been 50 cents lower at that. So I another opportunity to do something like that. You buy down here. So the 50 period holds. There's still if that had
it's gonna
set.
this.
I think I checked this right. I think Open Door yesterday had was it in the teens? Yeah, I saw it's probably. Do you have another source? I mean, percent here, right or wrong, and actually now that we talk about, I'm not even sure what the open at one point. Well, you have 23. Well, we have the same.
We're looking at this with that
Open Door technology.
Lose my mind. Open Door technology.
7. Short float. Okay, well, Neil and I both have
looking at the same platform that has.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't know why that's different. That shouldn't be different.
They
were just trying to F around with us. But no, at the end of the day, the short float issue anymore. There's so many names that are greater than 20, so we can go back and forth here and 5% different, but technically the way it's setting up can work from here. I mean, let's just take an example of short float that was where it was a relatively new way, and you know, Carvana, I don't think our charts will look. This was some, you know, and had this move. So, I mean, even just here looks good enough. So you'll be able to see what open door and trust it, trust the process.
Yeah.
By the 50 period 6. That's. I do want to watch out for Tesla. Anyways, what do you anything on?
I was going to say on a daily, if you just look at it from a tail candle, close, it's almost that setup is because it's going to close price and target $9. Just from a technical, probably like 10% worth of risk to try to grab, you know, like quick little math there, and which is so fly.
All right, guys, no news, but there was an insider selling yesterday. Executive Vice President reports the sale of common shares. So, idea what he was selling. He sold 36 shares. He holds 5,000. So, get there. SoFi up 4 3/4, $29 level, guys.
So, literally is some exception. The 50 period on the daily over and exception. It just 29. I guess that day will look. Maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe it's breakout above the 29 level on SoFi. And you're buying the 50 dips and catching that break here. We say this all, but any kind of indicator that you happen to stop, if you're going to use it, the stock, particular case, the stock is absolutely respecting it now. So on like a day trading basis, the 50 period on SMA, you just buy off, let alone any other reason, and then it's probably half and 29 because you don't always get there, but that's the difference. So when you have two flat tops, eventually to break or another, and at this point it's indicating like some point next week.
Yeah, I mean, I love SoFi. It's we bought Bitcoin, bought SoFi at 25.50. I haven't really been about Target and all that, but I'm into the SoFi position, so I really we'll see. I just want to tell everybody I'm going to take the 50 break, take it with like half a unit, and then see, because you know, again, if we were winding 30 minutes when we were talking about Tesla, anybody that shorts 448, so to 448, it's down $3 from that level. Have an opportunity to get in front. Talking about like not short. This is too. Not shorting it in this area because we still need to test for. They tested it here to the dot, turned around. That 449 it went to, and then not exactly there, but whatever. You run from 445 up $5 dollars and then stop. And you know that there's people thinking about this trade. So I just wonder if all of these traders at short rate now, did they cover? Add fire to the fuel. Yeah. I actually love. Okay, Joe, relax. Okay, so anymore. This guy Wilson Capital. Jack. Rewind. All right, so all right, so 449. I think there's going to be this trade if it comes back up, and I think too much bus pipes and right there through 450. So wow, what a shame there. That trade is fire. Or 440 is where we may dance around into there. That is a bone down there at 4. So I don't have anything on right now, but we will. The future's short. We got to look at that anymore. We talked about that coming through tonight. So short. This is a red question. This is a red today because we were short. We didn't lose that much on it, but we still worry about it. And I'm glad that we got out of it. But
I just say that you would buy.
I own Ford.
Well, notwithstanding that price before earnings at these prices between Ford and
by Tesla.
And Intel.
Ford and Intel. At these prices, probably Ford. I just both. We saw Texas Instruments get. There was a day before that. Oh, Netflix. Hello. Just the space. A huge run up. Ford's recent GM earnings. So I that Ford has an into question to put on the chat. Andre, do you want me to mess up? Which has the better
earnings, Ford or Intel?
Yeah, which is the better buy heading into earnings?
And if there's a third, no, I didn't really double.
On 3 names on there. There's Decker's Outdoor. About it. Let's just go forward. Do you see anything else? Neil has a screen up. He's doing it. So keep it. What are earnings? Ford or TC? Yeah. Or you can just type it. People will get it. People are saying none. Or none.
Neither, I guess.
Neither. No. Neither's a copy.
See what people prefer. Not. Obviously, when you take stocks like that, like a large, they don't want to own either one of them.
I don't like the none. Oh, no. Take it down.
Okay, people don't take none.
Andre, take it down. The only thing is that because people force people to choose. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Thanks, Andre. We're going to put it in there. I just wanted to talk, that was, okay, Andre, that was awesome. That's up, and Andre is going to be back to Netflix because, yes, so Netflix, perfectly, there was a little bit of a wick. First of all, that wick was 11, actually, yeah. So you want to talk about why we're going long on break you through for Netflix with an $1,100 name with 14. About stopping. We got like one nice candle up there, and then the real move happens at a. That's good sign. It is up right now.
Lead for Intel.
You show it on your screen, yeah.
Yeah, very. I picked 4.
And Intel's gonna win that one. I mean, I don't.
Well, the double, the other is like 50 or 60, and the other one has momentum. The other one doesn't. Like, I don't know.
Companies that did not take like GM basically took the whole wonder. Ford didn't take $1.
That's worth crediting.
But I just wanted to say, like, strikes on names. There's a nibbling 100-period moving average. Like the last time Netflix was anywhere near the 200, I probably have to even more than this. Back to 20, so it's going to be in here somewhere. Okay. To October, and I'm you got to look at the 200 period. So there he goes. We actually have so this goes all 2022. The last we thought about the 200 period moving average, right? So but that was nothing, and then there it is straight to the upside. So that's 3. So the same quarter move before. That's a good buying opportunity. If you go back to the same quarter we did this, same quarter last year, it looked like here up there, an extension. Yeah. So okay. So anyways, there it is, right there. Just one that Netflix is interest. If you are thinking about,
I tend to agree.
Yeah. If it breaks 11.
Ford at this time of year, you shorted. That's the fun of the poll. You put 2 things up there that you might not want to have. Whoa.
Yeah, squeak. Okay. You should see. They're putting up the screen. You could see.
No.
Yeah, I know. I just looked at it.
Took down the panels.
Down,
yeah, which was really. So finally, Beyond Meat dropped. I didn't get kind of threw it in. I took some out there at that 295 again. Let's get back on 310 a couple times. So one more bounce, 310 again. Low of the day. Hasn't really fallen. Fantastic. In this, there was a chance Beyond Meat could way. I stock I told you you're on way. I was going to guarantee Beyond Meat wasn't. To slow down on volume. I never got in. I never the volume weighted average. Just holding it to the close. What I have early shorts at like 11. I'm in it, but I haven't show Beyond Meat as well. When you reload, do you take yeah, like if trading this, if you're shorting underneath 10 and this bottom's 295, like if I hold it and if I take profits there, then I want to reload. As long as it works, then I will hold some and then try to reload, see if we can. But the actual low at the open, this wick, it was at 270 there on Beyond Meat. But I'm going to restart. Afternoon show, the new show now. Make one, like I just saw someone, Zachary, going to make you do it again, Zachary. Hit the subscribe button, place, And then dollar symbol you're interested in. I'm just going to, we just did a poll, and that was what, and then any name that you guys throw in is going to show up for Tesla, not a surprise. I don't see Jet. I mean, obviously we know Intel and Ford. And someone was asking about the bizarre that there was probably full intraday, and yet about them anymore.
No, I mean, I was at those because I did have eye on that. We basically wound up unbelievable, just basically picking you. We'll talk about it, but I do have a new position. You know, yesterday we did real DraftKings, man. I mean, yesterday we rolled long on our sticky. It was either twice or three times, and it just came into Thursday, and we were able to ended the day, so we got out on there, on into that, and then at the end, we didn't have anything there. I'm just putting some orders out now. So if we zoom into where we are right, little bump there. So we off VWAP. VWAP is at long there at 57. Here we go. I'll just put it back to that. It's not okay. These kind of quick moves are. So if we can get something out, there we go. Let's see if we haven't got that 67. So 67's here. As shouldn't say that number. 6. We got filled at price. So there it is, man. So tonight up to there, and that was 10 cents. Remember what our risk was? 10 So we'll see if it can get back up to the upside there on purchase of rail. These guys do the upside a little bit. Actually, it's 70 as well. If 5, it takes something more out. We're just pieces here if we can get it. Not a trade that you want to trade with the options or anything. Euros right now. I don't really. You're under this name to buy it off of VWAP. We just had a nice move into this is day's high, but that came right back into a good and did not even up there. So I think there's more strength than weakness down. Flat. Watch out for that. If you want, the Nasdaq is already proving that it wants to go. So, and we'll see. My stop. What I put it at 44. See, I know myself too much. I put it at 47 at 44.
Gerald Strawberry.
That's what we're doing there. Of course. You suck right now. So
can we really say they
suck? But we're not. What's the? I mean, I'm so focused on baseball.
Oh, shoot!
Bueller?
I must have nobody in fantasy.
I don't know. I must. Today's week 8, so they're week 8 in the Vikings chart. What?
Oh, you got.
I have Justin.
No,
I have McCarthy, who's I don't think is playing, which I don't have him anyways. Wow. So, I mean, how about the Chargers? Great game. A lot of sports, man. We've got that tonight. We've got the World Day. There's a UFC fight on the weekend. That's hitting. There's college football. The NBA just started. I have watched.
I know you didn't follow opening day. God, the draft dropped 30
What?
in his first game. Yeah.
He's doing? Team is he on?
What's his name? Cooper Flag. Had a weak game,
Okay.
like 10 and 10.
Eyes on. Whalers, man, that would be so good. It's in the Hartford Whalers.
Baylor.
I'm Quebec.
So here's the thing: he was trash.
Embiid.
I think Embiid played like 15 minutes and did not handle.
I'm not hating on the NBA. What are you talking about? We love the NBA. Realize it start. I haven't been following.
Let's be with this time usually long out of it. So after mode. World Series. So like not everyone is as focused as we would be. What's going on?
Yeah.
With
138 to like 114 last night.
I can buy right now. GameStop is up 5. Why is GameStop up? Like Bitcoin made a technical break. So let me save this trend line for a second. It's still there. So you had a breakout. And GameStop hasn't. So I'm kind of thinking a little bit of catch up. So in roll over on a few things. Break here on GameStop on the 3 minutes of the volume spike. In that moment, can it break? And we're going to.
DraftKings ripping, but if you are and look at 3x leverage rate here, this is what we're doing. We want to continue to thank these TSX listed Canadian money lying around here. You don't. And that Beta Pro has handled that 3 times levered products. They have them on bear as well, so you can go short or long. TSX 60, some U.S. treasuries. They're offering a year, so make sure you go check them out, as it'll be a little. And they have the head currency, so you don't have to worry about losing your position. What the U.S. dollar versus the are willing to trade those at that those tickers.
Yeah.
Beta Pro, check them out. Scan that QR code that you just saw, or the link and board. So, is that a call for Adara or?
For UBR Uber Technologies media to advance autonomous. Media didn't move too much to the saying they're collaborating with Uber to advance these. Back to you.
We assess that right now. I mean, that was money. Here we talk about sport, do some analysis, do that. But at the end of the day, really is to give you guys some trades and some good ideas. Was like, and we said we were going to try to get this back into the high of the day, and that's exactly just to tell you guys why high break there came back in. Up, trying a higher high right there. VWAP is soon basically on the next candle. We have 2 fills. The got filled and then it ripped back upside. So this is what we're doing right now on this trade. Topping up. One. Looks like there. as well. Anyone know what platform idea? You know, with real trading.
We're here with Real Trading. Real Trading is a platform we use. It's called PRE2 Real Trade. Real Trade. And if you're not, then
.com.
Go to Real Trading. So just very quickly, I know we're going to go to Adara again.
That's so
from here, just underneath 290. So we can just punch out of this and then range. It did so for a while this morning as well. So trade one more time. Stop is still, so no trend break on game, very slowly, but I'm still going to break that trend and then work to the downside, to the death.
Just be aware, guys, U.S. press start speaking, and sometimes it is late, often, especially at these times. But the point, I will be covering it for you guys. Apparently, he said to cartel security, so it's unlike its face. But answer the market fuel a prize, and also back to you.
Okay, cartels we can trade when Trump makes it. No, so I was like, I don't. Firing missiles at it might be something. I mean, you said a little boss, whatever you're looking at. That's a cartel. Intelligence says that they're running drugs, and then he just blows upside. So
what's wild is
that's legal or not?
There was a huge scandal. Government.
Oh yeah, Venezuela. Yeah, no.
So when there's a literal story of like there was age involved with some, you know, the wrong politicians were some of it was like a member the
politicians,
but dude, sound like there was a girl and then ranking member, big time. It's like Venezuelan drug book. That happened now, they blow it up and it's running some serious stuff.
So quantum casting, right?
Yeah, we're getting to.
So obviously, this is what apparently we're going to very soon. So I'd find out real soon. I said that they talked to Trump or somebody in there thing, because that story just doesn't create.
What it's we haven't had a chance denied long, and then the story can come out.
I have another update, which Bloomberg's reporting that apparently the U.S. is quantum computing China. Apparently, these were the talks, the early stage of deliberation. The department deny these disguised both Reuters and CNN. The thing they used was that he's not in any negotiations. They didn't directly say that they weren't them, and they also didn't say that in mind. I think that's worth noting. Now reporting that he is considering a quantum computer.
I want to see like where we could possibly. Tough to get in these because it's like a he said, she said thing. It could be all the way down, and you're doing that. So I mean, we did this all right there. I wasn't even here when right back up into the highs. That's minutes later. I don't want to use VWAP. Indicator has nothing to do. If then maybe I could use it, but now. So I would say that if you're going to go long, right there. If I on Q can come back in as one type of thing, right? So you're back into VWAP.
It looks a little stronger.
But I'm still in. I would just can go to the next shelf down. 39.20 fell. 5, so 50 or 60 cents worth of risk there. The upside. So yeah. 3 p.m. on when to make. To me, the
might be worth waiting for.
That I do have it up on my side screen. DraftKings. We're there. There. I think there was an. So. Story up. If I'll see it. We're collaborative drive. We're development. So they're looking. Just we do have a dare Redco when Trump starts talking. Quantum, you're going to hear it here first. Keep quantum up right now. It's crazy. I don't know if we get up that high. We do. There is no talk. Wait to the end of the conference because we don't know about what. He can all the time.
No, for it.
I'd rather be than wrong or.
Yeah, I'd rather have that follow through. It is power hour now. That's when Uber looks equally interesting. Like, why is Uber's potential breakout is there tomorrow? Like, look at Uber, nice range bound, needs to take out 95 and there today. Ready. This was already at the high. This is a nice continue. Any sense, but the changer questions that. To have, I'm going to on GameStop. It trends so well. I'm going to really like. Just continue and higher. Just Uber here. We can't get a bull flag hold in half. That into 95 because they can't get flag play. It's 95. I want to see what I'm. Show said I was pretty close to me, and then manually here. So I should have got 94. It just means I probably just. There's a kind of trend break on. Probably wait till the average price here on this problem. So yeah, Uber and anything else you. Guys may break. Smith, and now it's already at I got into it. And any
a lot of it
was I think I bought or sold it since profit on the S&P.
Yeah, I mean we should. I mean that was a great. great story. We've seen so many teams.
Oh,
I don't know. I wish I. Yeah,
well, no, because of
it's just like any NVIDIA. And again, congratulations. Heard it there or Neil. I always, but at this time of day, some sort of not like it's just going to break and run. Unless you're long today, it's continuously.
Well, that's
great call. Up on this news is going Uber. Exclusive that work chips in the world. We'll see what one. So I think that's all. Ride. Yeah. So this isn't because we have we ride. We are
Russell Wilson.
Because we ride. Yeah.
Right.
So shout out to Russell Wilson, who is now quarterback of the Giants. Your starter, Jack probably makes $40 million. The whole problem with Brock Scott for this setting it up. So get the job back because $1 million his fifth year, whatever, Purdy.
But I have to. It's like anybody with a good run game.
Should have had a good
deal. Proven he can make.
So the last draft, they call everybody in the chat. What he's doing over there? What Russell's doing over there? He is blowing.
Vacuum, isn't it?
Just an air pressure. I don't know what's going on.
No, it is pretty loud. Like when barely even hear because Derek can barely hear us. But that's part of the Studio 8 thing. Like higher area of the stage where the had to go through like this side, we do the floor ceilings has they're doing on the other side is
it's happening.
And
so he said he's Mike's and even we do have
some of my
on. Did I see Fabian? Team is on it, so that and that's too, and he's just from us with phones on and so here. So I appreciate you're just 20% left. So each got it out there once it broke. Now bouncing here, way down the bottom. I stop right now just for the if it breaks, we're out. I'm not going to be walking it out of. I'm like not doing anything. I'm just looking at these things. We get some there. 7% to do, right? You guys let me know if ARC beyond me best you are getting
No.
any. We're waiting for something.
If you started yet, apparently the admin have still playing deep sea drilling. Keep an eye on his not YouTube channel for his.
All right. I don't